And there we are, it's time for my triumphant return. I guess you could say this is a take two. Hopefully this is going to go a little better than earlier tonight. Once again, let me do a quick sound test, so I'm going to be quiet for just a second. Okay, let's say that's probably good. I think that sounds nice to me. I am gonna adjust just a little bit and listen again. Yeah, okay. Let's roll with that. So, we're gonna just jump right back into things. And so, if you only saw to the end of last stream, things might look a little different than you will remember. But I did actually go ahead and upload a quick video. That's just the last bit. It was about an hour or so that I continued playing once I lost internet. And once it became clear that it wasn't going to just come back, I did just stop. But all the same, there's been about an hour of progress since the last stream footage. So I'm gonna just go ahead and clean this up. This seems like a good place to start. Let's see. That's all covered over there, so let's just pick all that up. Bring these guys down just a little bit. Let's see, where is the stone? Most of it's over this way. Real hard to see because of all the ground deco, but I do believe the stone continues until right around in here somewhere. So I'm gonna just start right here and bring it over. I think that's everything covered, so I'm just going to assume that's good enough. There we are. Bring this over, and nope, one more. One further. There we go. And in. Okay. So now all I need to do is bring power down. And I think I'm good to just do that. So that is between every miner. So let's just do that. And then they'll just start churning away. Get me a little more stone on the go. I am soon going to need stone bricks, and I'm kinda half debating just going ahead and setting up a very small stone brick area right here. I have the nuclear reactor going at this point, so power is no concern. I can just pop down a few electric furnaces, and have stone bricks. There's not really an and to that. So if this belt just continues on up, landfill is important. Having stone is important, but having stone bricks is also important. So let's just throw stone bricks. I don't want to continue up too much because that's maybe going to get in the way of some of the plant-based production. So maybe I actually want to send it towards the left or the right. You know, horizontal one way or the other. And I think I actually prefer towards the left. It's just a better just-in-case sort of arrangement, rather than sending it this way and maybe needing that space in the future. So I don't think I need a bunch of this. I'm just going to do, you know, 1, 2, how many is this? 8. I'll go ahead and do like 12. There we are. So then you all need input. And of course, output. Might go ahead and just grab substations for this part. I don't know if there's any substations around here. I don't think there are, so we don't really have to worry about making the grid so much. So I think I'll just put you... Furthest I can go is right there. And there we go. Then stone bricks just flow in this way and get stored in a box over there somewhere. So let's just walk all these inserters down like so. And I might have some tier 1 efficiency modules. No, I am missing tier 1 efficiency modules somewhere, in fact. So let me go into map view so that I can do this with ghosts and then just fill them up. Might even go for 1 efficiency and 1 prod, potentially, just since stone is such a precious resource on Gleba. That actually doesn't sound like a terrible idea. So maybe I'll go ahead and do that for all of these guys. There we are. I don't think I'll actually have those modules, but, you know, might. Also, where am I missing tier 1 efficiency? That's probably something I should be looking at. All of these guys want tier 1 efficiency. Okay. Let's replace you with 2 efficiency 2s. Everywhere that I don't have a module. So all these guys that are missing a completely missing their tier 1 modules, I'll just try and replace them with 2 tier 2s and see if I'm capable of that. Also, these guys are exhausted now. That was fast. Let's see. Yeah, not much left in these remaining guys up here. Yeah, you've got like 300. And keep in mind, that's with the productivity you get from big mining drills, so you really don't get a lot of stone on Gleba. Okay, so let's get all of that stuff out of my inventory, get it taken care of. Wood is kind of a resource we want, so having wood is not a bad thing. I'm running down here so I can throw my iron ore into these guys. If I have the ore, I might as well use it. There we are. So let's see. You should be working. They are bringing jelly nut in, it looks like. Yes, they are. Okay. And then that produces mash, which produces bacteria. Or at least it should. It is a small chance to get bacteria, but this is... I'm debating between being wasteful and being fast, and honestly, I think I can afford to be just a little wasteful. So let's improve that just a little, and I'll increase this one just a little as well. Okay. And that should get the bacteria going just a little faster. That way we're not running through quite so much nutrients just waiting for something to appear. And there should be some, yes, there is jelly nut on the way. So we should eventually get bacteria. Even if it, I think it's only like a 10% chance. Yeah, 10% chance at, there it is though, there's bacteria. Why are you not outputting? Ah. I have this guy purposely disabled so that I don't output bacteria, but then that means iron ore gets stuck in you. So maybe all of you need a specialty iron ore extraction, which would be a problem because you have a substation right in the middle of you. So hopefully that's only something I need to worry about with this very first guy. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. He's the only one who had iron ore stuck in him somehow, so maybe he is the only one where it's a problem. At any rate, that's going to give me iron bacteria cycling again. We have copper bacteria cycling back here, which is nice to see. We are filling up the copper tank, which is a little worrying because that means this is going to back up eventually. And maybe copper could also deal with a specialty extractor for in case it gets stuck. Anyway, that's probably enough of that for now. I have a whole bunch of bioflux just on me and nothing to really do with it, so it's just going to spoil in my inventory, I think, but that's just the way of Gleba. Things just do that. If you concern yourself with spoilage, you'll never get anything done. Speaking of, I should go to all the places where I have seeds extracted and change those over to purple chests. I think that's just a better idea. But that does mean setting up dedicated storage for seeds. And then dedicated burning of seeds if that gets to be too high. So I think what I will do is I have a dedicated storage up here. I'm going to do 2 more dedicated storage, one for each type of seed. So Yumiko and Jelly Nut. And then I will have a quester chest down in these areas to burn the seeds if I wind up with too many of them. So request, inserter, and let's see. So you will be Logistics Network Limited. Okay, I have a roboport right here. I think what I want to do is I want to grab a red wire from this roboport, bring it up to this chest, and then I'm going to disable this chest if I have, if I'm below the limit on seeds. I think that's how I want to do it. So this one can be Yumiko. And what's a reasonable limit on Yumiko seeds? Let's say, like, how high do you stack? What is your stack size? Stack size 10. So in 48 slots, that would be 480 seeds, but I don't want to go all the way to the top. So let's say like 450 then. So you're enabled if I'm greater than 450. And in that case, I just want to start bringing in Yumiko seeds and burning them. Seems good to me. And then this guy doesn't need a condition at all. That can just go away. So this one's for Yumiko, and I'm going to do the same thing for Jelly Nut, but on this end. Why am I mixing up which end they are? No particular reason, just seemed fun. So this one's going to be Jelly Nut. Let's get a red wire from this roboport up to you. And then you're disabled if Jelly Nut is greater than, or you're only enabled if Jelly Nut is greater than 450. And somehow you don't have power. You know what? I'm just moving all of you over one. Have fun. There we go. So we are still missing heat pipe. Why am I missing heat pipe? Heat pipe misses steel. Where is... I do have steel being made, I'm sure. Yes, I do. Okay, so steel is actively being produced. It's just not much coming in, but okay, we are producing heat pipe now. Okay, that's all I wanted to see. It probably wasn't in production up until I got the iron up and running, but now that it is, it is. Everything seems to be working out. Okay. So I have this whole area. This is all working. I never did put spoilage on you for some reason. Somehow I overlooked that. There we go. So spoilage will be allowed to continue up. And we have a dedicated spoilage belt right there, so you can just come up and around. Yep, and that'll take care of that. Do I make a similar mistake anywhere else? Okay, I have a spoilage trap right there. Another spoilage. Okay, everything seems properly escaped. Should be fine. We do have seeds. Yes, okay. This whole area is fine. Now, of course, whenever I go to make more bioflux, if and when I need more bioflux, which I'm sure I will, this will be a bit of a pain in the butt to expand. But I don't think it will be impossible. Yumiko is coming in on this belt right here, and all I would have to do is drop Yumiko down here and run it this way, and then there's already route right here. I could just move this spoilage trap further down, just keep it running. So the only thing I need to be able to make this expandable, actually, is to split Yumiko here and run it down. And that doesn't seem that big of a deal to me. In the meantime, we are producing Bioflux now, so what is the next thing that I want to make? I should probably have a setup that makes more biochambers, but biochambers require eggs, and eggs are a little scary at the moment. Speaking of scary, do I have anything on the sporometer? Doesn't look like it, not at all. Okay. Very good, very good. Let's get an actual radar down here. Actual radars have just a bigger range. Just throw it up there, and the bots will take care of that. I also want an actual radar down this way. Again, just for the larger map view. You can take the corner down there. And then I guess I should also have an actual radar somewhere up top here. I don't really need all these solar panels and all anymore, but they're not hurting anything either, so I guess they can stay. Let's see. Radar can just go, like, right here. Seems fine by me. And then I already have a radar right here, so I don't really need one down in this corner anywhere. I think we're already good on radar coverage there. Alright, I guess it's enough procrastinating. Let's see what I can do about eggs. I do want to do this in person though, so let's go ahead and run up that way. Oh, before I do that, I should probably put the bricks into a box. I don't think I need a whole substation for that. I think a single power pole will be just fine. I really don't like the way this connects. Okay, hold on. I can do that, ditch that. That is unnecessary. And then this can just be brought, like, up here. And that's better, question mark? Maybe? Okay. Let's just throw bricks into a chest and call that good. I'm not going to limit bricks or anything. There's not really any reason to go that far. We are just fine. So let's see. If we want biochambers, that takes eggs, nutrients, landfill, all fine. Sulfur is spoilage and bioflux. And we can make carbon out of spoilage. We can make plastic out of bioflux and Yumiko. Lubricant is jelly. And then finally, rocket fuel is water, jelly, and bioflux. And of course, we need these for our rocket ingredients to launch. Well, everything except for the sulfur, but the sulfur is useful for rockets. And the rockets are useful for, well, obvious reasons. I just realized I mean rocket ammunition, not rocket launches. I guess I should probably specify there. At any rate, let's see. Where do I want to start? I think I'll do plastic last, because plastic's only useful for LDS and for circuits, and all of that type stuff I want to do kind of towards the bottom of the base. Rocket fuel might be useful. Gleba is still better than Aquilo. I actually like Gleba. I mean, it's not like my favorite planet, but I do like the way that Gleba... How do I put it? Gleba out of the planets is the only one that feels like it has actual challenges to it, rather than just very slightly tweaked gameplay. Gleba's the only one that's like an entirely different experience. Oh no, there's something about Gleba that's just hits good, I guess. Explosives I don't want to do up here. I don't think I want to do carbon up here. I guess I'll do lubricant. I'm gonna need electric engines sooner or later. That's not really where I want to do lubricant though, so I will probably just reserve this next row for eggs. I guess that's fine. That'll allow science to get the freshest bioflux anyway, so I guess that makes sense. So let's go ahead and underground all this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there. In you go. You can import everything for rockets from Vulcanus, Fulgora, and Novice if you don't want to farm a ton. Oh, absolutely, yeah. In fact, I'm kind of contemplating just importing blue circuits. I just don't know if it's worth it or not. I think I'll probably just make them on site, but I certainly could. I'm already importing all my belts, and most of my building materials are being imported, so if I wind up importing circuits and things like that, that's, you know, not unreasonable. Okay, so that's going to be for nutrients mostly. Eggs just need nutrients and water, so I do need water up here somewhere. We are on Gleba, so water is rarely ever difficult to come by. Let's see. Offshore, where are some valid locations? I don't want to be in the way of this expanding this way. I definitely want to be down at this level somewhere. So I suppose that will have to do. And of course this is outside of build range, but we'll get to that. I don't know why I'm doing that with just regular pipe. I would never do that. Let's bring out the undergrounds and run it this way. Just to wherever I wind up needing it. And okay, let's see, is there anything special or fun I want to do with egg designs this time around? Probably not, but I will look at it at least. I might steal some of the design aspects I did for bacteria, where they feed back and forth and only output if there is an egg inside them. I think that's fine. Eggs especially you can burn, but want to be running continuously. You never want eggs to stop. That is kind of important. So maybe I will go ahead and do that. Yeah, okay. So all of this will have to change, of course. But let's see what I can do here. So if I put you there, swap you back to egg recipe. Get some of these plants out of the way so I can actually see what I'm doing. And then swap you. So your spoilage, you are... Okay, you're blacklisted spoilage, so we should only ever output eggs then. That can go away, that's unnecessary. We do want that. Let's go ahead and whitelist eggs here, it's just a lot clearer what's going on. And then of course the condition should not be iron bacteria, it should be pentapod eggs. There we go. Okay. All good. I think. Looks good. Now what I want to do is make sure that this is always cycling. And I'm not entirely sure how I can guarantee that. Because what I'm thinking is, how could I take eggs out, for example, if I don't have... why am I blanking? Nutrients. But I guess that doesn't matter. Like in that scenario, things are already foobar, so it doesn't do much good planning for that. Because all you're going to be doing in that case is moving the problem around rather than solving it. If something like that happens, we're already having a bad time. So, just for clarity, all you need is nutrients. You do not need bioflux, correct? So, nutrients will be made somewhere in here. I'll probably just trade out the belt of bioflux because a single bioflux nutrient creator will be able to make enough for a lot of these guys. And eggs go pretty far. In fact, now that I do have the trigger tech, let me just grab one of these guys and check science out because I don't remember ratios. So half an egg, but that's without modules or anything. I'm sure I'll throw some modules in you. And you do need bioflux, actually, so maybe I'll have the eggs on the back and will flow towards science production. Usually, I'd go for 1 science production a second, but given that this is Gleba and Gleba science spoils, I'll be going for 2 a second. So that's going to be a little over 2 of these guys. What might be fun, I have some prod mods, so what if I do that, and then a speed 2, and then the rest efficiency 2? I wonder what that will get me. Let's go ahead and throw that up there so the bots can actually get it built. Didn't really want you to build that. Okay. I am purposely letting them build this here so that I can see if they will deliver the modules, and because you only get the updated stats after the modules are in play. Okay, so that brings it up really close. It brings it up really close. So if I just swap out that for 1 more speed, that should do it. As long as we actually have the module. Yes, we do. Okay. Yes. So we consume 0.75 eggs a second, but double that, that'll be 1.5. I can live with that. So I need 1.5 eggs. What do these guys produce again? I already forget. Let's just shove them up there for a second. Let's upgrade the modules. So there. And there. Forgot to upgrade the ones on the side. I guess I only needed to upgrade 1 of them, but oh well, here we are. Okay, anyway, this is gonna do 0.5, you want 1.5, so I want 3 of these, but I would like just a little extra. Just a little extra so that I can have excess eggs to make more biochambers from. Like, I'm wondering if that's... Yeah, that's fine. It just means I want 1 more setup. And that's nothing. Okay. So that's our final egg production, and then this is all we need for science, actually, which is very surprising. I might leave room to expand this because that doesn't seem right at all. But you know, the great number calculators know best, and it says that's all I need for 2 science a second. So there's my input. Where can I have spoilage out? There's the spoilage belt right there. What if I were to try and join you from, like, right here? Of course, this power pole is right in the way, so let's just move that up. And I believe that just disconnected from something important. Yes, it did. Let's just move that down there. There you are. And then I don't need that anymore. Okay. It's a little messy, but it'll do. So that comes there, comes in and merges. So that's going to be our spoilage output for this area, which is unfortunately the close belt. I'll probably make you at least out to here. Good to see you back, but gonna have to catch the stream in the morning. Yeah, that's fine, man. Thanks for popping in anyway. I have nothing really to say about what happened earlier today. It was just unfortunate. Nothing anyone can do about it. I am trying my best. For whatever reason, this is breaking my brain. That may be a bad sign that I've already been awake a long time. Okay, anyway, there's that. Does that just connect? Yes, it does. Okay. It's fine, this has no power, that's not where that's supposed to be. Watch the vid, seems like it was weirder on your end. It was... how do I put it? I often have a little bit of weirdness when I'm streaming. It's difficult for me to tell exactly what the experience is unless I go back and watch the VOD later. Experience being experience for anyone watching. I don't know why it's different, but oftentimes it is. I think it's just because I'm uploading and then also trying to watch from YouTube, and it's weird somehow. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm just trying to make it sound reasonable. But at any rate, that's my general experience. This is my spoilage output. Let me not forget to set this. There we go. And there we go. Pop in, and here you see nutrients, and then get the death circle. Yeah. It said you're alive for nearly 2 hours. Weird side effect, actually. Like, the part that bums me out the most, which, I don't know, it's just, maybe it's not even something anyone else would notice, but it, lost chat because I never ended the stream properly. At least, all the times that I went back to look at it, it never had chat restored, and that was kind of a bummer. This is going to be pentapod egg, so I'm a little locked in for a second, and then I will also need science output. I'm kind of out of room, so I guess science output is going to go up top. That's going to just go into chests. I would like it to go into a single chest, ideally. So let's go here, and then output into the provider. That way, I'll set up a system for pulling the old science out and burning it later, but for right now, I just want to get science production actually set up. ZX and you could still talk, so that was weird. Yeah, I guess it doesn't affect the chat if my internet's dead, at least. Is this the first time you play Space Age? This is kind of second, kind of third. And I know that doesn't make sense, but I'll say it's my third time playing Gleba, but I am purposefully trying to play a little bit different from previous times that I've played, just so it's not the same thing every time. Yeah, thank you. Let's go ahead and do a... well, I guess I could get a... this is for nutrients. I realize I'm just saying stuff and not speaking. So let me actually use my word. This is for nutrients to come in. And then they can sit here, and I'll have a little spoil guard on the end. I bet I still have one in the clipboard somewhere. There we are. And then, yeah, you can just come in like that, sure. You're all on the far side of the belt already, so what's it matter? That's actually reversed. Let's flip that around. When you turn the game sound lower or your mic up, the game is loud. Photo circle, see you in the morning if the internet holds. I hope the internet holds. Game down or mic up? I can turn mic up, that's not a problem. I'm pretty sure at least. Let me see. Okay, let's, yeah, that looks like that's a pretty extreme bump, actually. Let me maybe reverse course just a little there. Okay, let's see how that goes, and if the game is still a little loud, then I'll back off on that just a smidge. Hopefully that's a little bit better. And let's see, where was I? So they have nutrients now. They're all cool. They have spoilage out. Nutrients have an escape. Eggs need an immediate escape. You can't put eggs on regular spoilage, because if regular spoilage backs up for whatever reason, then your eggs also back up, and that's a very bad thing. So it's not worth trying to get, like, squeeze a little bit of extra power out of eggs. Eggs just immediately get incinerated. If they don't get used, they burn. So just immediately in. There we are. Okay. So that's for eggs. This is for spoilage. I do actually need to make the nutrients, so let's copy this guy up here. In fact, I can probably copy just about everything about this guy. Okay, maybe it'll take a little doing, actually. So let's just copy that and see what happens. Yeah, okay, maybe I'm trying to be a little too clever with it. Let's just rebuild it. So, nutrients. Nutrients from Bioflux. Make sure to throw a filter on you, because on Gleba, everything must have a filter. Copy probably 2 of these guys, because you're going to make a lot of spoilage if your nutrients do spoil inside you. Same thing down this way now. Just send it off. And let's see, these guys over here. Let's go ahead and move you into place. Also, the Bioflux does not need to continue further than that. I can just grab you and in. And since Bioflux is likely to spoil there, let's just grab a little spoil guard, move you down, and you can join the belt down this way. Just like right in here somewhere. Oh good. Learn to deal with spoilage with bots. It's easier, you can place an inserter with a filter for spoilage on every machine in an active provider chest, and for belts, you place one on every end of the belt. Yeah, bots make a lot of problems in Space Age very trivial, and so I kind of take it upon myself to avoid it where possible, but there are still the occasions here and there where it's like, yeah, I just let the bots handle that. One specific example, actually, being seeds. So these chests up here are filtered to seeds, so I will store all of my seeds in there. But if I wind up with too many seeds, then I have these chests down here that will turn on, request seeds, and burn them. Did I not paste that in? I guess I never pasted this in. Okay. Okay, let me think just a smidge about how I actually want to do this. Because the water's on the top, but I'd also like nutrients to be on the top. But you do only need eggs and nutrients. That's like all you need. And your eggs are already dealt with. So maybe nutrients using long hands isn't the end of the world. Could probably do this a little more intelligently though. That way I can do regular inserters into you. There we go. And there we go. Okay, I do need another substation. Like right here, unfortunately. Yeah, that's where it wants to be, but that's not where it gets to be. Maybe I just go ahead and move this over a smidge. Let's say you need to be at this height, and maybe about... Let me put the substation in first. There. Okay. So let's go 2 at a time. So I'll put you here and break you into 2 tiles. So one gets to go here, and the other gets to go here. And then this just gets deconstructed. Okay. Should keep more seeds in storage so you can craft soil. Don't know if you mega based in Space Age, but soil takes a ton of seeds. I do plan on setting up soil production. If anything, that's why I'm buffering so like an entire chest of seeds, because I do plan on sending most of my seeds into being turned into soil. This needs to move so I can do an underground. You're already an underground. Let's get you over here. And I think I'll just move you over to this area and then do real pipes to bridge the gap there. And then all these pipes through here I'll just pick up. This needs to continue this way. And then I'll have spoilage output onto the belt on the bottom for these guys just like I do the others. So grab that. Out and out. Out and out. And there we go. Okay, that should be spoilage output for everyone. Now I just have to get the nutrients in. Which does mean this needs to go... Ooh. That doesn't... Even the blue doesn't fit there. Okay, I can make this work. Substation's right in the way. But I can make this work. Okay, there we go. What I can do is I can just put a splitter right there, and then you can have nutrients right there. You're gonna spoil, though. Oh, you would spoil right in front of him. Okay, spoilage, or nutrients, just gets to go on the top. I already have inserters up there. I kind of like the idea of the, like, down the middle loading, but if it's not gonna happen, it's not gonna happen. Let's also upgrade this guy, just because, and get that going across the top. There we go. Just a fun fact for Gleba soil, you can use productivity modules inside the assembler for soil so you can make it a bit cheaper. Oh, very nice. Didn't know that before, and at 100% productivity for every craft you get one more for free. I mean, it's certainly very nice. I have the tendency to just completely forget what can and cannot receive productivity modules, which means I just try and throw prod into everything pretty much. What am I doing? I was copying something. I need a spoilage guard. There we are. That goes there. And then spoilage can just come down and in. And again, this is a awkward setup to expand in the future, but not impossible. The only real input to this whole setup is bioflux. So if I can just move this down and, you know, pump in more bioflux, I will be a-okay if I need it. I will need the starter eggs, of course, and it does look like I need pentapod eggs to make this last biochamber. Speaking of which, I do need a biochamber for making biochambers. And I didn't really leave room for that, unfortunately. I could put it right here. It just needs nutrients, is the problem. I could also put it, like, up here somewhere. It's a little awkward, kind of ugly, but eh. What all does a biochamber need anyway? I'm sure all of this will just come in by bot. Iron circuit, landfill, nutrient, pentapod egg. Yeah, that's all just coming in by bots. So the pentapod egg can go here. Long arm, I guess you go down one. There we are. Again, at the point where I have to build quality farms on every planet so I can get my hand on every single legendary item I can get. See, that sounds like a challenge I might attempt once, and then kind of forever just go, yeah, I did that. The quality grind is not something that usually appeals to me. Something I want to do. See, I'm wiring things up without thinking. I want to grab a roboport. There's a roboport right down here. Surprisingly, that can just reach. What I want to do is I want to disable this long-handed inserter unless there is logistics demand. So, logistics network requests. I want to make sure this is disabled unless we are at a deficit for biochambers. There we are. So if biochambers are greater than 0, and I want to set your hand size to 1. That way I don't wind up with eggs stuck inside this guy, because that is the very last thing that I want. And I guess in that case, I also need a combinator here, so that I can read the contents of this guy, including what's being used while crafting, multiply it by -1, and feed it back into this inserter here. So let's go ahead and get the wires in place. You will be bioplant, or eggs actually, very specifically eggs, times -1, and output eggs. Doing legendary items is fun and all, but it takes time. Exactly. You can build a space casino for easy copper, iron, coal, and stone and scale from there. I mean, you certainly can, but like you said, it's mostly a matter of time. And I usually enjoy the building part of things, but then once I'm done building, it's kind of like, okay, I'm done. What's next? I want to move on. There's my input, there's my output. Let's get a blue chest for input and a red chest for output. And do that. Take the eggs off. Take nutrients off also. I don't want to be requesting nutrients. I actually have special logic on part of the network for requesting nutrients, so that would be a no-no. This is my nutrient belt right here, unfortunately. So maybe I do move this up a square, which does mean this also has to move, which means this belt has to underground here. But that's fine. Not a big deal. And then I can get nutrients from right there. So all those materials will come in by bot. I've got nutrients right here. I've got eggs. All I need is spoilage output. And spoilage can go right there, actually. So let me grab a spoilage filter. And spoilage can go right there. Thing is, I was scared by quality the first time I did it, but it's so easy to get a ton of legendary items. I'm a big procrastinator. And I'm on Vulcanus building my legendary mall now. I did attempt at the very beginning of the playthrough, like if I give a peek to Novice, there are a few things that I snuck quality modules into. Actually, they're not even here anymore. When I upgraded to EM plants, I guess I forgot to put quality mods in, but like I do make them. For example, when I was making my first space platforms, I feel so blind right now. I know I make them. Okay, there we are. So the asteroid collectors and thrusters I threw quality in. I got a single uncommon thruster out of all the thrusters that I've made. And I have one rare asteroid collector. That's actually probably going on my ship I'm building very soon to take me to Maraxsis, and then later Aquilo. But, you know, it's not been the best return for me. Granted, this is only 2 Tier 1 quality modules, so that's a 2% chance, but, you know, I didn't invest super heavily into it. Managed to build 2 ships for asteroid casinos, so it can have a ton of resources. I mean, that's certainly the way to go. This will need the same way that I have down here. I was actually just talking about this. This will need a little jumpstart setup. So let me copy that, and then I'll need a radar. That is a green wire, so let me remember that. Also, what are you connected to? Like, what is, maybe I should also connect... Let me see if I can fit this. If not, then I'll have an example I can just pick apart. Yeah, there's no way that's fitting in here, but I can get all of the individual parts in place. So let me just copy that and paste it onto you. And then you have a green wire going into this comparator, it looks like. You have a green wire going to this chest. Yes, you do. Okay. So green wire into the chest. I can very easily just move this up and lose absolutely nothing. Other than the fact that you don't supply yourself. Once again. I've done this before. So at best I can put you here, and then have an inserter doing that. And then I can pick that up. And this does fit, just barely. But it does. Okay. So that should all be connected, though your... Where do you output? You output into the radar. So let's grab a radar. Move you up here. And you output into the radar. There we go. And so... you can build like 80 or 90% of the items in the game from just legendary iron, copper, coal, and calcite that you get from a casino. Yeah, the only other thing that I know you need is plastic. Granted, you could make plastic from legendary coal, but I know it's pretty easy to get legendary plastic from the old LDS shuffle. Anyway, this, as it's empty, is feeding into you, and you are outputting nutrients, so this is enabled. So yes, that does jumpstart it. Very nice. And now this chest should be disabled, which it is. Bots are still coming because they take a second to notice, but all the same, I should have trash unrequested on. Otherwise, that's going to fill up with unnecessary junk, as has already happened over here. So let's make sure trash is on there. Okay, very nice. So that's all filled up. You are full of nutrients. All you need is water and pentapod eggs. So I guess I will get the pipe connected. I don't know why it's not already. Oh, it is connected. You just don't have a thing over here because we're outside of build range. Let me find the nearest roboport and just continue build range out this way. Grab a large power pole. Where can you go? I could probably grab power from down there, but I think it's better to run power from here. That's just what we're gonna do. So there's that one, and that one. Okay, very cool. So you go in there, and another lamp over there, and boom, we got power. So, oh, and the bot's already built that. Okay. Very cool, very cool. Plastic you get from coal, yeah. Do you play with mods now? Pretty often, yes. In fact, there are mods on this world. I mentioned a minute ago that I plan on going to Maraxsis soon, and we also have Lignumus. Lignumus was a starter planet, so instead of starting on Novice, we started here. All that can get picked up. Fortunately, I do have more of that down here. Wrigglers are making their best effort to be a nuisance down here, probably trying to start a nest, because noise isn't an issue, but they should get picked off by my patrolling mini Spidertron. Oh no, they're just gonna run straight into the walls, okay. That's interesting. Oh, fair enough. Okay, so this is running it all. Everything is fine. Let's go find some eggs. You have water now, yes? Yes you do. Okay. Nearest eggs are to the north. Unfortunately, I don't really have any weaponry. I've been relying purely on my personal lasers. And that's gonna go very poorly if we start seeing medium stompers show up. The small stompers already take like 2 minutes to kill with LDS. Or, not LDS, PDS. PDS is still wrong. Whatever the acronym is. My brain's a little too cooked right now. I may have only been streaming now for an hour consecutively, but I did start my day a long time ago, and I was already streaming 12 hours ago by this point, so I'm already pretty fuzzy right now. My brain's already pretty fuzzy. Alright, let's get this guy down, and I've got all the eggs I should need. There we go. Let's just... there. Good. Okay. So let's go get all of those placed in. Unfortunately, I am still missing a biochamber, production biochamber. So what I think I will do is I will just turn off personals for a second, and I will grab one of the existing biochambers making eggs down here, since this one doesn't have a pair to go with it anyway. I'll do that. Personals are off. And place this one instead, as long as I don't stand on the belt. Okay. Moment of truth. In they go. "9 a.m. over there." Is it morning? No, it is, for me, it's 1 a.m. So, I've got almost another 12 hours to go. This was supposed to be a 24-hour stream, but my internet died about 6 hours in. Let's say southeastern US. I'm gonna bump up the amount of landfill being requested here just to a slightly more reasonable number. Same for circuits. That way I never have to worry about the bots not bringing enough in. If we get like a nearly expired egg or something in here, I do want to make sure it gets used. In fact, let's just throw a couple speed mods in you. Let's see. So you do output. We don't necessarily limit our output, but at the same time we do limit our input. Maybe this should be a buffer chest, actually. That way you can both store and request. Do I make buffers? Yes, I do. Okay. From Eastern Europe. I figured anyone showing up at this time is probably from Europe. Otherwise, they're insane like me. Trash unrequested is good. And as for what we actually want to request, that's going to be, let's say, 20. Sure, that's probably a rocket's worth. Rocket, where are you? Okay, actually, where are you? Rocket capacity 20, yes. So in that case, do I only want 20? I mean, how many biochambers am I really sending off anytime soon? I think 20 is fine. And the reason I want to do that is because I only feed it eggs if there is demand for biochambers. But in order to have any on hand when I want them, there needs to be demand for biochambers. So I am currently requesting 20. There we go. That should just kick everything off. Also, I am reading... No, I'm not. I'm very glad I checked. So I am now reading the contents of this machine, and that's being multiplied by -1, so that it does count towards demand. So if I want 3, but I'm already making 1, then it only shows demand for 2. You are supposed to be slightly different. Hold on. Let me change this to biochambers instead of eggs. There we are. That way it properly sums up. Yes, there is demand for lots of biochambers, but it's all working properly now. Okay. Romania, if you know that country. Yeah, I know Romania. Don't get me wrong, my geography's terrible. If you asked me to point to it on a map, I probably couldn't, but that's no shade against Romania. I probably couldn't point at Greece. I could, you know, I live in the US, I would probably have a hard time pointing out US states to you. Geography is just never something I particularly excelled at. Did you know you can beat Gleba with no defenses? Only offense. You destroy every nest in your pollution cloud and near it and landfill everything. It takes a ton of landfill. I'm not gonna lie, a good 80% of the time that's just how I play Novice. The very first time I played Space Age, it wasn't until I got to Aquilo that I'd fully walled in my base. The fact that I fully walled in Novice this time, I was actually kind of proud of myself. It's like, hey, I actually did it. I did the thing. Yeah, I am starting to get behemoth biters on Novice now, which is not super cool, but my defenses should be enough to handle that, but now that I'm making Teslas and everything, I'm not that worried about it. You know, one thing that people often don't do... I had a spare biochamber on me. That was weird. One thing people often don't do is import flamers to Gleba. But all of the strafers and stompers and everything have absolutely no resistance to fire, and flamers are incredibly cheap to power. They take very little fuel. You can just ship in barrels of light oil and keep your flamers going pretty much forever. Pentapods can't spread in landfill chunks, only chunks that have water. Actually, I did not know that. Do they only place nests on water? They are egg rafts, so I suppose that does make sense. I do want to get a buffer chest down at the farms to hold seeds. So let's get a buffer chest for jelly nut down here. And just keep like 50 in here. I think that's fine. And then always keep, you know, a few logistic spots. Maybe not 50, but at least some. Why is it saying there's not enough? Okay. I was gonna say there's definitely some in there. And then I do want to do the same up here for Yumiko. So you are going to request Yumiko seeds. Even though you're closer to storage and everything, just on principle, let's keep some up here. And let's keep some logistic spots up here. There we are. That way there's always bots nearby when you need them. If the chunk is 80 or 90% land-filled or with natural land on it, they can't build a nest on the land. Interesting. I did not know that, actually. I just realized all of my bioflux goes on only half the belt, and I'm not sure I'm okay with that. Yeah, I think I want to properly lane balance that. Let's just throw that in there. That's fine. I am producing science, by the way. It is spoiling, but I don't really mind because that's just how Gleba works. I would really like to have some defenses spread around at this point. Probably a good idea. Yeah, let's grab this large power pole and just see how far I can get it to go. That is right in the way, unfortunately. So let's bring you up as far as I can. That's definitely out of the way. And then down this way. There works. For the first time, my Gleba base doesn't have a Tesla wall around it. I will build a legendary Tesla turret wall when I get the legendary turrets. A wall of Tesla turrets honestly just sounds awe-inspiring. That sounds like something I'd only ever see in creative mode. Let's see. I don't have much to the south of me, though there is this base that could expand into here, so I do need defense around the bottom and the sides. And, of course, there's nothing in range yet. I'm just trying to plan for the future. So, let's build a little blueprint I can just pop down here and there. I do have lasers, but I do think pentapods are resistant to lasers. Let me go ahead and just search that up. If I look at, like, stompers, for example, you have 80% laser. Yes, okay, so bullets do nothing to you. I mean, basically nothing, considering your HP. And lasers do absolutely nothing to you. So, no point in using any lasers at all. I mean, eventually I will have rocket turrets, and those will be much appreciated, but the whole reason I have a reactor here is so that I can build Teslas. So let's get some Teslas around. And I realized I said let's make a blueprint, and then absolutely did not make a blueprint. So if I have... Let's say this is my front-facing one here, then I will want some flamers. And probably something facing this way as well. So let's just encase this guy, and then we need an assembler. The assembler can go like here, because I am going to have to fish pipe in weird ways through here. I really hate that, actually. That's really bad. Maybe you can go here. And that way I can get an underground pipe in here. I think that's fine. And then unbarreling recipe. Let's go unbarrel light oil. Very good. Make sure that's connected. And get you some requests, and returns. Would be cool if I didn't have to use a power pole here, but there's no way that's happening with a single large power pole. So let's just go ahead and get that in place. So return and in. And let's grab chests. So blue and red. Now I have 0 legendary holmium, 0 legendary EM plants because I didn't even start to upcycle holmium. Also for power in Gleba, you can deploy a tactical quad nuclear reactor for free power. I mean, that's essentially what I've got going. I just copied my novice reactor, so it's pretty efficient. It only generates steam if this steam array up here is empty. And then I have some bonus guys down here also making steam. So all of my spoilage gets made into steam, and the reactor only kicks on if I really need it to. Which, at the moment, I don't. It's just not even doing anything. Let's go ahead and get this finished before I forget. This, of course, needs robo coverage, so let's go ahead and get a roboport out here somewhere. Right there seems fine. 100 is probably a little much. Let's go for like 25 maybe. And then rather than red, that can actually just be a purple barrel. I actually have no idea what I'm going to do with the empty barrels, come to think of it. I might just recycle them for a little extra steel. That would mean sending a recycler in, and I don't actually have any recyclers on Gleba. Could I get a recycler? I think I could. Where's garbage truck? Here's my Gleba ship. It already imports some stuff from around orbit in Novice. I have a inter-platform requests mod so that platforms can trade between each other if they're orbiting the same planet. So I'll come here and request recyclers as well. If I can find them. There we go. And maybe not that many. I think 10 is probably fine. Does Redeemer actually carry? You don't even carry recyclers. So let's make sure you have recyclers to carry. There we go. So we'll wind up with recyclers eventually. Yes, okay, so we'll make it here. I'll just go ahead and make a build somewhere so that the spent barrels are turned back into steel. Maybe I'll even do that like right up here. So just recycler. Right here. Blue chest. And red chest then. For steel. I think that's fine. We have all these barrels in here. Let's go ahead and just set the requests right here. Like 1,000, I guess. I certainly can't fit that many barrels in there, but, you know, it's about the spirit of it, you know? So that'll turn them all back into steel once we actually get a recycler up here. Now, let's see. Where do I go from here? So these guys are exhausted. Let's go ahead and pick all this up. There we go. We do have science coming in, but we don't have any of the rocket parts, so that's probably a fair place to go to next. So let me plan some stuff out. I know I'm going to need the rocket fuel recipe. I know I'm going to need the sulfur recipe. And I know I'm going to need the plastic recipe. And I am going to need the lubricant recipe, but that's not really important. That just goes somewhere, but I will place it there just so I don't forget it. My last mega base, I think I can call it a mega base because it was huge. I had a field of legendary solar panels on both Novice and Gleba, and Vulcanus. See, you don't even need solar on Vulcanus. Like, which is hilarious because Vulcanus is the best planet for solar. It's just that power is so free on Vulcanus, it's just unnecessary. If I count every single panel and accumulator from every planet, 1 million legendary solar panels. That is a lot of solar panels. Let's see, this biochamber produces 0.3. I could just throw more speed mods in you, but I think I would just rather have a couple more biochambers. On the other hand, I do have 27 tier 1 speeds. What if I just threw 2 tier 1 speeds in you? Got you up to 0.4. That way I have a little more than 1 per second with 3 machines. Yeah, that's fine. So, how many jelly machines does that take? So you make 12. Each of you will take just over 8. So that's about 25 a second. So I need, like, the tiniest amount of speed in you. And then 2 of you. Okay. That works for me. And again, this is certainly not final layout. I'm just trying to figure out ratios for things that I need. You only need bioflux and spoilage, so that's fine. You need Yumiko and bioflux. So I actually have no idea how much plastic I'm going to need, unfortunately. I guess that's something I can't really put off any longer. I'll have to actually start thinking about. So, garbage truck. You are requesting blue circuits from Novice Orbit, you've just never gotten any. That's a bit of a shame. Where is Moon Science? Because that's the one coming from Lignumus. Lignumus just doesn't have any blue circuits to send. That's concerning. Why is that? Hold on, where even am I? Okay. You just have absolutely no gold, it looks like. Yeah, I need to get more of these core miners down. I just have not felt like expanding further. I'm gonna have to, I just don't want to. Also, why am I not making artillery? I should be making artillery shells. Somewhere. Oh, I am. Okay. I wasn't expecting that answer. How many planet mods do you have in total? I didn't want to go too overboard. This was supposed to have concluded at the end of April, but this is my first streaming day since, well, my last streaming day in April. So that's why this is the overtime stream. 2, if I didn't say so already. I have 2 total. Okay, so these are still getting loaded around. So the artillery is still firing here and there. I guess that's why I keep getting these swarms. The artillery keeps aggroing like single nests at a time. Not that I particularly mind. Like, I'm able to clean them up easily enough. Yeah, okay, it's just picking off single nests here and there. I might not even be outpacing their expansion then, at the rate that I'm producing artillery shells. So maybe this just also needs to be artillery. So let's get you a couple mods as well. And just hope that you're able to speed things along a little bit and I don't run out of materials. Because if the artillery can manage to clear these guys out, then I will be able to push out and claim some of these gold spots without too much hassle, and hassle's really the only reason I haven't expanded more aggressively there. But if I'm not shipping blue circuits out of Lignumus, then I do need to make blue circuits here. Let's see, why is there no iron? Oh, I never output iron! Okay, that's why there's no iron. I suppose that will do it. So let's get the output for iron going. Yeah, there we go. Okay. We finally have green circuits. Yay. I do not need that to be an underground. Okay, anyway, there's a whole bunch of green circuits coming in now. Maybe I do want that to be an underground, actually, because I'm gonna have to get that out somehow. Actually, I think I just need this to not be there. All of these belts need to be reversed, and you actually need to be up here. That's just the unfortunate truth of the matter. So let's get this whole thing reversed, all of this swapped around. So let's see. Why are you still going down? There we are. In you go. And in you go. Okay. That should be all cool. And the reason I need to do that is so that I can make red circuits somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where. They may even just go like right here. Just turn this around and bring them back down. Did you get legendary equipment in any of your last save? When I first got my legendary mech armor and equipment for it, it was crazy. Fast as hell and crazy inventory size. I have... let me think. Just as a challenge for myself, I did get a pair of legendary exo legs. Just for the fun, but that was kind of it. But yeah, you did absolutely zoom around on those. They were very fast. Let me go to Novice and see if I have a good copyable design up here. Not really anything to copy, it looks like. You just send it in and the output. Okay. I probably don't need this many, but I'll go ahead and copy that and see how that fits in here. Not very well. That's kind of what I figured. Yeah, let's not copy that. Also, I don't know if I'm going to have enough room just horizontally. It does look like I will, actually. Yeah, okay. Let's just see how many I can get to go in here. I could even have you just directly feed off of the belt, actually, without even having to turn the greens around. So, let's say I just put you all here. You are red circuits. In you go. And you all get here to prod, have fun. And you all get green circuits. There we go. Where does that get me? So I still need copper cable and I still need plastic. Reasonable. That is a bit of a problem since one of my sides is taken up by iron, which I don't need. Yeah, maybe I will go ahead and back this off then. So pick that up, move it back to here, and then bring green circuits around. And if I am going through all this trouble, green circuits get to be on a close belt. Just pick up all those. And then we'll have blues in here. And each one of you does only need 0.33 per second, so it's not like the fast inserters are going to be overtaxed or anything. Let's complete the substation grid through here. And let's see, what else can I do? I can get copper cable on the side. That's probably a good idea. Let's say right there. In you go. Maybe even on the bottom. All of these. How many is this, actually? I wasn't even counting. This is 5. So that's going to be 1.5 red circuits a second. What does that translate to in terms of red circuits? Or blue circuits, rather. Let me go ahead and fully mod you up. And once the modules are in place, then I'll have my final numbers. But I might need just a smidge more. I can move down a little bit if I need to. I could move this down to like here and then just underground the copper wire. Okay, there we are. So it's pretty much 1-to-1. Respectable. Okay. So if this is 1.5 for red circuits, and I just leave the last one for bot stuff and crafting and all, then I need this many for blue circuits. So blue circuit, and fill it in. I think that's reasonable. I think I will go ahead and move the green circuits one more time. Because I do definitely need more copper cable than I do green circuits for red circuits. So the copper cable actually gets to be the close belt. There we are. And then green circuits get to be long hands. And then the green circuits need to flow out for blue circuits anyway, so I'd say this is fine. All good. We just need output. Actually, how much copper cable are you going to eat? I feel like I already did this. You're 2/3, so that's 10/3. So that's just over 3 a second. And you output, like, yeah, a lot. We have plenty of copper cable. How far does this reach? Not far enough. But that's decently far. So that can connect into there. And now all I need is plastic. So I'll have plastic be another near belt. Unfortunately, not there, because the substation is in the way. So different pattern then, I guess. Where do you fit? You can be second in, I guess. That's not too terrible. And then red's on the inside of that. Outside of that. Hold on, why is this breaking my brain? Right there, okay. There we are. So, you go there. Where does this line up? It doesn't. You're off somehow, and I'm not sure why. But you get to just go there. And now you work. Okay. Yeah, everything's all cool now. We just gotta wait for those to come in. So, this is gonna be plastic. Let's say plastic comes in from the top. There we are. And then red circuits also flow down. And this probably doesn't need to be blue belt. That's probably excessive, being that I don't have very much extra blue belt to play with. Okay, there we go. It was a little finicky, but we got there in the end. Level 26 on robot speed is crazy. It takes 2 gigawatts to... Oh, no. 2... What is that? 2 billion to research more? 2 billion packs to research more. I mean, it is level 26, granted, but... Yeah, that sounds pretty crazy. I realized I used a red there. Let's use a blue. And they can come down here to match. Okay, so that's all in. That will eventually make red circuits. I just have to actually make the plastic. And then green circuits will continue down and around, and red circuits will come over here as well. So let's go ahead and feed them over. Grab a blue, and blues go really far. Yeah, I can go even farther than that. Let's go even one more than that. There we are. And then red can just go there, and that's fine. So let's see, where do I actually want the blues to go, because this is not their final place. looks like right there would work. I'll put them at the same height as red. That looks neat enough. And then that can be for green, that can be for blue circuits. Now, blue circuits are on a blue belt, so let me keep them on a blue belt. You should be there, and there. Okay, and then reds can go in the middle. Very nice. Oh, cool. Then all I need is sulfuric acid, which I will get to in not too terribly long. In a testing world. Ah, that'll do it. Okay, I was thinking that's quite a lot of robot speed. You are very dedicated to researching robot speed. Go ahead and get all that. Why are you disconnected? I guess because I broke all those miners earlier. Let's see. Where can I... Okay, you still actually have to go there. But I can just... maybe connect here? Sure, that's fine. So, let's see. You will need power. Go ahead and get a substation this way. And miraculously, all of this seems fine. I can even output just fine. Guess I will output onto a belt, and then all the blue circuits can just go in a chest. Rockets will probably be in this hollow space right here. Not for any particular reason, it's just I have an empty space, so I may as well try and fill it. In which case, I'm going to go ahead and just clear all of this debris. It's long overdue. Let's get rid of it. Okay. So, where does that leave me? Rocket fuel is this setup here. I'll probably deal with rocket fuel last, because it's actually very small. Plastic. Plastic is also needed for LDS, so let's set up LDS, and then I will know exactly how much plastic I will need. If I have blue circuits here, it doesn't seem reasonable to throw LDS on the other side. You have a belt right there. Then let's grab LDS. Naturally, shove you with just all the mods. And I think on Novice I only needed like 4 or something. Yeah, I only need 4 to achieve 1 per second. So let's go and do the same thing here. We will clear these cliffs, even if they aren't necessarily exclusively? What? Expressly? I don't know. Words aren't coming to me anymore. Even if they aren't necessarily exactly in the way, I just don't want them there. Let's say... Where are we in terms of piping? Okay, everything is on the wrong side, that's fine. I guess iron gets to be the long pipe, and then copper gets to be the short pipe. There we are. Pipe those together, and then get the undergrounds in play. There we go. I think that's all of them all connected. This is also only output. I did not leave room for input. You also need more input than you do output, so maybe you can just output with red inserters. I think that's fine. And then this belt will actually be plastic, so it will actually be downward facing. There we are. And then LDS output can be over here. Okay, so that means plastic is over there and over here. Kind of feel like plastic will likely be made around this territory. So I'm going to go ahead and assume we cross this way. I'm not super happy with how that works out, but once we have... excuse me, I think it's time for a sip of water. There we are. Once we have something a little more concrete, I will wire the rest of that in. In the meantime, I do want to just preemptively throw a requester, or not a request, a provider chest right here, so that I can store some blue circuits, just in case we need them. Not a lot though. I don't think we actually need any. I can't think of anything that I need blue circuits for, but I'll go ahead and store like 600. And might as well do the same with LDS. You can just go right here, swap you out for LDS, and LDS I'll keep even less. I'll only keep like 300 or something, because I really don't know what I need LDS for, but I will keep some. Okay, so plastic. Plastic is made with Yumiko and Bioflux. And now that I know the machines that I need, I can figure out the ratio of biochambers that I need. So 4 of you is going to take 3.2 plastic a second, and 5 of you is going to take, hold on, that's 5/3, or 1 2/3 a second. So 1.66, and this was 3.2, so that's 4.8 a second. Let's just say 5. Well, you almost make 5 just dead on yourself, so I bet I can just throw a single speed in you, and I don't think I want to bother with prod, but you know what? You can get a single prod. Have fun. You know what? You can complete the set. Have fun. You have to wait for the bots to actually bring the mods so I can see what I'm even doing. They are missing tier 1 mods. Let me chuck my mods into the bots so they can use them. Okay, so that's gonna give me just over 5 all by yourself. Awesome. That's all the plastic we need right here in this one machine. Okay, that works. It's a surprise, but it works. You're gonna need nutrients, but I don't really want to do nutrients just for one machine. So you're gonna share probably with sulfur, maybe also lubricant, because those are kind of the oddballs. So maybe those can be next, because I think I've already said this, but I kind of want to do rocket fuel last. So let's get these guys together. There we are. And you can just be down in this area somewhere. Yeah, you can just chill out like right there. Don't think anyone's gonna mind. Oops. I wanted to move you a little bit in. And I might need more sulfur than this. That's maybe not enough sulfur. I might need more lubricant than this. Who knows? In fact, maybe this should be flipped around, because I know I'm only going to need the one plastic, but the others are a little more up in the air. Let's go ahead and get a tank on the output of the lubricant as well. And so, let's see. You need Bioflux and Yumiko. You need Jelly. You need Bioflux and Spoilage. The Spoilage is, that's a little tricky to work around, but we'll get there. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have Bioflux on a belt down at this level. That way both of you can get it without it being majorly in the way. There's your Bioflux input, and then let's get Bioflux in right here. Let's see. In my Megabase, I've managed to research 24 robot speed levels, and my SPM is not even 1,000,000. It's 174k because I'm lazy to finish the base. I hope to finish the save at least and hit 1,000,000 SPM for the first time. 1,000,000 SPM is incredible. Like, that is just an actual ludicrous amount of science. Okay, this wants to be right here, and honestly, I'm fine with that. All of this, I never cared where that went to begin with, so it can just come up a smidge. And then that's no longer in the way. Okay, so this is moving up, so let's underground that well in advance. And then split here, and out. I am going to have to deal with spoilage before too terribly long, but I have a spoilage belt down here, so it's not like it's a million miles away. I'm at 1k SPM now, but not for every science. Yeah, that's a lot of science. Question for you. Are you going for SPM or ESPM? Are you taking into account the productivity gained from biolabs? Not that that's somehow lesser, I'm just curious. I don't know if it's possible to go for 1 million actual science. That sounds insane. So this is going to make... maybe even move that up a smidge. Because all of these also need spoilage out. And you have nowhere to actually output your spoilage, which makes me think maybe spoilage output needs to be, like, up this way. So let's do this and have this be spoilage output. There you are. The only tricky thing is you can't have spoilage output, because you need spoilage input. I guess that's fine, actually, because it's not going to take spoilage out of your input slot. Yeah, if anything, maybe I want to run the spoilage this way, so you get, like, first dibs at it. It's fine, you can just request it from bots, I don't really mind. It's not like we're gonna need a bajillion sulfur. I mean, I guess we do need it for blue circuits. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Well, first things first, let's get some nutrients in here. So let's see, you want Yumiko mash. So I think all of these are just going to get a dedicated machine. So there's a Yumiko, and there's a Yumiko. And you're all going to go like this. Maybe I'll even bring them in, kind of like that. Let's see, so there's spoilage. So I think I will run spoilage this way so that this guy gets kind of first dibs at it. In which case, I'm going to move his output to be here. Then you can have a spoilage input right there. Okay, and then this is going to be Yumiko. You will also be Yumiko, and then this is Jelly Nut. It's 1,000,000 on the graph. Over your mouse over the mining prop. Okay, that's what I figured. So that is generally what I see the name for that is ESPM, or effective science per minute, which does take all productivity and everything into account, which is the reasonable way to do it. Again, I'm not, like, I hope it doesn't come across like I'm saying, oh, you're not really doing science. Like, that is the way that any sane person would say, I'm doing 1,000,000 science. I just want to be very clear on that, because it could come across very wrong, and that's not at all how I mean it. Like, if my shock and amazement in the beginning did not get that across, I will say one more time, I could never. I just don't have the... See, I could even, like, be excited to play Pi or something, but I could never do, like, a literal 1,000,000 science per minute. That just sounds daunting. This needs to be nutrients. There we go. And then I guess nutrients have to go here. That's just kind of the only room I've left myself. So everything gets a nutrient input. There we go. Connect them in. think that's everything. Everything has spoilage out. The belts do not have spoilage yet, but I will get to that. If I go for 1 million SPM real science, my game performance would go to 0. I don't think I have... Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. Like, it is, I think, probably actually impossible to do literally 1 million science packs per minute. That's mostly why I was asking, to be honest, because I wanted to gauge how insane the goal was. I can actually split this on the bottom straight up onto a spoilage filtered splitter, which is kind of cool. Then spoilage just continues that way. So let's see. That's gonna make everything you need. You need Yumiko, but that's fine. You can have it from there. These guys. These guys don't get nutrients. These guys don't get nutrients. Okay. That is perfectly solvable. All I have to do is run the belt this way instead, and up, and then I can just split here. And then you can have a belt at this height for nutrients. And then we'll have to do some funky stuff to get Yumiko into these guys, but it shouldn't be too terrible. Let's make sure they all need seed output, which for you specifically is a little annoying. For the two on the end, it's not that bad. For you, it's a little in the way. Purple chest, purple chest, purple chest. Make sure you are filtered the seeds. Yumiko. Yumiko. And jelly nut. Okay. Maybe in 10 to 20 years we'll have computers powerful enough to hit 10 million SPM. I mean, we can hope. I hope my old laptop is good enough to run a million SPM base at 60 FPS. I'll be real with you. Let's aim for like 50 UPS. Factorio is pretty good. I don't know if Factorio is that good. 1 million is a lot. It must be, yeah. Okay. So let's see. I can do that, and that gets you out of the way pretty effectively, actually. And then this belt can have Yumiko on it. Get a spoilage guard in place to continue the spoilage out. The really challenging part is I have absolutely no way to get spoilage out of these guys. Yeah, I've built this too compact. I've built this too compact because I was trying to be silly. I know there's got to be a way I can get this to work. Okay, hold on. Which one of these? This here is a spoilage belt. So I'm cooking up ideas. Okay, you need an input. The only way you're going to get an input, because you can't input on the sides or on the bottom, you must input from the top. For the same reason, you also must output from the top. Your nutrient must come in from the top. And that's looking a little difficult. A little difficult. But that's the fun of the game. You gotta solve these puzzles as you come up to them. I'm not gonna just scrap the design and say it can't be done. The fun part is figuring it out. If I don't run Promethium, I bet I can do it. Promethium takes a ton of computing power. I have done Promethium science exactly... never. I was gonna say once, I actually don't think I ever actually completed that run to Promethium. I think I've done Promethium Science exactly never. Okay. This is a problem. This belt being here is a problem. Could you somehow feed off of this belt? Not reasonably, no. Because you have to pick off of that, and you have to take this. That means that's at least 2 required spaces in here. If I had Bob's inserters, this would be so much easier. Let's see. What I can do is I can move this. Let's go 1 higher with you. Unfortunately, that doesn't work how I was thinking it would. Okay, so if this is Yumiko here. That way, that gets the sidestep. That all makes sense. That's perfectly fine. Jelly Nut can just come in from the top. We only need 1 connection to it. That's a-okay. Actually, it's not, because Jelly Nut will spoil, and I need to get the spoilage out. Yeah, maybe I really can't put the Jelly Nut here. The Yumiko can stay, but I think the Jelly Nut does have to move. Just because it makes all the belt weaving through here just that little more challenging. And I mean, I could solve this if I wanted to stare at it for another 10 minutes, but I think my enjoyment of this problem is fading quickly, and none of this has to be set up the way that I've set it up. So I think I will just move all of this over to the left a little bit. Let's grab from there and not take the underground there. Let's just move all of you over about 3 spaces, I think. And then that can go like that. And that gives me plenty of room to work this out. You no longer have to go on top. You can come over to the side, which makes you far easier to work with. Your fruit input can go here. Everyone can have a long inserter for nutrients, like originally planned. You actually have to be nudged over, or at least this has to be nudged over, so that I can fit a long arm on you. There we are. And actually, just like I did somewhere else, I can move this up here, and then just swap you to the other side to work as a dual spoilage guard. That works very nicely, actually. Very cool. I managed to build a Promethium ship, designed myself. It's a cargo or Promethium chunks hauler. It has a storage of 3.6 million Promethium chunks. What? That is an incredible amount of Promethium. That's a very large amount of Promethium. Okay. So, let's see. Where would I want fruit coming in? Let's move that over that way. And then underground you here. And that leaves me exactly 1 tile that I can bring Jelly Nut in. There we are. And then nutrients can go there. Hold on. What is this? Nope, nope, never mind. That's Yumiko. That can go right back where it was. Nutrients are this belt up here. And then you already have nutrient access, that's fine. Don't even know what that was for. I do need spoilage out from everyone. this belt right here is spoilage, so I can have spoilage filtered inserters right here, and they can just feed down this way. And then I can do basically the same right here, just have you feed down there. Works like a charm. The belts are so awful on Gleba. Partially my own fault, I will admit, just because of the way I enjoy playing the game, but you know what? That's what I get to deal with, I guess. So let's see, does that produce plastic? It would if it output anything, I guess. How much plastic? I remember that was going to be like 5 or so a second. So plastic can output from there. And we'll deal with your output later. You make lubricant, so you'll just fill the tank. That is perfectly fine. You need spoilage and bioflux. You have the ability to eat spoilage off of this belt. I don't think that's going to be very helpful to you, though, so I will also request spoilage over here. But what I'll do is I'll do the same thing I did somewhere. So you take 5 spoilage per recipe. So you will only be enabled if there is less than, let's say, 5 spoilage, I guess. I want to do 10. Maybe I'll do 10 spoilage. It's not like spoilage is going to spoil, you know? So you are enabled if there's less than 10. Yes. Okay. What is your automation limit? 15. That is perfectly reasonable to me. Read contents, including crafting. Yes. It's a huge ship with 281,000 space foundations. What? 74,000 turbo pelts and around 100,000 yellow, red, and blue and green undergrounds. That is a very large ship. That is a very large ship. Okay. One more spoilage guard right here at the end. And then all of this can just start coming down, because all of this is going to be spoilage. That actually needs to go out a little bit, then down, unfortunately. Let's just go ahead and copy all of this and move it out 1 belt. That way it lines up a little nicer. Because if I try to put it here, then we would also get bioflux on it, and that would be undesirable. So let's see. I can ship you off to here. And that works just fine. Yeah, that works. That works just fine. So you come in this way. Down and around. There we are. Okay. That's plastic that I just hooked you up to. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Let's see. Yeah, so here's where I actually want to be. I knew that was too short. There we go. And then down. And there we are. So this one's plastic. We also have sulfur over here. Okay, finally with this substation I can get rid of this ugly power pole. I am actually very happy to be rid of that. That's caused me plenty of problems. Let's get a large power pole down this way, and then I'll be able to clean up these mediums through here. Bots are already bringing that, so I'll just go ahead and cut all that. That can go. Very good. Okay. You will need a jumpstart thing that I put on all of my other nutrient guys, but I don't even have output for sulfur yet, so that's probably a more important thing to get a hold on. Yeah, you can just run this way for all I care. Whatever we need sulfur for, I will deal with. Sulfur can come down at least that far. Should probably actually connect that. That would be a grand idea. Okay, so plastic. Where did plastic need to be? Plastic comes over here and over here. So let's just go ahead and split you right there. And there's plastic. Very nice. Okay. So that's going to start red circuits coming out. And once we have reds, we will have blues. All we need for blue is sulfuric acid, and we already have the sulfur. In fact, how much sulfuric acid do we need? Basically nothing. We need 2 sulfuric acid a second. I think we will manage. I know technically I could take this sulfur and hold on. So okay, you cannot make sulfuric acid in the biochamber. I just wanted to make sure. You cannot do that. Okay, very nice. I didn't think you could. And I wasn't going to even if you could, because I don't care about the productivity on a little bit of sulfuric acid. But now we're all in the clear. Do I need sulfur for anything other than sulfuric acid while I'm here? You are used in explosives, so I will need you for that. You are also used in coal synthesis. If I wanted coal synthesis... that's weird. Fine, though. Let's see. Super sealant substance. Yeah, I think all I'm likely to need. I might need you for coal synthesis, but I don't even know if I'll need that. I will need you for explosives, though. But I can just throw speed mods in you. And that'll sort itself out. So anyway, chem plant. I don't even know if I have chem plants on this planet. Tell you the truth. Bring that down. In you go. And sulfuric acid. Let's grab a tank to buffer it in. And I will need to bring iron in. I think that will be a job for the bot. There we are. And 30 is probably fine. I have water right up here somewhere. Or maybe I don't. That's way up there, actually. Well, the great thing about Gleba is you are never far from a source of water. It's time to push forward Vulcanus. I need to get legendary tungsten for legendary big miners, foundries, and speed 3. Godspeed, man. Like, genuinely, that sounds very difficult, I'll just say. Okay, I can get water from over there if there's no good sources this way. Which, funny enough, it doesn't really look like there are. Like I could put it way up there, but at that point I might as well just run water from that guy. Which I could, very well could. But there's all this nice water right here that I could take, so let's just go for that. And you're up there. So run you down this way. And you in right there. Don't forget to connect the corners, because that always throws me. Including right there. And there's the iron. All I need is the sulfur, and we'll be good to go. You actually already have your ingredients. The only thing you need are the nutrients. So let's come up here and grab my little jump starting setup. These guys right here. Can I grab the bioplant too? Just for fun. I'd say that's a yes. I still need the radar, so let me go grab the radar. And the radar can fit right there, actually. In fact, I can just flip that around. And straight in. Oh, you are outside of power somehow. Ooh. There's no good way to get a substation over there. Does a substation here cover you? I could just move you up, I guess. Yeah, I'll just move you up. Let's see. I think you only have to go to, like, right there? Yeah, you don't even have to go that high. There you go. Still connected, everyone's all cool. I think you can actually go one lower. That should be fine. And then once this radar gets placed, you should receive nutrients. Let's see. Yep, on the way. There we go. So it claims. There they go, yeah. Okay. So there's the jumpstart nutrients we need. You do also need bioflux. Forgot to do that. You also don't... Oh, you do output spoilage. Okay, you've got your spoilage output right there. So once this gets placed, this whole thing should jumpstart. That should actually probably be upgraded. So all of these guys will start. You don't actually have any fruit, now that I think about it. That's probably something that we need. So let's go ahead and get that in place. You are Yumiko. This is running upwards. This is running downwards. And Yumiko goes down also. So you split right here and in. Then this one is for Jelly Nut, which I can, I guess, lower that right there. And put a split right there, and you're still too high. She's so high above me. I have no idea why I did that. This is what happens when you've been awake too long. Okay, so that's gonna come in. But, oh, you don't have spoilage out. Okay. I can salvage this. I just have to move this inserter over here. Down you go. And then I can spoilage gate right here. That'll work. There we go. Then turn that way. Very nice. Okay. It just barely works every time, but it does work. I think that's what I enjoy about Gleba, actually, is it gives me an excuse to make this, which is objectively an abomination, but it's a fun abomination. Okay, so we have the mash, we have this. One thing I did want to do is I only want the mashers to come on if the building that takes their product requires them. So let's go red cable, and let's see, what's your recipe take? Wait, what? You don't take mash. You just don't take mash. What was I doing? What was I thinking? I've made a very effective way of producing spoilage, is what I've done. You know, I guess, technically, I don't need that. I guess that works. Do you want to know the difference between a common setup and a legendary setup for science, just for fun? Legendary quality is awesome. A legendary quality science setup is just much larger. I think that's the only real difference. Though, granted, you get legendary materials out of it as well, which you can use for various different things, which is Also very nice. Yeah, I can't believe I've made a dedicated spoilage producer, but you know what? That works. That works just fine. Sulfur is not filtered. That's why there's spoilage on this belt. There we go. So let's just rip all this up and then replace it. Hopefully there is spoilage in there, so I will have to pick that up. You guys got this? Come on. Come on, bots. There's plenty of you. There you go. Okay, very good. So now that you're filtered, you will output properly. That will give me sulfur. And there we go. In fact, I have a lot of sulfur in the system right now, so hopefully the bots can just bring that in and stow it away in there. So 1 assembler with 4 prod, 3, and 12 beacons makes 1.95 red science a second. Everything common. I mean, that is quite a lot of red science, and quite a lot of beacons, actually. Okay, anyway, that's sulfuric acid taken care of. That's going to just work. I do want to make sure we don't continue making jelly nut if this guy doesn't need any product, though. You do take 60 jelly. 60, wow, okay. Maybe instead of connecting to you, I will connect to the lubricant tank. Yeah, that's real slow. Okay, new plan. This is going to underground until here, and that should still work because you'll output to the far side, and that comes in, and everyone's okay. Yeah, we're okay there. This does have to go one behind, but everything else is fine. So silly time. We're going to output jelly this way, and this way to take advantage of storage sizes. That does raise the possibility of decay in here, so actually... requester chest, put you there. I'm trying to think if there's a better way to do this. Because what I want to do is I want to request jelly. I will never have jelly in the logistics system, so this should be fine. I'll keep like 200 in here as a limit. And then crash unrequested. Should be good. Regrettably, I do not speak Russian. You are, of course, welcome to stay and enjoy, but there's no way I can reply to Russian. Anyway, with trash unrequested, if spoilage does ever wind up in here, the bots will just take it away. This... let's see. That needs to go there now. And how can I limit this? So, I don't want to feed jelly nut in. If there's already jelly in here, I suppose, is the way to do it. So, read contents, include in crafting, and maybe instead of connecting to this guy, I will connect to his inserter instead. So you only work if jelly is less than 60. There we are. In which case, maybe I should also read from this guy. So let me rearrange my cables just a smidge. There we go. So everyone's all connected and the cables are a little neater. And that way I only keep as much jelly as I need. I would try and limit you based on how much lubricant I have as well, but this actually produces lubricant really slow. But I mean, that's the best I've got for right now. If it becomes a problem, then I will deal with it. You have proper spoilage output, everyone's all happy. Okay, so this is running. Sulfur is running. Plastic is running. Everyone's good. Okay. LDS still needs metals. You have produced... but your inserters are flipped around, because of course they are. Also, you, I guess, get to be right there. Somehow I have looped plastic around instead of the output to red circuits. That's not quite what I wanted to do, so I guess I have to pick all this up to purge the line. And honestly, I have these as blue belts. These really don't need to be blue belt, but oh well. Too late to worry about that now. In you go, and in you go. Okay. Now all I need to do is pipe in the sulfuric acid. So sulfuric acid's over here. And you can just be a regular pipe. I think that's fine. So as soon as the bots get all of that placed in, that'll kick in, and there we go, we have we have blue circuits on the way. Let's get metals in here. So here's copper. Copper wants to be right there, so that works out. Now, iron. Where am I going to get iron? Iron's all the way down here. Does make it just a smidge more complicated. But let's see where that gets me. Okay, near perfect. Pipe in right there. And then iron gets to go right here. Maybe I'll space that out just a smidge more. There's not really a lot of nice places to put that. Whatever. That'll get the job done. That should be iron connected in, and that's going to be LDS producing. So there we go. Okay. We have LDS coming in. And LDS immediately being taken away to make something. Personal battery Mark IIs. Okay. Very good. So let's see. Anything else that I need in here? We only need rocket fuel, I believe. I do need electric engines. I guess I should make electric engines. I have a tiny little setup somewhere in here making like 2 engines, I think. So I'll match somewhere around where lubricant is. And just bring materials in by bots. I'm not going to be too stressed about trying to make this nicer anything. You just get to be electric engines, and you're shoved up here because that's where the lubricant is. So, come on down, and in you go. And I'm undergrounding here really only to make it a little nicer to walk through here if I do have to walk through here, though even then I find that unlikely. I might move this anyway. Yeah, I think I would actually like you a lot better if you were down on this level. So let's break all of that. And if I'm going to do that, I might as well just move them over here and let the pipe connect. And the reason I've moved them is so that I can get inserters on the top. So... I would kind of like it if you could output into the same chest. I always find it frustrating when the logistics bots try to pull from unbalanced chests. So let's do something like that. That way you can both go into the same chest, and that way you can even pull from the same materials chest, too. And then how many electric engines do I want to keep? Good question. I think it takes like 200 to make a silo. So let's keep like 200 in stock then. Might actually check that. Silo. It does take 200 to make one silo. Okay. Not that there's any particular reasoning behind that. It's not like having exactly 200 in stock makes it easier to make a silo somehow, because they'll also just get made down here somewhere. It's just a good number. Good reference. Speaking of silo, I bet I don't make silos. No, it doesn't seem that I do. Okay. Well, let's get another crafting block in here somewhere. Can't really expand that way, so I guess I'm expanding this way. So let's get a silo in. Let me just triple check. Just making sure I don't already make silos, because I would not want to double make silos. That just doesn't seem very helpful. Okay. Oh, cool. I already make rockets. Yes, I do, and explosives. Pretty sure I make artillery already. Yes, I do. Trying to think of anything else that would be helpful on this planet. Do I make personal lasers? I think we should all say nutrient when the loading circle of doom appears. Don't bring that evil juju to me, man. I've had enough of the loading circle of doom today. Let's see. Okay, I do not make personal lasers. I don't think that's important given how much laser resistance stompers have, but you know what? Every little bit helps, I guess. I do think I already make landmines. Yes, I do. I do ship in uranium fuel cells. I could make a portable fission reactor. This is for Spidertrons, of course. So maybe I will go ahead and make that. Where it is. There it is. And anything else. This is kind of the last thing. No, so have I. I guess maybe cargo bays wouldn't be an awful idea to make, just in case I need more, that way I don't have to ship them in. I do want to immediately disconnect the wire from you, so that you can feed directly in. That way I don't literally fill the requester chest with materials for the rocket silo. How many do you do? That's fine. 10 is honestly probably too much. Let's knock that back. Just so I'm not wasteful. You are going to keep 0. That seems unnecessary. Let's keep like 2, I guess. Why not? How many do you keep? 10. 10's fine. You have no explosives. Nor should you. Absolutely no idea what caused the buffering issues yesterday. It just, everything was going normal, and then it wasn't. What is... Wait, what? I think I thought this was... Oh, okay, this is technically spoilage. Yeah, okay, this, by pure chance, still works properly. Okay. So this is fine. We are fine. It would be kind of cool if I could get all of this spoilage out of here, but oh well, I guess it just gets to stay. Yeah, like, sometimes my internet's a little weird, but rarely is it ever that bad. It's rarely to the point where it just actually drops for like 3 hours. At any rate, all I have left to do is rocket fuel. So let's get rocket fuel up and going. I have all my other rocket parts down here, so I'll probably do rocket fuel in this area if I can, though it's getting a little messy in here, so maybe I'll come up here. I do have nutrients here, so I might try and leech off of that. I think that makes sense. Like, I've got plenty of nutrients. Oh, I've even got jelly nut right here, so this actually works quite well. Yeah, okay, I'll just put it like right here. Split nutrients right there. And this belt up. Here's jelly nut input. I do have to get the seeds out. So let's copy this. And that. And let's see. You want water, jelly, and bioflux. Water can come on the top. Bioflux. Okay, nutrients. Nutrients is important. Okay, let's worry about these guys first. So nutrients comes up and goes this way. Oh, cool. And then we output, so I guess that actually needs to be there. Okay. I think that's fine. Yeah, you take 6. Oh, wait, what? Okay, this is without speeds. Okay. I knew my ratio was... I worked my ratio out once, and I wasn't sure why it was wrong now, but this is without the speed mods. So we are... okay. Speaking of speeds... why am I missing those? Because I literally had them earlier. How could I be missing speed mods? That makes absolutely no sense. I also don't store red circuits. I should probably store some red circuits. So, let's see. Red chest. Right there. Logistics limit. Red circuit. And we don't need that many. I think I'll only keep like 600. I think trying to keep more than that would just be unreasonable, really. Gleba is not going to be very circuit hungry. Anyway, the whole reason I wanted to do that is so I could then grab some, and at least make some. I do need green circuits as well, though. So let's grab a couple green circuits. And yes, that's going to be slow, but it doesn't need to be fast. I only need it for these guys right here. Anyway, let's continue where I was, and let's not stand right in the way. So you do need bioflux. That's cool. You've got nutrients. That's good. Foliage output. That is interesting. Okay, once again, there's this belt of spoilage right here that I can use. Somehow, when you work on Gleba, everything just winds up spaghettiing together in the strangest ways, but it works. It all just works somehow. Okay, so you are able to get rid of your own spoilage. Very good. Okay. This, however, does need to move. So let's move it up 1, I think. Like right there. And then we can move this over here so that I can underground all of that. That is nutrients though, so this guy does need nutrients. So nutrients in, nutrients in. Okay, All good. Now, longhand. Hold on, why am I... Oh, I don't have personals on. There you guys go. How am I still missing 2? Oh, I'm still crafting 2. That's how. I was like, sure, I didn't even consider that I wasn't done. It didn't even cross my mind. Like, surely that was enough time. But I suppose it wasn't. Let's let the last one finish. There we go. Okay. So you produce 14. These consume 16. So altogether, this is like 29. Altogether, these take like 25. Okay. So that is good. Just underground again immediately, I guess. Still not good enough. Still not good enough. Okay. I guess I can just move this over one, and that's not a big deal. So you can go here. And then that works. I just have to figure out the nutrients at that point. Yeah, nutrients... I'm gonna have to do something different with nutrients. Don't think I can do this weird direct insertion thing I was going for. And I think it just makes everything more complicated. So let's just not do that. Flip this around that way. And now suddenly everything is so much simpler. So you get filtered to jelly. And jelly. Don't even know. Oh, that's seeds. That's because you have the wrong seed listed. There we go. And again, okay. Okay, oh cool. Now this continues that way. So you also need bioflux. Technically there is bioflux down here, but I think it's easier to just bring another belt of bioflux in. Okay, but that does mean you need 3 solid inputs, 3 item inputs, and I can't do 3 on one side, at least not easily. So maybe rather than down here, you get to go here. Right there. That way I can still have the water pipe. Bring it in. Just from somewhere. Doesn't really matter where. And of course that's one outside the range of the substation. But nothing just bringing another substation up can't fix. So in you go. And then this goes here. That way I can get more inserters in the middle there. And then I guess you come down one. I'm happy enough with that. So that's jelly. All I need then is bioflux and output. So you actually bring in more bioflux than you produce rocket fuel output. So your input can be the inside belt, and then your output can be the outside belt. So there's output. Here's input. Okay, so let's get our underground someplace. Jelly Nut is moving upwards. So that underground's this direction. And then Bioflux is moving down, so we want to split at this height. And just work it in. And then the rocket fuel output will come this way and out. And there we go. So I still need spoilage guards on the belts, and my output is not filtered, so I definitely need to do that. Let's just look for rocket fuel. And rocket fuel. There we go. You also don't have output for spoilage. So I guess that's going to have to go on the bottom. Which is a little interesting, but I can make it work. There we go. Let's do this instead. There we are. And that can move over there. Okay, very nice. That allows me to get spoilage going this way. And then that can just join this right here. Okay, that is everything. That's jelly, that's spoilage. You don't have nutrients, actually. Nutrients are important. And that's gonna be impossible. Okay. Let's see, these guys also do not have nutrients, but they can at least pick off from the high belt. So get them in like that, and then this is already spoilage down here, so if I just grab a spoilage blocker, there's gotta be one. There we are. So throw a spoilage blocker in like right there, and then we can just spaghetti that on out. Beautiful. Okay. So nutrients. Let's go right there. And how am I even possibly going to get this in? Okay, I can just move this over a tad. Let's see, 1, 2. I do have to move the red belts, that's no big deal. I think I need 2 more. If I want to tile it, it's 2 more. If I don't need to tile it, I only need a total of 3. Which actually does still work with the red belts here, so let's give it a try. That's only a total of 2. Never mind. Never mind. Red belt just has to go there. Ain't no biggie. Then all of this does, of course, need to get moved over as well, and you have no power anymore. Hold on. I have to find the next substation. Make sure I line it up properly, and there we go. That can go away, that's no longer lined up with anything. And then that can go away, and this can go away. They are no longer needed. Okay, so where does that get me? I still need nutrients. I actually don't need the spoil block yet. I can have this swap the side here and just have actual nutrients come down this way and underground. But I still can't get them in. Never mind. Let's undo all of that. Yeah, that's because there's no way I could easily get that in. Okay, back to plan A, which is blue underground belts. This is a design I've used a couple times through here. They fit perfectly. I do actually need to expand you one more, because otherwise the spoilage will go. I guess I can just have a filtered inserter pulled out. That's no biggie. Okay, I can't find a filtered blue inserter, but I can just do that. There we go. In which case, I don't need you to split yet. You can come up this way, and then split, like, here. That's fine. As soon as the bots get it placed, it should all just kick into life. We do need a spoilage blocker for the jelly over here. So let's get that in place, swap the side, and down you go. Okay. What do I need? Okay, you're full of spoilage. We are slowly getting rid of that. There's some jelly. How much you need? 30. That's a good bit. Oh, you don't have water. That's probably important. Where can I get water from? There's water up there. And there's water down here. And this one seems easier. So let's just do that. In you go. Shouldn't take too long for that to get placed, I would assume. Sometimes the bots surprise me, though. There we are. Okay, we have rocket fuel production on the go. Very nice. Love to see it. First rocket fuel. And that is the last rocket part. We have green circuits. We have LDS. I said green circuits. We have blue circuits. Actually, we don't have green circuits for some reason. Looks like copper has died. We are attempting to jumpstart it, but for some reason copper is dead. Couldn't really tell you why. Let's see, that is full of copper ore. That is a problem. I don't really have a good way to get you out of there. I didn't anticipate that happening. Okay, you can go on the back, that's fine. And then I can have a filtered inserter. Take the copper ore out. Not bacteria, that's the whole problem. Copper ore. But what do I do with it? Okay, this can move over one. Make room. Then you can just feed in. I guess that works. Okay. Peak Gleba design. That's exactly what I was talking about a minute ago. None of that was made to fit together, but you just mess with it enough and suddenly, before long, everything just falls into place. There we are. Okay. So copper is back to life. Very nice. Is that possible to happen up here? In fact, it already has. So what do I do about that? Okay, I can insert her this way. Change your filter to iron ore. And then you can just underground straight this way. And that's where my iron ore goes anyway. Oh, cool. Okay. So that's got iron revived as well. I guess iron was also clogged. Yeah, when a big wave of nutrient spoilage like that comes through, I can definitely see how, with poor timing, that could kill a bacteria line, I guess. There's just no good way to keep that culture going non-stop without having to rely on the jumpstart recipe, which is a little unfortunate. I do wish I didn't have to rely on this. But it is what it is. Copper's running again, iron's running again. We are completely out of copper, but iron is almost full. That's such an inversion of the norm, I had to, like, double check, but that is, in fact, the way that it is. Okay. Okay. So copper is back to life. We are now producing green circuits again. There they go. And away they go. In fact, I could probably do with a little more bacteria. You are also stuck. You need one of these. which, like, you should be outputting anyway. Okay. Maybe I'll move you down here, because this is the one that's able to jumpstart itself from bacteria coming down the belt. Which means it's the one that's important to make sure it has no ore inside of itself. But you're still... Okay, you are limited though. So you are disabled, that is the problem. That's fine. So once you run, then you'll be able to restart yourself, and then you can restart your neighbor. Everyone is a-okay. All good. Okay. I guess I should do the same thing down here then. So let's just move this up one. Just because I can anticipate the exact same problem happening over here. Makes no sense it could happen on copper, but never on iron, you know? So, might as well plan for it. And that keeps the build symmetrical. Gotta love a good symmetrical build. And there we go. Copper is flowing. Yeah, we'll have a good bit more copper in just a second. It's just gotta spoil, which is always kind of fun to me. I do always like the way the metals work on Gleba. These guys all seem to be running. Oh, cool. Okay, so that should be enough to keep everything at full capacity. I never did count how many green circuits I would need to keep this running full time. I just made a lot of green circuits and hoped. Anyway, I think it's time to start placing silos. And I never got the recycler? Like, seriously? The recycler never arrived? I don't have a recycler here. Redeemer. Does have recyclers, but does not have science. What's going on, Fulgora? Why don't you have supercapacitors? We've got a jam? Excuse me? I don't know how that's possible. I prioritize the input of the overflow belt. Okay, I know a way I can handle this. It's not an elegant way, but I guess it'll get the job done. In the event of a jam, we have a split down here. Our output priority is always to continue the regular path, but in the event of a jam, just to keep things from literally breaking, I will have 2 voiders set up over here. That is too close to the belt. There we go. And that should void anything that makes its way over there. Why did the bots take so long to decide to build those? That's odd. Like, do I only have 2 recyclers? I don't have recyclers? I'm just requesting materials into these guys, whatever. Please make me recyclers. That's the thing with Fulgora, man. Fulgora always breaks for me. I can never make a reliable Fulgora base. Though this is a pretty easily solvable jam. Some of my Fulgora jams have been ludicrous. Just insane. Okay, we need one more, guys. Are you making one more? Where are my recyclers, actually? There we are. Okay, things are moving again. Things are moving. That's all I needed. There's the extra recycler. That should be a-okay. All we need is for it to destroy enough materials to make way for these guys to output, and then that will clear the jam and everything will be okay. I guess they need speed mods. There we go. To put them on the same par as these guys. There we go, that should help out quite a bit. I would love to fit one more, but there's no doing that. I guess I could maybe get away with one over here. There's just not quite enough room. Because if you only do two feeding into each other, that can jam. Whereas this will pretty much never jam. Anyway, it does have the belt flowing again. Even if there is still quite a backlog to chew through, that will eventually chew through it. I was wondering why the ship had been stalled for so long over there. We've been on mining prod 6 for absolutely forever. I just figured that was how expensive mining prod 6 was, but I guess anything's expensive if you don't actually have science coming in. Can I upgrade these? I would add another inserter here, but then that just makes it more likely it jams. A bulk inserter will at least only pick up items of the same type. Yeah, that's helping quite a bit. And there we go. Okay, the right side at least has been freed. The left side apparently will take a second, but it is getting through it. And there we go. Okay. So the backlog is clearing. Nature's healing. Okay. I just looked over at the time, and I should not have done that. I have another 9 hours to go. Oh boy. Well, let's get back to Gleba. So, there's my rocket fuel. How is my spore situation doing? I don't know why spores were off. That's odd. I should probably go clean this up over here. Nothing much on the right. Let's go ahead and get the silos in place first. I should have silos. So, silo. And they're going to go, like, over this way somewhere. Maybe in here. Let's start with 5, just to have some rockets buffered for when I need them. And I think I'll copy the design off Novice. Something like this seems fine. I didn't need that many. Hold on. Maybe I should only copy 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. To Gleba. And let's see. The belt directions might get a little weird here. But let's just assume... Okay, there's pipes in the way. Yeah, I'll just have to move some pipes. Not the end of the world. So, that water pipe. Let's see where else I can get water into here. I could just bring it along the bottom of the silos. Not an awful idea. So, let's say I bring it in this level right here. There we are. That way I can just bring the pipe down and we're all cool. So water needs to go over there. Let's just bring it to like right here and then in. Make sure to connect the corners and get rid of the old pipe that's no longer necessary. Okay, and we have science now. Yay! I don't know how... Oh, you don't even take Fulgora science. Okay, it truly was just that slow, I guess. Either that, or science on Novice was also dead, and I just didn't notice. Which is entirely possible, I guess. Like, you're moving. It could also be Lignumus science, actually. Because I know Lignumus is not in a good way right now. I need to come up here and do something about its gold situation. Like, it's limping along, it's doing fine, it's just not doing well. Anyway, let's get all of these connected in. So, rocket fuel. Okay, let's do rocket fuel last. Rocket fuel's gonna be weird. So, blue circuits and then LDS. So, blue circuits should probably be the one on the inside. And then LDS is in the middle. Where can I get them in? Let's check out the length on a blue underground, just to see if it can clear this distance. It is a perfect fit, but the substations are right in the way, so you will have to go up here, which is also fine. So, LDS, water pipe is in the way again. It just moves again. No problem doing that. That's fine. Okay. Okay. It moves down again. I am losing my mind. Good. Okay. Break all of that. This is now long enough that I would justify an underground, I think. And now everything is connected again. Okay. Okay. There we go. And in. And in. So, blue circuits. That's this belt here. Let's get them... You've got to be kidding me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. There we are. And then LDS goes in, and there's blue circuit. Okay, so they are connected now. They will make their way in. Rocket fuel... I could just feed the opposite direction. I could feed it down, but then that makes it more difficult if I do want more rocket silos. Also, you should have prod mods. Yeah, so I'm just gonna run rocket fuel this way, and it'll just have to make a big loop. Also, I'm apparently personally standing in the way. There we are. And you can just connect in right there. Okay, all cool. That should do it. Let's even go ahead and get another roboport over this way, just because rocket silos tend to be pretty hard on bots. So another roboport's probably a good idea. Is this important? We get power connection in there. You cover anything. You cover the radar. You only cover the radar. Let's move that. And just move you down. Okay, that doesn't work. Does that work? No. That is max length for a green. But if I made you a blue, I could move you in a couple extra spaces. Right there. And now you fit. Okay. Oh, cool. Now, this doesn't need to be underground anymore. That's not why I moved the radar. I just didn't like the substation being in the way there. The lines were messy, so I wanted to get rid of that. Okay, anyway, that's going to slowly fill in. So the silo should begin constructing rockets. We're missing blue circuits. Let's go see what I can do about that. Missing copper. Did copper die again? Let's go pay it a visit. Copper is very much dead. Let's see why it's dead this time. There's no bioflux? What? That is like that's like insane lineup on the spoilage. That's actually crazy. It's like perfectly sniped. I mean, granted, I understand it's because they were feeding the good bioflux and they hit spoilage and couldn't continue there, but like, that is just wild. Okay, you are missing bacteria, but you are missing bioflux. How can I help with this? I have no idea, honestly. I think I just have to pick up a bit and just let it run. Oh yeah, there's a big old line of spoilage coming in. I think I can just let that flow. Oh yeah, because we're draining this whole thing up here. Yeah, that's a lot of spoilage that was built up back there. I actually really don't like that that builds up that way. I think I will actually break this and move that somewhere else. You know, there's literally a belt right here that is perfect for this. You can just go literally right there and stop messing up the bioflux belt. I think that's 1,000 times better. I'll go ahead and get that flowing also. So I have so much bioflux on me. Let's just distribute that around if I can. Nope, it all went in the copper. Okay. Spoilage, I don't need. I have a bunch of jelly nut. Let's just throw it in there, I guess. Rest can go spoil in storage somewhere. Along with the seeds, this wood, one landfill, copper cable. Since copper has been having trouble, enjoy. Maybe, on that note, some of the actual copper plates. I have rocket fuel on me for reasons beyond my understanding. So in you go. And you still need blue circuits. So that is mostly just because we didn't have any green. I think I still need more copper bacteria coming in. Because these are definitely not running at full speed. Like, close to it, don't get me wrong. How about this guy down here? Yeah, you're waiting a pretty good time for copper ore. But there is copper ore to go. Maybe in that case I just need more output. I have 2 inputs, so maybe I need 2 outputs. Would be reasonable. Let's see. That is going to, unfortunately, output to the same side of the belt, which is not super cool. I wish it wouldn't do that. I also don't know a way to keep it from doing that necessarily. What if I just move this down, and then you can go there? That works just fine. I do have to wait for the bots to actually come in and place it, but you know, they'll get here eventually, when they feel like it. When they feel like it. There we go, okay. So that should help with the output amount. And there we go. Okay, granted there is a good bit of backlog built up, but that should have these guys filling up much faster. Okay. Why is this died again? No bioflux. Okay, there just actually isn't any bioflux this time. That's odd. Why not? Let's go up and explore. I might just need more bioflux production. We might just actually be stressing it now. So let's see. There's my bioflux. Legendary substation's done. Now I need legendary roboports and legendary roboports so I can rebuild my Vulcanus grid. Legendary substations and legendary roboports, huh? I guess you found a solution to legendary plastic, one way or the other. I think you said you wanted to use legendary coal. Let's see. Yumiko processing doesn't have fruit because this has spoiled, but there's like a fruit on the front, keeping it from going. So let's just check all of that. Legendary robots, okay. I was wondering why you mentioned it twice, but figured you probably had something else in mind. I'm of half a mind to do something like this, to prevent you from getting stocked up, you know, blocked by like a single piece of fruit over here. Though the bioflux does seem to be running. Let's see. And I believe this is all 2 ratio, but what if I just gave each of you, like, a speed mod? Hold on, let me go into map view. I was trying to do Z over them, but it was not working, so I guess I have to go into each individually and give them exactly 1 speed mod. Just to see if that improves anything. I think it should. I might also see if I can give them like a single efficiency. Though I think all the efficiency will do is make you take less nutrients, but might as well. Might as well. How is Spore Cloud? Getting a little close to the enemies on the left. I got legendary iron, copper, coal, and calcite from the Space Casino. Legendary calcites for legendary stone. Ah, I see. Does make sense. Okay, let's see. Did that help? It does look like that helped. It also looks like I do still need more. Yeah, at the rate production's coming in, it would be a surprise if metals weren't dying. Yeah, this is all completely clogged through here. It's... Okay. Let's see. In that case, I think I will, rather than trying to put more modules in these guys, I think I will just copy and paste another build, because I should have the ability to do that. All it's going to require is for me to split this over here. In fact, if I have a spoilage splitter here, in theory, that should mean I can just take only fruit this way, run it here, underground past this guy, who I can do the same thing on. There we go. Which means I'll probably want to move that up. Yeah, there we go. Hold on, let me think. You can make stone on Vulcanus, so that's why I build my legendary mall. No, I mean, absolutely. Legendary anything, gotta be on Vulcanus. It's just the place to make anything in bulk. Just gotta be. Let's rip some of this up until I know better what I'm gonna be dealing with. So let's just copy this whole thing. I can bring this in one, which will make it a little easier to copy everything. And start from, like, right here. Also, why is that there? That does not need to be there. And drop one to get these belts at the bottom. Oh, I don't want the belts at the bottom, actually. Do I want the substations? I think the substations are okay. I don't know if they will be helpful, but I can grab them. So let's see. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Get rid of the substations, kind of like I thought. That's not going to be helpful. But I will go ahead and run the substations along the across the top. That's how words work. I already have Roboports out this way because I needed to build this earlier. So let's see. This is already trash. I can do that, but I think I'd rather do that, actually, and split it in, just in case there's any sidedness stuff going on. You can just continue on. You are output, that's fine. So, let's see. Jelly nut here. Where is my... Okay, jelly nut is this belt, so Yumiko is the inside belt. I think I will just immediately underground this again. So, like, right here. Get rid of the tree. And in you go. And then... without doing, like, some sort of horrible belt weave or something, I'll also just move this forward. It just looks a little nicer. Yumiko will just come over and around. That's fine. I'm not gonna stress about it any more than that. Spoilage should go ahead and make a return. That's its loop. It's all cool. I don't have nutrients coming in. Let's see. Nutrients are this guy, which is just keeping himself self-sustaining. Unfortunately, you do not have my super fancy kickstarting mechanism, so I think I will just have to figure something out for you. Let's say I do something like that. And Gleba, I am missing nutrients. Where is the little thing that I set up to do nutrients down? Okay, so I only put nutrients into the chest if there is a radar signal saying I need nutrients. That's fine, I can work that out. I can work that out, okay. This should have trash unrequested. I do have trash unrequested, why are you still in here? Okay, sure, whatever. I guess the bots don't care. I guess because you're disabled. I guess if you're disabled, they won't come and pick up from you, which is understandable. Yeah, there's no way I can feed directly into you, but I can feed onto your belt, and that will work. It's a little gross, but it will work. Let's see. After Vulcanus, I'll get some legendary recyclers and start grinding biter eggs for legendary prod tier 3. I don't really like to upcycle modules, so I just recycle biter eggs with quality. It's a low chance, but I can spam spawners and get a ton of eggs. Right, I think it's a good strat. Usually you're supposed to craft something with quality mods and recycle that thing after, but I don't like working with biter eggs. Yeah, I think there's very valid reasons that you might not like working with biter eggs. I just have my suspicions. So let's get that connected to the input side. You're going to read contents. Then I need a radar. Radar, who's got the radar? Of course that doesn't reach down, so it has to go on the top. Unless I bring a substation down, which I could. And I will. Why not? And then radar can go right here. And the output of you connects in. There we go. So I'll go do the same for the other guy. I have no reason not to. Grab a radar. That way, if you ever do fail for some reason, I have a way to self-start you. Bring that in, connect you in, and read contents. Very cool. Okay, so you are getting jump-started, so they will be bringing nutrients in just a moment. And now I can cancel that request. There we go. I do need nutrients to be in the bioflux. Maybe I will go manually jumpstart this for just a second. So, I have so much fruit on me. Let me just go ahead and throw that in. I'm gonna throw the brains in. And can I manually make a little bit of nutrients? I can make 2. Can I make that work? Guess we'll find out. No, that's actually not enough. Because I need the mash, the jelly, and then I need the bioflux itself. But what I can do is just steal a little bioflux. And then you can start making your own nutrients. Why are you on? No, that is correct, that is correct. Okay, it does say disabled now. Okay, we're fine. So that is all working now. That should give me a little more in the way of bioflux. I don't know if it's gonna be enough, but it's certainly more. That's almost saturated this belt, so I think what I will do is I will go ahead and do a little belt tuck. So somewhere in this area here, since this is about where we tile. Let's see. How can I get you on the bottom? That's going to be quite a challenge, actually. That's quite a trick. I guess I can just underground this without any real issue. And then you can just go like that. That's easy enough. I do have a balancer over here, but that doesn't do much if it's all on half a belt preventing output up to this point. So let's balance it back here, and then this will truly balance from the output side. Okay, like a deep breath time. Is there anything else I still need to do? Science. Probably. Probably a good thing to do. Let's grab a storage chest, I think. Move you up by the silos. So my plan is I'm going to throw just a random storage chest here for science. That way, not only is it close to the silos, but then I can start taking out of it and burning the packs that are close to expiring, in which case maybe I don't want you down here. Maybe I'd actually rather you be... Maybe you even just get your own heating tower. Is that a little absurd? Sure. Is it what I'm gonna do? Sure is. So, heating tower. Hold on. I want to have fun. Let me have fun. So, let's grab some heat pipe and just run it this way. That way you do connect. Storage chest. And set filter to Gleba Science. There we are. And what I'm going to do is I have a bulk inserter here, and I have to move... I have to make another one of these guys, of course. Someone has made an actual Gleba base. I mean... You can do any planet start on Gleba, and pretty much just live off of Gleba to start with. It's pretty tough, but you can do it. And, let's see. So you're only enabled if Gleba Science is more than 2,000, because 2,000 is what I want to ship off planet. And you will take Spoiled first as your priority. And that way, I can throw science into a purple chest. And then the bots will do all this sorting for me, and keep only the freshest packs. So there we go. Go have fun, guys. I might want to, actually, like, literally giving the bots that much, I might want to make sure they have good, like, traveling roboports, but that's like dead through the center of the base, so that should be fine. Yeah, there should be plenty of charging around there for them. Shouldn't be an issue at all. But dealing with locals on low-tech levels is hard. Yeah, I don't think you do a whole lot of dealing with locals at low-tech levels. I think you just hide. Like, oh, okay, this is their territory now. Why is this set to 2? That's just silly. Oh yeah, there goes the stream. Okay. Science isn't running because momentarily we didn't have pentapod eggs, and that's concerning to me. You know, if there is ever a scenario where we don't have nutrients or we don't have bioflux, I don't want to load eggs into here because then the eggs will be stuck. So let's grab 2 deciders, or 1 for each machine. You can go here and there, that's fine. So I want to make sure you have nutrients. So just some. So greater than, equal to 1, sure. And I want to make sure you have bioflux, but I don't know how much, so I will have to check. Recipe takes just 1, okay. So as long as you have some bioflux, I'll make these the same. So as long as nutrients exist and bioflux exists, then you are allowed the function. Output 1, inserter, not filter, not logistics. I guess I actually need to connect you. There you are. And I should probably do the same for this guy. So read contents, not including crafting. And so you are only allowed to work if you have the green check mark. There we go. so get the wires in place. And there we go. That way I don't accidentally pick up eggs if I don't need them. Oh, I should also set your hand size to 1. There we go. Okay, that will prevent any potential disasters. And then these guys will keep producing kind of just forever. And if I run out of nutrients up here, then I'm just kind of screwed. There's not a good way to make sure they don't cause problems. What I could do is I could just have a Tesla turret up here, of course. Probably not a bad idea. Not rockets. Rockets are probably not a good idea. I wonder if I ever sent any lasers down, just out of curiosity. I do not have lasers, okay. Something is requesting 5 sulfur. I'm willing to bet I know what that is. Yeah, that can go away. I accidentally threw sulfur in the system earlier, so I was just trying to pull that out. We need a 4 tier 1 speed mods. That's these guys. Let's see. Speed 30, speed 20. Okay, well, cumulatively, because we're thinking about ratios here. If this is plus 40, then this would be combined plus 80. Well, plus 80 would be 2 of you and 1 of you. That doesn't help me at all. Okay, never mind. I will just make 4 speed 1 mods. Why not? They're decently cheap, and I can just do that. I'll go park the character over nearby where they're wanted, and then the personal bots will just put them in place whenever they're finished. So we do have the first rocket, but unfortunately metals keep dying. Iron this time. We have bacteria, we just don't have bioflux. Yeah, that is a problem. That is a big problem. How can I deal with this? Okay. Best I can do is literally from your input, I can have a filter longhand that just specifically snipes any spoilage that tries to clog the hand. Not there. But here. Okay. And then just run that out and into here. Best I got. I mean, I'm sure there's probably a cleaner solution here. I just don't want to deal with it anymore. Let's do the same thing over here. That should just match up because these are copy-pastes of each other. Might as well grab this end bit as well. And that should at least keep the spoilage from backing up directly on top of our bioflux inputs. Because that keeps killing metals, and when metals die, we cry. It doesn't keep the same thing from happening with the nutrients, but honestly, the nutrients, like, I could put an inserter here if I really wanted to, since they don't overlap, but the nutrients expire so fast, it's honestly not that big of a deal. And this guy should be disabled until we actually need him. Okay, so you're alive, and iron's running again. Love to see it. Should probably do the same thing over here for iron. That's going to be a little challenging to do, though, because calcite's right in the way. Granted, I can just move calcite. does not need to be there. That's fine. And there we go. So that'll get placed in, and that'll make it a little easier to start exporting all of our iron ore. Okay, I think that's pretty much all I need to do. Yeah, there goes all of that. How is the copper situation? Copper's still looking decent, at least. Like it runs most of the time. Copper is full. Okay, granted, copper's probably full because iron wasn't running. That's the way it tends to work. Okay, I mean, that is a good bit of bacteria building up. We just need to wait for it to actually decay into something useful. These guys are having some trouble outputting, so I might be losing a little bit of efficiency on the machines. So let's go ahead and upgrade the belts through here. And I think it's fine to leave it up to here. Like, we're good there. If it starts building up in the chests, I will notice. Might as well do the same thing for copper, just to let them be the same. Still waiting on that recycler. I guess that's fine. All it's there for is to recycle the, what is this here? All of the recycler's supposed to be there for is to recycle the spent cans from flamer fuel. And so far I only actually have the 2 flamers over here. Speaking of which, I was actually supposed to be making kind of a defensive blueprint for this, and then just forgot. So let's grab that. Do I want to include that? I guess I can include that. And let's see. You can go up here. Flamers are facing the right direction. Yes. Okay. Well, cool. And then I want one more to the south. I don't want to be in the way of you. Oh, that is perfect placement. Okay. Wonderful, you'll love to see it. Okay. Should be fine. Spores are also up this way. They're a concern, especially if things start migrating into this area. That could be problematic. So I might want to extend like little roboport tendrils up this way. So let's just go ahead and do that. I'll place the roboports. Maybe personally if I can, so that they have a little bit of charge and I can tell where their logistics positioning is. Okay, I do of course need power for these guys too. So let's see what I can do about that. I can start power from there. And then run out to here. And there we go. Can I get bots to just bring me poles? I don't want all of this junk. Let's see if I can just do power poles. And roboports. Let's grab a fair few, and I guess while I'm at it, some lights would be nice. And I'll just stand here and continue this up next, I believe. That way I can get a long pole from over here as well. There we are. And in you go. Now it's time to kind of go exploring, though. We'll go this far and then turn upwards. Grab a roboport. And just see how far that'll take us. Not incredibly far. Of of course you want to be inside the pole, so I guess you get to go there. And let's see, you end right at the edge of this tree here. So if I just... Oop, stay straight right there. There you are. Oh, that actually got placed. Okay. Oh, cool. There is no build coverage over here, so if I tried to build power from this angle, that would never get built. So I must build power from this direction. And now I can start building roboports up. So, you to there, and to there. Okay. I've got my deliveries of goodies, so I can start going out this way personally. In fact, let's go ahead and just delete that group now. Oh, I didn't bring landfill, though. That would have probably been a good one to bring. Let's go request some landfill. Probably like a good bit of landfill, too. I guess I can just stand here. I am in logistics range. So I am past where the planting site is now, so I'll start heading to the right. There we are. And I should get some lamps on these guys. I always put lamps on my large power poles. It just makes it a little nicer. There we are. Yeah, waiting for landfill. Not a shock. Okay, on the way. Let's just watch that number tick down for a second. I think there's lots of bots that are running off the charge. Okay, so they will be a second. Let's just see if I can't keep this going. You need power. So there's power for you. Your range goes to the... nowhere in particular. Okay, these little shrubby bits. If I go to the other side of that, let's just wait for these to get placed, I guess. That's the much easier way to do it. Literally like one more bot. And pop in, please. You have power. Okay. There you go. And there we go. Oop, nope, not there. There we are. And there we are. Okay. I do wish, when I decided to move to the side, that I'd picked a alignment that put the power poles and the roboports a little closer together, but I refused to budge. So, here we are. Ooh, there is a decent-sized nest down there as well. So, as the spores make their way down that way, that will become a problem eventually. I think this is probably as far to the east, maybe one more. One more roboport to the east, and then I'm gonna make my way down. So, right here. And there we go. So, let's get this popped in. And then you start coming down. And finally, the roboports and the power poles are a little closer together. If only they were a single square closer together. Would have saved me a little bit of time. Guess in the meantime I can place some lamps. There we go. Once again, I can delete this group and head out there myself. It just makes it a little bit easier. So let's see, we are all the way down here now. So that started getting charged up. All good. So maybe one more further down, unless I do want to just continue down this way and head off anything over here, which doesn't sound like a terrible idea. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a terrible idea. Maybe I will do that. Let's just keep this going. So down you go. Let's grab the power pole and get that a-going. There we are. Throw a couple lamps on it. Ooh, I did mean one per, not a couple onto one. Okay, and then you need power. There we go. Don't know why you aren't getting placed. Needs... Cannot build on Yumiko wetland. Does it just need landfill? It just needed landfill, okay. Roboport. And right there. And power pole. Maybe like 2 more down. I think will be good enough. There we go. Put that there, and that there. And then you need power pole. Oh, cool. Please, bots. Please. Thank you. And in you go. That missed. Whoops. And in you go. Okay, and there's 2 stompers. Just right there. I might go ahead and just take that down. That's a pretty beefy looking nest, and I really don't like that just existing there. So let's just continue down a little bit. And I'll bring some reinforcements, don't worry. I don't plan on fighting them with my wooden ammo and my personal lasers. I think I've had quite enough of that. In fact, this might be a good time to break out the little forward defensive base here. Let's put it like here. Hopefully that's not close enough to aggro them. So I am just kind of gonna chill real quick. And if they do get aggroed by like the Tesla or something, I have to be ready to pull interference. You're missing a power pole or something, I guess, somehow. Just throw that in there. Okay, bots are bringing in the flamethrower, that's good. And, okay, they gotta charge up real quick, a little anticlimactic, but there we go, okay. So we've got flamer fuel, all ready to go. If they do circle around the top, we're kind of screwed, but let's just hope the Tesla turret will prevent that from happening. Let's go toast some bugs. And there we go. I'd say that went decently well. And they've already respawned. Okay. Let's just take the nests out first, then. Oh. Okay, that did a lot of damage. Okay. That did do a lot of damage. Maybe let's not do that. Oh, that sent me back. Okay. Well, now we know. Let's be a little more cautious, I guess. I guess I should have probably made a little scaredy cat save. Would have saved me some time. Oh well. I'm just running the power poles first this time. There we go. I'll run lamps on my way back. And then I'll start bringing the roboports down. Not two. Just one. I always want to be able to place the lamps while running. It would be so much nicer, but you wind up double placing that way. And then you just have to stop and pick them up anyway. Roboport. And power. Can I just place you myself? Yes, I can. And then Roboport. And Roboport. Let's get you a power pole. Can't build there. Okay, waiting on, I guess, base bots to bring landfill in. Even though I have a bunch of landfill on me. Okay, good enough, I guess. And, I think it's just, like, one more. Let's go ahead and do 2 more. There we are. And there we are. Okay. So, let's not be, stupid this time. So... let's see, where are they? They are straight that way. So, let's make sure they don't circle around above us. We do have the strafers to contend with. But I think if I just do something like that, that's fine. I'll even do a couple extras, like this way, and maybe even one that way. Just why not? So that'll all come and get built, and I think once it gets built this time, I will make a little save, just in case I do something stupid again. I don't have to go and waste all this time again. Oh yeah, you need a power pole. In you go. Charge up, little buddies. We got all day. It's fine. Okay, and there we are. So let's save. And save. Okay, and I'll draw aggro, just so they'll come up, get attacked by everything up here, and just leave that to fend for itself. It should do decently well. And yeah, that went quite a lot better than it did last time. Ooh, we're taking a bit of damage though. So let's ease off for just a second. And there we go. So that's all the nests taken care of. Now I'll just lead them back to the flamers. And there we go. So, did some things take a little bit of damage? Sure. Did it still go relatively smoothly? Smoothie? I guess I want a smoothie. I'd say it went relatively smoothly. I do have repair packs, but I guess I'm not allowed to repair them. Oh, I just have personals off. That'll do it. Okay. All good. Everything is taken care of. Let's honestly just leave that there. Why not? That can stay. If anything, how's this nest down here looking? Absolutely nothing. Let's just zap it. Just means there's a little more delay before they expand into this area again, and I think I can live with that. Any other problematic nests? I don't have any defenses up here, and these guys need to be wiped out still. So let's go and set up another one of these little defensive corners at the top up here. Just somewhere around, like, right in here, I think is fine. Yeah, there we are. So, the base spots will get that taken care of. And maybe I'll do, like, one more up this way. I don't want to go too crazy with them because the Tesla turrets are expensive to operate. Even just allowing them to sit idle is expensive. But, you know, they are definitely worth it also. Let's see. Let's put you in there just in case. And maybe even you in there just in case. I think that's fine. Why are you upset? Oh yeah, the copy and paste is missing a power pole somewhere. So let's make sure you get a power pole. And you get a power pole. Did I make any others? No, I think that's it. And the base bots will have to get that built, but I believe in them. They will get it done. So with that taken care of, I'm going to run to the west, take out that little nest over there, and then probably set up soil production, and then I believe we're done on Gleba. That should be all of our glebbing for this evening. I'm sure inevitably something will break and I'll have to come back and fix something, but that's just the name of the game. That's just how it goes. I think while I'm making the long walk this way, I will take a sip of water. Like these guys right here. Missing a power pole. Built that probably hours ago. Another one down here. Yeah, they're fine. Let's just come over this way and take out the nests. Let's definitely go for the big one first. Just because I didn't want to have to deal with any stompers suddenly showing up. Personal lasers are enough to deal with these. I'll reserve the very last of this wooden ammo, which I am still using, for taking care of nests. Let's get the strafer down. There we are. And then we'll go take care of this last nest down here. Once again, big nest. But fortunately, no stomper. And I'm perfectly okay with that. Believe it or not. And strafer, please. Go down. There we go. And a hole. So, I wonder, I haven't been consciously making an effort to pick up all of the eggs as I've been going around, so I actually don't know what the odds are that I might have missed an egg somewhere, but probably decent. All the same, that's all of the nests in the surrounding area taken care of. By the time nests are more of a problem, hopefully I have artillery and better defenses in place. Hello, random bot. So let's see. I have a bunch of eggs. And the best place to put them is right here. In fact, it might not be a bad idea. Like, I have no idea how this could ever possibly happen. But let's just put a requester chest here. I will request pentapod eggs. And we will just output them straight into the furnace. So if we ever wind up with pentapod eggs, we just immediately burn them. Very good. Okay. Still no recycler? I guess that's fine. Redeemer, how are you doing? You have your 20 recyclers on you. And Garbage Truck is now on its way to Novice. In fact, it's nearly there. So it should literally get its recycler in like 10 seconds. It just has to show up to Novice. Okay, science is running, but it had been dead for a while. That's not usually a good sign. Especially since we should have all these science packs. I have to assume that it's lignumus science that is the problem. Okay, there we go. You should be getting your recyclers now. Yep, there they are. Okay. We finally have the recyclers. It only took like 3 hours. Not that it's even important, I'm just amazed that it took that long. Anyway, like I was saying, let's set up production for the soils, and then we should be done, I'm pretty sure. Where are those? Where are those? Okay, nutrients, Yumiko, landfill, and same over here. Okay. So, interestingly enough, I don't have a stockpile of the seeds yet, which is a little surprising. This is properly disabled. You're not requesting seeds. The other guy is also not requesting, correct? Yes, disabled. Okay. Yumiko seeds. You're only requesting 10. It's not like you're requesting 500 or something. Yeah, that's interesting. I would think I would have a lot more seeds by now built up. I guess not. Anyway, these are made in just regular assembling machines. So let's just set up a little square. They do take nutrients, though. That is something to consider. That is something to consider. Okay, so I probably just want to siphon off of something that already gets nutrients. This never got a spoilage loop back. Look at that. That's just gonna sit there forever and spoil. So, let's copy this. Pop you in, right there, and run the spoilage out. You know what, for fun, you can join there. Enjoy. Wonder if there's anywhere else where I've forgotten to put a spoilage dead end in like that. I wouldn't assume so, because the factory would just die, but, you know. You don't have water? Okay. I only had one rocket fuel assembler going, or biolab rather. That's quite a surprise. Yeah, there we go, okay. Well, I guess I've been handling the spoilage very well, at least. I wonder if there's anywhere that I have seeds that I'm still using red chest. Okay, I have red chest down here. You should be purple. How about on the side? You should also be purple. There's purples. Up this way. You're red. You're red. And... ooh, there's more this way, because I just copy and pasted this recently. Well, that would explain where all the seeds had gone, because they weren't in the storage up here, and I knew I had to have more seeds than that. I knew that was kind of weird. Granted, it's not like I have an absolute ton of seeds, but I do have some. Like, there's 130 in here, 4 in there, woo. But yeah, there's at least like 15 in this one now. And this one has 140 on the way. Yeah, okay, so that's that makes a lot more sense. You have like 5 coming, so you only have like 20, I guess, but you have like 120. Okay, sure. So let's see. I have nutrients here, but I don't want to take nutrients away from eggs. That seems like a poor decision. 100,000 legendary iron ore and 100,000 legendary copper ore in storage, but I did some AFK for a few hours. I think that'll do it, man. I think you've got a good buffer for whatever you want to make. I think that'll do it. can't really get nutrients out of you, unfortunately, even though that would be kind of nice. Though I guess I have nutrients, like, literally right here. I just don't want to steal nutrients from Bioflux, really. That seems like a bad idea. Where is a better thing to steal nutrients from? I can steal nutrients from, like, wherever you're getting nutrients. Nutrients come in here. Yeah. I can steal nutrients from this guy. No problem. Let's pick up some of these miners here. What am I even trying to do again? Oh yeah, I'm making soil. So, soil can go over here, I guess. I do need a way to get rid of the spoilage. So, spoilage guard. Right here. And then one assembler, two assembler. It's a little ugly, but it'll do, I guess. And then spoilage just has to come over this way. I think I'll just go up and out. Yeah, okay, you can just go straight in. That's not an issue, I don't think. Anyway, so artificial Yumiko and artificial jelly nut. Start loading them in. You will of course also have spoilage, which I can just shove this way. So filters. You can be spoilage and spoilage. Just straight in. There you go. Yeah, that's fine. So, keep you full of landfill. Landfill is actually right here, funny enough, but I think this is still a job for the bot. Let's move this in, so I can actually move you in one. And that way I can have a requester chest here. Yeah, that's fine. You're just gonna request landfill. All you're gonna do. Just like 100, sure? That way the seed requirement can be... you can request the seeds too. I don't see why not. Hopefully I don't starve jelly nut of seeds, because I don't have a lot of jelly nut seeds. But the farms should be full. In fact, I can just do request from buffer chest to give you higher priority. I'll go do that on the other farm as well. If you didn't know, doing request from buffer chest on a requester chest actually gives it a higher priority than a standard requester chest. So now I can come back to wherever I was. Here I am. And request the seeds, but they will always go to the farm first. There we are. And how many do you need? You only need 2 seeds, so 20's a pretty good amount. Importantly though, if I don't need the soil, I don't want to put nutrients in. So I'll get that wired up in a second. I'm not that worried that it's running right now, because again, this has lower priority than the farms for the seeds. And also I'm gonna need some. So producing some is fine. Into you, into you. And nearest Roboport is right here. I might go ahead and just throw another one right there. Just for convenience sake. That way I can wire you guys up. Read network requests. Actually, I want to wire up to the inserters specifically. There we are. So the one's doing the nutrients. I only want you enabled. This is Jelly Nut. So I only want you enabled if there is a request for artificial Jelly Nut. Equally, you will only be enabled if there is a request for artificial Yumiko. There we go. So now let's come up to the farms that I've got. Request artificial Yumiko. And just start plotting out bit. Okay, you can reach over there. I was hoping it would only highlight the parts where I can grow stuff with these guys, which does look to be the case. And that's all cool, I think. Yeah. Hopefully once this gets placed, this becomes a grow spot, and I'm not just wasting some over here, but, you know, whatever. If I am, then I am. Are you in grow? You are in grow range up here. So, I guess technically I can go ahead and add some up there too, and just see if I can grow in those tiles as well. Now let's come down this way. Let's grab artificial jelly nut, and start building it out as well. And over here. And over here. Gotta be a little locked in because I don't want to paint an area I don't intend to paint. There's a single square up here. And it looks like I could actually grow in this area if I didn't run a belt through it. So, well, that's the best I got. It's fine. Oh, I could just underground you. Duh. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Let's just do that. Okay, and now that there's demand for those, let's see. You can set up request logics, only request seeds for soil if you have more than 1,000 seeds. Where you have green squares, you can place soil for a farm spot. Yep, okay. I'm with you. And, yeah, I could just set it up so that I only have the seed request done if I have above a certain threshold, but honestly, I don't even care how many seeds I have. As long as the farms are fed, that's all that really matters to me. So, let's see. These are currently disabled. I do have requests. Missing material for construction. Okay, I think what I have to do in that case is place a buffer chest and just keep like 10 of each in here. Sure, and sure. And then once that gets placed, construction bots can still take out of these, but they can also request from the from storage, and that'll just work out. This has no filter. You should definitely be filtered. That's why there's spoilage in you, so let's get rid of that. You should also have a filter. That's why there's spoilage in you. There we go. I don't know Gleba logic. Gleba's easy, you can even build a bus on Gleba. I mean, technically kind of true. Like, I kind of have a bus on Gleba. Like, can't deny that. It's only 3 items, but I do. Yeah, you import rocket supplies. I mean, I am making all my rocket supplies. Okay, technically I should be making my rocket supplies. I don't have circuits, it looks like, and I'm not sure why. Yeah, blue circuits are lagging. They are running, though. It's just finicky. I've been having metal troubles recently, but everything does seem to be running. Yeah, okay. Everything seems to be running. I know Factorio bus as well. I mean, yeah. Let's see. I think I'm just about ready to get out of here. It does look like throwing the buffer chest down had the intended effect. Yep, okay, so these are producing. And then as soon as this fills up, technically this will, if I have no seeds, just continue throwing nutrients in here to rot, which is kind of unfortunate. But to get around that logic would require a lot of comparator messing around, and I don't care that much. We'll just... I mean, the nutrients would just sit on the belt and rot anyway, so they can sit in a machine and rot. Who cares? I'd like to build my rocket parts in Gleba, but I don't have calcite. I need a calcite ship so I can use foundries on both Gleba and Novice. So, ordinarily, my solution, which is not a very good solution, is you either have to have a ship that goes from Gleba to Vulcanus to pick up calcite and bring it back, which is usually part of my science ship. To explain better, I have my ship that brings Gleba science in, come drop off at Novice, then fly to Vulcanus, pick up calcite, and back to Gleba and kind of continue that clockwise rotation there. But with a mod that I have this time around, let me see, here we are. So with one of the mods I have this time around, inter-platform request, you can send items between platforms as long as they are orbiting the same planet. So all I have to do is, while my Gleba ship is in Novice orbit, when one of the Vulcanus ships arrives, it can just steal some of its calcite, and away I go. And that's been very nice. What I'd like to build... I don't want to waste my time with electric furnaces. Exactly. Like, there's... Once you have the foundries, I kind of just stop using electric furnaces for anything but stone bricks. What are you waiting on, by the way? You're just accruing ammo? That's fine. Yeah, you're fine. Okay. So, let's start setting up the return trip. So, this is going to be Novice. So, let's grab Novice. Novice requests for Gleba. So, first and foremost, we do want science packs. We want 2,000 of them. I might even reduce it to 1,000 if they start rotting too quickly. Like, it takes a while for ammo to build up, so I would like it to be 2,000. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anything else that I want from Gleba? I guess I'll bring a bioplant or two. I'm not going to set up shipping of bioflux or anything just yet. I might even want a second Gleba ship, just to get everything moving a little faster. Rocket stack size is 20. Yeah, that's fine. Do I make literally anything else on this planet? I really don't think I do. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Send up the science, send up the biochambers. That's all I want. Yeah, okay. So, back to Gleba. I should have science. That is definitely something I should have. If I don't have science, something is quite wrong. Eggs. Eggs should be coming. Move along. Okay, I have, for some reason, something's not working. I don't read content. That's the problem. No, that's not the problem. Read fuel. That's gonna do it. Yep, okay. So I haven't been making science in absolute forever, so all of my science has spoiled. Awesome. I haven't been building up science this entire time. Where are you going? Where are you going over here with the science pack? What? Wait, what? Okay. Like, that is intentional. Um... I guess I should have something else that takes out the spoilage. Yeah, let's just do that. Filter to spoilage. I have a spoilage belt literally right underneath me, so that works. I guess that means... yeah, okay, that's fine. My last save I was making calcite on a platform. I mean, always a good way to do it once you're able. I think I'm going to make a new ship like that and set it up to travel from Gleba to Novice. Yeah, that's a again, good way to go about it. Let's see. So, that's being taken care of, that's fine. We can handle all of this without any issues. Steam is completely full. The reactors are on, which is interesting. They should only come on if our steam is getting kind of low. And our steam is completely full. Unless something is broken. No, I got T all the way from the reactors up here. What is the condition here? It's less than 8,000. Okay. Oh. You should be and then this can go away. That's the problem. Which one did I just fix? That one? Alright, let's copy that condition through all of them. And including on Novice, because I just copied you off Novice. So I guess I set you up wrong. There we are. Makes less of a difference on Novice than it does on Gleba, but still. That's, we don't want to be burning unnecessary fuels on Gleba if I don't have to. And that's the last of our research finished up. Okay, so this is running. One last little check around everything. Blue circuits are running. This is running. Everything is a-okay. I even have burner inserters. I even have burner assemblers, so I can make more stuff if I want to. I have made some burner lamps. I don't know why. I guess that's why. I don't make batteries, so I have a couple little equipment things down here that need batteries. I think I will go ahead and set up some battery production up around where I have sulfuric acid. Just to be fun. Okay, you cannot be made in a biochamber. You have to be made in a chemical plant. That is good, if anything. Let's bring this down. And let's make, like 2 machines that make batteries, I think. So, like right here. And that way they can just have their input and their output. Make batteries. Oh, I also need to make explosives. Okay, that is actually something I do need to do. So, in you go. And then let's set a limit on you. We don't need very many of these. So batteries, we'll just keep like 100. I think that's fine. And let's get you some pipes. There we are. So sulfur, we do have sulfur here. Bank holiday today for me, very nice. I also need to build a ship for supplies so I can move belts and other machines from one to the other. I just do that on my science ship. The science ships take care of supply transfers and science, all wrapped in one. Figured if they're going back and forth anyway, they might as well make themselves useful. Let's make a little more sulfur. Let's make a little more sulfur. We need more spoilage though in order to do that. Let's see. Yeah, you are enabled, so I am requesting spoilage if I do have any. So, hold on. This area up here. Why are you disabled? I have 4,000 spoilage in storage somewhere. I don't know where that is, but that's terrifying. Yeah, I have no idea where that is, actually. It's probably a problem. It's probably not supposed to be in there. I actually want to try and find that if I can. Nope, not gonna happen. Okay. I was hoping. Because I think there's probably just a chest somewhere that is full of spoilage that's not supposed to be full of spoilage. Ah, there's some spoilage. That'll do it. I have designed a ship that is constantly ferrying items between the inner planets. That's mostly the approach that I take. In fact, that is Hackid. Hackid is my planet starting ship, but it idly just kind of goes around between all of the planets and picks up whatever it wants to pick up and then just kind of keeps making rotations and evens everyone out. Since it's my planet starting ship, it's supposed to have belts and power poles and everything on it anyway, so if someone happens to want some of those supplies, it's happy to oblige. A flying brick. That is just my ship design style. The giant blob. If it works, you know? And it only barely works. Okay, let's see. Just missing plant stuff, that's fine. Uses advanced fuel recipe. That is true. I've probably unlocked a lot of stuff from my platforms that I haven't been utilizing. Just haven't bothered yet. What is research that I want? I can finally get rocket fuel productivity once I get this back home. In the meantime, I might keep going with processing unit prod. Health is such a funny research at this point in the game. Why would you even want this? I have multiple of them, and they're point to point. Yeah, pretty much. Stronger explosives does make rockets better. It is tempting. I might go for more physical projectile damage. Just to make the ships flying back and forth transport stuff a little safer. So let's just go with that. Robot speed's always cool. Just some of this prod stuff is good. I might as well research the nuke. Have fun. Let's see. Yeah, I'm probably not even going to get through all of this research before I get the Gleba science back home, so I'll just let that start chewing through that list. I feel like there was something else that I needed to do, and I cannot remember what it was, and it is bothering me. It was a chemical thing, because I was setting up batteries. Explosives! I did not set up explosives, so I do need coal. Okay, coal's actually kind of annoying. Because coal requires me to burn stuff. I remember, I was looking at you. You don't request spoilage. That's why you're not working. That will do it. Let's just request like 50, I guess. Yeah, they're happy to oblige now. Okay, so there we go. That's gonna help sulfur go just a little faster, I think. Let me do that. And that does take the limit off for reasons beyond my understanding. So, spoilage, less than 20? Something like that, I think. What was your recipe? You take 5. What's your automation limit? 20. So, less than, like, 10. There we are. Okay, so that does make a lot more sulfur. That is a lot more sulfur. Okay. Explosives, explosives. You can be made in a chemical plant alone. So, Chem plant. How much in the way of explosives do I want to make? I did not at all leave room for this, unfortunately, so I'm going to just start running this way. And make explosives over there somewhere. Is it ugly? Absolutely. But that's just what I have to do. So, explosives. And explosives. So, you do need water. Let's just run a pipe there. And I won't take up this middle spot on the assumption that I might need more, so that would mean underground pipe. I can go there, and that's fine. I do need a substation. Let's just get this one to come this way. Okay, you would want to go right here. So let's just move all of this a little bit this way. I think there was good. Okay, right there. Perfect. Awesome. Good. If you run out of shield, you're going to die so fast from biters and pentapods without life upgrades. Yeah, like, I literally did earlier. Like, I can't deny it. At the same time, it's like, eh. Like, it is true. It's just also very, like, how often at this stage of the game am I manually shoving my face into a combat situation? It just doesn't happen that often. Anyway, that's one ingredient down, but the more annoying one left to go. How many of these am I even going to need? Wait, what? Oh, that is a research anyway. I don't even have you yet. Okay. Well, I guess I can try and get a head start. It is a 2-second crafting time. And it produces 1 coal from 5 carbon. It also needs sulfur. Good to keep in mind. So, let's see. You are a 4-second crafting time. And you take 1 coal. So 1 recipe will support 2 of these guys. Let's just split the sulfur up and it'll find its way wherever it needs to go. Sulfur, water, coal. Okay. Just triple checking there. Get you down. This is your coal input and output. Let's say sulfur can go here then. In which case I don't even need this bottom level. You can just go away. Can I just move this then? Not easily. Not easily. I can just split you here, and then move you this way, and that works. In we go. And let's get the inserters rearranged now. Should be fine. Okay. Can't set your recipe. But, and it should be in here somewhere. Should be in here somewhere. Oh, I feel blind. It's the rocket turret. It's the great big old rocket turret. There it is. So, you do take 5 carbon. You are a 2-second crafting recipe. So I need 5 carbon every 2 seconds, or 2.5 a second. If you don't deal with biters, you just leave the turrets to deal with them. It's easy. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So 2.5 carbon a second. So carbon can be made from coal. That's good. Okay, I know I just burn the... I know I just burn spoilage. I'm just trying to find rates. Is that also in here by chance? Let's see. Alt recipe, there you are. You're in a biochamber. You're a 12-second crafting time. You are a 12-second crafting time. Okay, keep in mind inbuilt productivity of a biochamber means it's not 1, it's 1.5. Another way of saying that would be that you reduce it to an 8-second crafting time, so 1 per 8 seconds. Still, that's not a lot. 1 every 8 seconds. So, I need like 16 of these, and even that's not quite enough. I need 20? I need 20 biochambers making carbon? That can't be right. Maybe I don't get 2 plants making explosives. maybe I only have the production to feed 1. Maybe I only have the production to feed 1, yeah. Maybe I'll just come back to this once I actually have the research and I can set recipes and look at times. Otherwise, I'm gonna wind up misreading numbers and doing something stupid. Let's get these guys down. Seems fine. Let's get belts in. This way. And up. And in. Somewhere over here is fine. Probably right there. These guys also up and in. I don't much care about throughput rate. I just want them to be able to run, so I don't run out of stone. And there we go. That should do everyone. Very good. Okay. So that's my stone problems resolved for another short time. Make sure I actually have the modules to put in you. Yes, I do. Okay. All good. All good. Just have to check. I believe that's everything I wanted to do here. I don't have anything that automatically deploys bots into the system. But this is also Gleba, and I don't know how important that is. But I guess if I do make bots, and I'm pretty sure I make bots somewhere. Yeah, I do make the bots. I just don't output them. So let's go ahead, go to Novice, and grab the little logic doohickey. This guy right here. To control how often I throw new bots into the system. You can even fit right there. It's a miracle. Substation would have been nice, I guess. But whatever. We can just have ugly power poles. Yay! I introduce you to my good friend Speed Mods. I mean, yes, but also ish. At some point on Gleba, I had so many egg grafts in my spore cloud, and every single attack consisted of 20 to 30 big pents. For every direction of my base, just one big stomper has 15,000 HP. Big stompers are kind of terrifying. They're not something to be taken lightly. Let's see. Okay, we are accruing steel finally. Everything else is building up alright. You are missing explosives, of course you are. Yeah, I think that's all I'm going to be doing on Gleba for now. Yeah, I think that's fine. Spore Cloud is not bad, all things considered. That is perfectly fine. Unless I get some really sneaky nests that come, like, directly for me, I will be good for quite a long time. So, let's clear my inventory. Including my wooden ammo. Very important. And let's start heading for the silo. Come on, guys, you got this. Oh, nope, gotta go charge. Fine. That's fine. Yeah, it definitely seems to be blue circuits that are the pain point here. I am producing enough now. Yeah, okay. If it continues being a problem, I will do something about it. I think it's just, I think it was just kind of working up buffers and all, though. So there are no blue circuits up that way. But we are also still stealing blue circuits to put in here, so... You know, what can you do? Blue circuits are coming in to be used in various different things in here, like for energy shields and chargers and rocket silos, for instance. There's 2 more rockets, and another one in here, and another one in materials in here, so that's a lot of silos. We've got cargo bays, we've got these guys. There's a lot of stuff. So, once we stop just immediately using all the blue circuits, I'm sure a lot more blue circuits will be able to come and make rockets. In the meantime, though, I think it's time to get out of here. Hack Kid's even here, so that's wonderful timing. Let's hop on Hack Kid and get out of here. My defense was a wall of legendary lasers and Teslas. A wall of Teslas is just terrifying to even think about. Even with all... yeah, they would weigh a ton, yeah. Even with all that huge range from legendary turrets, they still managed to destroy some turrets from time to time. But after I deployed artillery turrets, no more. That is nowhere near enough blue circuits per second. If you don't make a ton of science, you don't need a ton of blue circuits. Exactly. Let's see. What are you waiting on? Ammo. I'll go look at it. Yeah, we should be outputting... what is this, 4? Now with all the extra mods, actually, the speed has dropped a lot. So this actually did drop below 1 per second. So maybe that's part of the problem. Though I still say most of the problem is just that it's being eaten for things I don't really need right now. But all the same, it was supposed to be 1 per second, and I'm actually missing one. So let's go ahead and add 1 more. You just go right there. Ooh, that does... that doesn't work with the red circuits, unfortunately. Which means maybe this guy has to move just a little bit. Oh, you took a pipe from somewhere. Let's not take a pipe. You can go, like, up here. I guess I do need that pipe to move if I'm going to be adding another machine. If I'm adding a machine, I actually really need to add 2 machines, otherwise the pipes no longer line up. And now I'm in the way of plastic. Well, I guess I'm moving plastic now. So let's move you. Right here, I guess. That's the best I can do. In you go, and in you go. And then, of course, we need to move this up. That's no issue. Yeah, everything should be good. We got modules. We should be getting input soon. Did we finally run out of blues? No, okay, the construction bots were just taking their time. You can solve that problem with a beacon. You can solve a lot of problems with beacons. Granted. Am I actually making enough red circuits now to support this? Let me double check. So that's going to be 1.2. I think I'm making 1.5. Yes, I'm making 1.5, so that is plenty. There's spoilage on the plastic belt. That's probably not a good thing. You're not filtered. Somehow. Somehow you've been working mostly fine, but not been filtered. That's kind of wild, honestly. Yeah, now I have to, like, double check everywhere. I think that's spoilage right there. Yes, it is. Okay, well, somehow it was mostly fine for, like, 3 hours. Who knows? Anyway, that should be a little more blue circuits coming in. C block is great. I haven't gotten very far in C-Block myself, but I just think of it along the same terms as I do like a Minecraft Skyblock or something like that, and I have like literally unimaginable number of hours in Skyblock. There are like probably months of my life. The stream was not for 3 hours. Not sure what you mean. Okay, so this is building up. Did I ever... I am here. Let's drop back onto Novice when I get the opportunity. You should be making your way around there soon. Do I even request anything from Gleba? I don't think there's even any reason for HackKid to stop at Gleba, to tell you the truth. He's not going to pick up science, he's not going to pick up, like, biochambers or something. I think we can just skip that. Yeah, he can just, stop going there. Okay, granted, HackKid was the one bringing belts in. But I mean, I'm pretty much done building on Gleba anyway. Like, whatever I've got there is probably pretty much whatever I'm gonna get. So let's just pull him back, and he's gonna need a good bit of retrofitting before we're able to get to Maraxsis. And the very first step of that is, of course, going to be getting science. No silo accepting request. That's probably something I should go deal with. And there we go. That terrified me for just a second. Hold on, where is my science being stored? I have almost 1,000 science. That's not a lot. Why don't I have more? Why don't I have more eggs? Eggs up this way have died. That is kind of a problem. Yeah, that is kind of a problem. Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit gutsy. Oh, maybe not. I'm going to sit through a cutscene for 10 seconds first, I guess. Working as you said, something stopped working after 3 hours. No, I've been going for almost 5 hours now. No turbo, that's actually a good point. I literally don't make turbo belts yet. I really should. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Did I even research them? Like, I think I did. I don't see the research in here, so I probably researched them. Plastic productivity would be kind of nice. For Vulcanus, that is. What would I want to start with? Carbon fiber is a prereq for rocket turrets. That's probably what I want to go for first. So I'll go ahead and queue that up, and once I get the first of the Gleba science coming in, I will just move that up front. Anyway, I'm gonna just kind of chill out over there for a second. So I do have the biochambers on board now. Not that I'm super excited about those, but you know, they exist. So, Gleba, what's going on? What's going on here? Let's grab one egg and have one egg put in here. And hopefully they will just do that and not just burn the egg. Let's see. They are coming to burn the egg. I mean, that is what I asked them to do. I can't be angry about that, I suppose. Just wish they wouldn't have done that. What if I try one more time? Like, since the request is there, will they just do it? No, they are immediately going to burn it again. Okay. I think what I will do then is I will just break you. And now they should bring it over here. they should bring it over here. There we are. And that's going to kickstart you. Let's undo that, make sure that stays. And that should bring these 2 egg pods back to life. Okay, and there they go. So they do need nutrients. It doesn't seem like... Okay, it is just an output problem, it looks like. How many nutrients do I need? Yeah, that is like 24 nutrients a second. So maybe a single bulk inserter is not quite enough, even if I do have the output capacity from the machine. Let's see. What would be a reasonable way of handling this? What would be an unreasonable way of handling this? So I have these guys, they're outputting there. If I put you there, it would be real hard to get anything out. That's not gonna work, but I could move this. Actually, I could move this quite easily. They're right here. Those wires were maintained, it looks like. Should be fine. Yes, okay. I think I will go ahead and move you down here as well, just to keep everything together. And then that allows me to get another one of these guys. And I think for completion's sake, I would actually really like to be able to get you on 2 sides of the belt. But that's challenging. Unless I do something like that, which is kind of awful, but whatever. It fits. It'll work. Stack inserters are great, but I mean, gotta have the rocket turrets first. Rocket turrets allow you to get to the next planet. Unless you mean as a solution for this, in which case, yeah, that would be great. As soon as I have them researched, that's just a little ways away. That should be plenty of output on this guy now. Let's make sure these are running. Yes, okay, so these are running a little more reliably now. Maybe not even full uptime, but they are running better. And it is still output trouble. Maybe if I upgrade the belts, actually. That would be a reasonable thing to do. That way these not stack inserters, the bulk inserters can just output faster. On a faster belt, they output faster. Simple as that. There we go. Okay, how has that helped? That's helped tremendously. Yeah, look at it go. Okay, now it's running at full uptime. It works, solution, yeah. If it works, you know? Okay. Well, that's that problem taken care of. So science should now be running at full speed, which is still not super fast, but I am producing it at over 2 per second, which does make it more than twice as fast as my standard science rate for the other planets, because my general target so far has been 60 SPM or 1 per second, which is not super fast, don't get me wrong, it's just, you know, a general easy target that makes all the numbers line up nicely. Garbage truck should be requesting science. How long do you have? You're already down to 50%. Let's go ahead and just send you off and have the first load. And that's only going to be the equivalent of about 500 packs, but it will get the job done. But with that introduction, that does mean Novice now has to worry about dealing with spoilage. Which means all of the labs will need some way to deal with spoilage, which they just can't the way that I have them currently built. Yeah, that's gonna be an issue. So, yeah, what do I do about that? I guess I have to rebuild the labs. So let's just start from this level here. And these guys will also have to be rebuilt, so let's just knock them out of the way. Is it pretty? Biolabs will, once again, also be very nice, but that is also research. So I will have to research them in order to use them. I can just move you a little further away and use a longhand instead. And that allows me room to have a spoilage filter on you. Use filter, spoilage. There we are. In fact, hold on. Let's get rid of this. And let's have a design where I bring this into here, and then into here. Crash unrequested's already checked ahead of time. Then I can have labs here, and then you can just output into a purple chest with a spoilage filter. There we are. And there we are. Of course, I still need something to do with that spoilage once it starts showing up, but that's not going to be a big issue, I don't think. And then I'll copy you, put you here, and then that can be a little 2-lab wide tile that just works like that. And then get rid of all this across the top. Yeah, that's going to make the bots pretty busy for a second, but they'll live. What's going to make them even busier is I'm about to move this into the place where they used to be. Okay, and then you can go here. That's a pretty decent fit, I'd say. Why is just this edge? Yeah, just that edge for some reason is missing the spoilage. Whatever. I guess I'll just replace it. There we go. Let's copy and paste you a little more carefully, I suppose. And then put you down here as well. So, paste it in. Make sure you're lined up. And there we are. Okay, and I've knocked out power to half the base. It seems they... Okay, nope, we're fine. They just had to replace the power poles. We're all good. That's so many bots. That was actually really cool. I mean, they're so unhappy. Look at them all charging, but that was really cool looking to watch them just fly around like that. Also, a lot of these do not have modules, so let's make sure I get that all replaced. There we go. Okay. That should be all of them now. Prioritize biolabs due to reduced drain. I mean, that is very reasonable. Like, that is a good way of going about it. Garbage truck has already dropped off its science, apparently, so let's make sure I go ahead and move the Gleba science to the front. There we are. Okay, and as soon as things start making their way around, we should actually start making some progress here. I might not even want to keep 200 Gleba science in here. That's actually kind of excessive. Let's reduce that. I should have named these. Let's name this Labs. Reduce that to 20. And then just take it and copy and paste that all around. Because now I have to do it the slow and tedious way of just kind of hunting and pecking them all. Whereas if I'd done it first, it would have just been part of the copy and paste. But there we go. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Something to add to the production area now. Let's come up this way. And I do want to make, whatever the towers are called. I am blanking for some reason. These guys. Heating towers. So I do want to make heating towers. I don't think there's anything else that I want to make. Biolabs will take some special preparation. They're certainly not going in here right now. Fortunately, the bots cannot rise up. Yeah, they just work and they're happy about it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna mess around in there too much longer. We're just gonna leave these as parameters. So 3, 0, and 1. And there we are. I would just like some of these heating towers, so that as I get spoilage, I can throw it over here and just make a little extra heat for the turbines, if nothing else. So you can just go like right there. Let's grab an inserter, throw you in, and request spoilage. There we go. That'll get all the spoilage out of the system once it starts appearing. Happy's debatable. They, you know, they're fulfilled. They have a purpose, and they get to fulfill that purpose with gusto. Okay, so I've made 0 progress towards this, which is not super cool. It doesn't look like I request the Gleba science, which is probably the problem. So, novice for Gleba. There we go. Novice for Gleba. Unfortunately, Garbage Truck is already back over the planet, waiting for even more science packs, and actually something I need to do. I need to figure out a garbage system to get rid of spoilage. That is a unique problem you run into on Gleba ships. I have a garbage chute right here. I just need to get it onto this guy. So, set filters. That's fine and all. Yeah, there's no way that's happening, okay. So where else can I... Okay, literally the only square I can output is right here, so I just gotta figure something out. It's not that hard. I just have to underground a bit. I have a bunch of these yellow undergrounds, so I might as well put it to use. Do I have anything that isn't the yellow? I do have a red. And that will get me far enough. Okay. Perfect. You love to see it. Let's make sure there's nothing there. No. Alright. Do I not have... I don't have a single fast inserter. Okay. Okay. I don't have a single fast inserter, I guess. We'll just have to pick one of those up at some point. It looks like it's actually sending it from Gleba, unfortunately. I have my science. Let's leave immediately. I don't even have ammo, but... You know, that's a price I'll have to pay, I guess. I don't think that makes any sense. Anyway, let's actually get this belt laid for the spoilage. And I guess if I don't have blues, that's a good one to use. That way I can place you in and then set your filter. I placed that with impeccable timing. I don't know if anyone else noticed that. That was settling into here the instant I hit use filter. Anyway, as and when we do accrue spoilage from science expiring, it'll just dump it this way, which will come out here and get dumped off the side. Okay, so this will actually be the first Gleba science load, so that's exciting. Let's see how close you are, about halfway. I think that's a wonderful time for a sip of water as we watch the spaceship majestically travel towards us. Okay, so one thing that I do want to do is I have this planet here, or planet. I have this platform here. This is supposed to be the platform that takes me back and forth between Novice and Maraxsis, because Hackid, as much as Hackid is a joy, is not going to be capable of journeying out to Maraxsis. Just isn't going to happen. That's because it has Aquilo-sized asteroids on it that's going to need rocket defense, and once you move into needing rockets, that's just a whole nother ballgame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just request a whole lot of platform, and I'm not going to make my ship this shape or anything. I just want to start shipping platform up here, and I could just request platform, but you know, this seems like a reasonable way of figuring out around how much platform you're going to want, is to just make kind of a blobby-shaped, almost ship kind of thing, and then reshape everything once you actually get your parts. So, literally just doodling, and then whatever I happen to get, I happen to get. And that should be quite a lot of space platform on the way. Oh yeah, that's a lot of rockets. I think that was probably every rocket I had. Oh yeah, look at them go. It's kind of nice, actually, the way they all take off one after the other. It's really cool. You rarely ever see that. And off they go. But I will need a lot more than just platforms, so let's go ahead and request other things as well. Just for example, I'll probably request a few hundred belts. Request inserters and green inserters, and probably longhand inserters. Definitely gonna need pipe. Gonna need a pump. I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with solar anymore, so we're probably going to wind up shipping a reactor up here. But, you know, we'll save that for last, in case we don't wind up needing that, but I'm pretty sure we will. Let's see, what else? What else? I guess probably undergrounds and maybe splitters. Let's see. Anything else that I want? We will need assemblers. We will need efficiency modules. Well, if we have a reactor, though, will we? That I don't actually know. What I do know is we will need chemical plants. We will, of course, need thrusters and crushers and all the space stuff. Cargo bays. Let's just request all of it. There we are. Let's see. Gun turrets. Definitely gonna want those. We will eventually want rocket turrets, but we don't have them yet. But I can set a request for them. But I won't. Not yet. Let's see, foundries. I'm gonna want foundries. Rockets. Rocket capacity 5. Let's start with 5. Also, that should be from probably novice orbit, so I can avoid a rocket launch if possible. 430 traveling speed is pretty good. The Aquilo route still takes a bit. Yeah, Aquilo is pretty far. And 430 is not bad. I think that's faster than most of the ships that I've designed. What else? What else? I will need... Will I need an electric furnace if I have foundries? I don't think I will. I don't think I will. I do have assembling machines. I do have chemical plants. I guess I will go ahead and commit to sending up a reactor. Maybe 2. See, the thing is, if you send up 2 reactors, that's the power of 4 reactors. Like, that is really good, but I'm also not going to have nearly enough water to utilize that much heat. It just feels, I don't know, feels like you're missing out. Like it's literally just double the power. 4 legendary thrusters, and it's not a wide ship, it's tall. Not crazy, but tall. I mean, that's definitely the way to do it if you want something pretty fast. Let's go for 2 reactors. Nah, that's dumb. 1 reactor. Best I can do. I'm actually... How much do? You do 40 megawatts of heat. That is enough for... How many of you again? 10 heat, so that's 4 heat exchangers. 1 rocket sends up 25, so maybe I will do 2 of you then. Because that will do 16 megawatts of heat. So that's at least 16 heat exchangers, which is closer to 25? But let's see. With 16 of you, that's going to output around 1,600 steam. I think it's just twice steam turbines. I think it's a 1-to-2 ratio, pretty much. So if we have 16, then I want about 32 steam turbines. Let's go for 30. Let's ship up a tank. What's the rocket size? 50. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of tanks, I guess. That's fine. I do want cargo bays, because we're gonna start running out of room fairly soon. And I think I will put them just kind of off this way somewhere. And, you know, we'll move that around if it needs to be moved around. Maybe I'll even kind of mirror it on the side, and then just get rid of those. How are you different? Oh, we got our first Gleba science. There we go. That's how the other side is. Okay. I'm trying to avoid as much as possible taking up precious output and input space on the hub, because I think I will probably need some. Wanted to build some legendary radars in Gleba for more range. I almost forgot what I wanted to do. Move some radars from Vulcanus to Gleba. I mean, that'll do it. Assuming you have, and I don't know why you wouldn't, considering what you've been saying, but assuming you have legendary radars on Vulcanus already, just makes more sense to ship them out. Let's see. I think I'll probably hang out on top of Novice. All requests satisfied. I want to hang out until I have pretty much no science left. So let's say item count, Gleba science, is less than, like, I don't know, 20 or something. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's see, all the labs are still running. That is good news. This science has half an hour left. I might even be able to complete this. It only has about a minute left. Oh, 2 minutes. Do I have any more? I don't have any more Gleba science in storage though, so all of this is going to very quickly wind down. Okay. Well, there you have it. Well, once you get back to Gleba, hopefully you are able to just immediately pick some up. Yes, you can. I think I will set a second thing over here. So let's say So, item count, I do want to make sure I keep the ammo in mind. So, as long as I have ammo, at least 130, just like the top condition. And item count. If I do have some science, then I can leave. As long as I've been inactive for, 15 seconds. Okay, we are just waiting for it to arrive, and then we will immediately leave, and I think that's fine. It just has to actually show up. Any moment now. Any moment now. Did it launch yet? Where are my silos even at? I've got to assume it already launched. Yep, okay. We just don't have the ammo. Okay, that's why we're not leaving. Yeah, that'll do it. That is somewhat of a problem. Maybe I'll have you stand over Novice until you have a little more ammo. And that way when you arrive at Gleba, you'll already have a little more ammo to make it back with also. Give you a little head start. Forgot how big the range on legendary radars is. I have seen the range on a legendary radar, but I do not remember just offhand what it's like. So, standard quality. Continuous coverage is 3. At legendary, it's 8. So almost 3 times the distance. That's pretty absurd. Okay, anyway, I'm kind of just stuck until Gleba Science shows up again. But I did want to come and look at Lignumus. This was just a little thing I had myself from making fuel. Or, not fuel, making steel. But it seems to need fuel, so... How could I get you in? That's easy enough. I can break that and move that down. That can stay. And then you can go there. And now you can make steel. There you go. So let's see. Blue circuits are being made, but you do need more basic circuits. Basic circuits need gold, that's not a shock. Yeah, I just need more gold. So I do need to push out a little further then, and probably claim some of these gold spots. That might mean a personal trip. I really don't want to have to expand the walls again. Expanding the walls is kind of a pain. But it is what it is, I guess. Go for legendary items this run if you never did. You're gonna find out how crazy they are. I might get around to a legendary something, but that's a pretty big maybe. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, my current goal is just to complete Maraxsis. I'm not even 100% certain I'm going to even continue to Aquilo, just because the map really was supposed to be finished at the end of last month, so I'm already well into overtime. Let's see. The gold bacteria. Where is the gold bacteria coming from? Because I'd kind of like it if it wasn't just shoved onto the same belt as gold ore. I think all gold bacteria comes this way. So... Also, this is the only stretch of remaining wooden belt, and it doesn't even need to be an underground anymore. So let's just get that placed. So we do have bacteria coming in here, we have bacteria coming in here. These guys naturally take care of it by just leaving it in a requester chest until it naturally decays. But let's see. Yeah, why are you backed up? What are you backed up on? Oh, you're backed up on moisture metalite because we're backed up on peat. We're not using enough peat. That is a problem and a half. Wow. You know, just like a normal Factorio, where if you don't have enough iron, you just build more furnace stacks. If you don't make enough legendary items, you just scale more. Or, you know, go for a mega base. That's another thing. Yeah, I mean, that's always the solution there. If you don't have enough, that's a very solvable problem. Okay, at the very least, I will filter to gold ore. There we are. That way the gold bacteria can sit in here, but it won't be output. And let's see. I can do kind of the same thing right up this way. I'm sure I probably have a steel chest, but before I hard commit, let's put one down and just see. Nope, Lignumus doesn't have steel chests. Okay. I guess that's understandable. What do you have, Lignumus? You do have steel. Do you have assemblers? You do have assemblers. Do you request red circuits by any chance? I don't believe you do. Okay. I am missing some calcite and some tungsten. I've been using that to make artillery shells, but you know, we're doing fine so far. Let's go ahead and request red circuits. What's a single rocket? 1,000? Sure. Fine. We'll keep that in there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so red circuits, that is going to allow me to make logistics chests. Something's in the way. Okay, so chest, steel chest. And then request, and provide, and storage. That way I finally have those on Lignumus. I'm not going to have them yet because there's no red circuits on this planet, but, you know, we will get there, and more importantly, I will soon have steel chests, so that's all I really need right now. So, gold bacteria. Let's just stop it right at this point, right here. Like right here is fine, I think. Move this down this way. And we'll see if we have bulk inserters, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. Lignumus is missing bulk inserters. Okay, so you get to be fast inserters then. Lignumus is missing a steel chest. I bet you are. But you should be able to make one. Yes, there we go. Okay, point being, I wanted to set a filter on you to only output gold ore. And I actually want to rip up my smelting here. Just all of this in here. And I'm going to replace it very soon with foundries, which I guess actually probably should have requested foundries before I went through and deleted it all, but here we are. Let's find a foundry. It's gonna be in here. Foundry, let's keep like 10. And let's go to Moon Science and adjust where these requests are coming from. So you can come from Novice Orbit. And then the other ones can come from the planet. So you're probably going to be waiting on Steam Science for a while, pal. Just head on back to Novice. And hopefully you just immediately get these. Okay, we are gonna wait for explosives and radars and things like that for a second, which should allow time for these guys to show up and drop off whatever it is they're dropping off. Planet Expressor actually does make a trip to Lignumus, so if you have foundries on you, and you do, he'll probably just drop them himself. Let's see. Yes, you did drop foundries. Okay. Okay, very cool. So, Lignumus can make use of foundries now. So, let's see. Production building, foundry. I have gold ore coming in here, and gold plates was in here somewhere. I'll have to figure that out in a minute. But let's just get a couple foundries in. Important to note, Lignumus doesn't have the most robust power supply. Like, it's got a pretty big solar farm. But foundries might be a lot. Yeah, foundries might be a lot. We'll have to be careful. I can see everything. Well, to be honest, my Gleba base is so small. My Spore Cloud, again, really small. Where do you have the main base on Novice? I guess it really depends on what you mean main. Novice is in charge of actual research. And like, it's definitely my biggest base. It's the one that I have the most time into, but a lot of this is just walls that you're seeing. Like, infrastructure to the walls to hold. And solar field, this is all just wood. The actual Novice base is mostly here, which, you know, isn't small, but compared to Vulcanus, Vulcanus is a little more sprawling, because you can afford to be a little more sprawling on Vulcanus, but it's hard to say which one's bigger. They're probably about even. Definitely not Fulgora. Fulgora is held together by, like, gum and paper clips, and then Gleba is Gleba. Like, it's fun to work on, but it's not exactly going to be my main producer. So, kind of split between the two. This planet Lignumus, does it add some machines or upgrades that you can get to other planets and tech? So, Lignumus, the way that it works out, it becomes your starting planet. So instead of starting on Novice, you actually start on Lignumus. What that means is there is not a lot of unique resources, but there is gold, and there is wood, and there is a fuel source called peat. And peat's actually a pretty good fuel source, but it needs to be pretty good because when you start, everything is burner power. Everything. Burner inserters, burner assemblers, burner labs. You have the lumber mill. Since everything's made out of wood, it gives that base 50% productivity, like a lot of the planet mods do. Or planets do, rather. But yeah, that's kind of the general idea. But what's fun about it is you make a temporary rocket pad that launches you to Novice, and then it blows up. But once you get to Novice, you can research your standard, like, red and green and blue researches and all. But once you start getting to things that need space science, they also start needing Lignumus science again. Lignumus also extremely configurable if you don't want any of that, but I thought it sounded fun, so I enabled it. So you have to come back to Lignumus and get its science running up at scale, and then start sending its science back to Novice as well. Though having Lignumus is also why my crafting recipes for just everything are ruined. On purpose. Again, I enabled this. This is my fault. But regular yellow inserters also take burner inserters. but burner inserters are made out of wood. Lumber is just wood, and then wooden gears is just lumber. So, just wood, which is why I have so many tree farms on Novice. And also they're burner tree farms, of course. Yellow belts require wooden belts. So same deal. Even assembling machines. Tier 1 assembling machines require burner assembling machines. Even green circuits. Green circuits do fortunately have 2 recipes, but if you choose the recipe for green circuits that doesn't include the basic circuit, which is, again, made from wood and copper when you're off Lignumus, but when you're on Lignumus it can be wood and gold. But anyway, if you choose the green circuit recipe that does not include the basic circuit, it's twice as expensive. So that it does add some interesting dilemmas, I can say that. Speaking of which, I got completely sidetracked. Let's make sure I get this set up. Okay. I'm acting like I've never used the foundry before. Let's make molten gold. And I don't know how many of these I'm going to be able to supply, but probably not more than 2. So let's redo these power poles here. Get that in the middle. Actually, you should probably be facing the other direction. Okay, and then gold ore comes in this way. And let's get you in. I would use bulk inserters, but again, Lignumus just straight up doesn't have them, so I won't. You do need calcite, so let me figure out... I do have bots. I can just bring calcite in with bots, and that's not a big deal. So, a little bit of calcite. Intermediate... Oh, I'm blind. I know it's in here. There you are, calcite. And a little down this way as well. Okay, so that's gonna greatly improve the tiny amount of gold that I'm capable of producing. And then I just need to actually cast it. Where is my gold line? So gold output is supposed to be right here. Okay, so this is my gold output right there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit foundries in this area. Granted, like, how many foundries do I even need in here? Like, how much you take? 25. These guys are doing... Okay, I need a lot of foundries, granted. So... Okay, I can fit you here and here. And then I can fit another couple over this way. I do need to remove this power pole. It does seem somewhat important, so let's not cut it too hastily. You're also the only supply of power up this way, so let's make sure there is an alternative power path here. Does this planet add some new infinite researches? Not that I know of. Like, it is just a starter planet. The whole idea is, you know, once you're done with it, you're kind of done with it and you leave. You know, for the most part. It just adds a an alternative start that is not Novice. And it's fun. It also has really good music, which I mention at every opportunity I'm able. I'm a big fan of the Lignumus music. I also probably shouldn't be using Iron Pipe, since Iron Pipe is, well, iron itself is kind of a commodity on this planet, since it has to be shipped in. So let's go with the gold pipe. And the gold underground, though the gold underground is not as good. But it'll still get the job done. Okay, and let's get some power. There we are. that should do. And inserters, so output, output, and output. Let's see, where was this supposed to meet up? Over this way. So bring it in. And up. Oh, also you can notice that there are two methods of getting gold. One of them is with the burner agricultural tower. It harvests these gold stromatolites, which it grows, and that gives 3 different things, but primarily it gives gold bacteria. And then, just like on Gleba, the gold bacteria becomes gold ore. And, you know, you smelt it up and there it goes. But you also have, around the map, these little veins here that you can put these really awesome deep miners on. And they output what I thought was a infinite amount of gold ore. Kind of like an oil well, just at, you know, decreasing rates. As it turns out, I'm wrong, and they just deplete. Like, there was one in here originally, and there was one over here originally, and I've already depleted them. I've knocked power out to my walls. How have I managed this? I've knocked power out to, like, most everything, actually. Yeah, let's get a power pole back in here before I get attacked from something I don't want to be attacked by. Oh yeah, this is also, if we're talking about what's unique about Lignumus, Lignumus owns the unique honor of being the only planet I've ever fully lost. I 100% fully lost Lignumus at some point during this playthrough. The enemies expanded in very aggressively, overwhelmed. I didn't really have defenses, but you know, what little defenses I did have, I had some random lasers scattered around. Actually, here's some remnants. But since they attack with very low HP swarm enemies, the lasers actually did not do very well against them at all, were overwhelmed, and I just lost. I lost the whole planet. So I had to come back in and reclaim it. That's part of the reason why, somewhere around here, I have this Spidertron here, full of rockets, that just patrols around the perimeter and keeps nests from building up along the walls. More recently, I do have these artillery turrets now, but trying to make enough shells, because they make so many nests when they do nest, trying to make enough artillery shells to keep them away is just a losing fight. Let's see how these guys are holding up. They're doing just fine. How is power? Okay, the accumulators are charging. I was a little worried for a second, but we are charging. Okay. And that should be quite a lot more gold coming in now. And I need gold for the Steam Science Pack. Okay, anyway, that's pretty much Lignumus sorted, I think. Let's get back to figuring out why I don't have any other science. I'm waiting on Steam Science, and my Gleba Science is actively rotting. Okay, maybe I should worry a little more about Lignumus. Let's see. Alright, Lignumus, what's up? No rockets, because there's no blue circuits. Okay, one rocket's coming up. This one's not that far behind. Okay, we've got a lot more basic circuits coming in now that I fixed gold, I guess. I guess I'd completely killed all the rocket production for a while, but that's fine, as long as it's running now. Where's all my gold? Okay, the gold does come in, kind of come in waves as these guys harvest. The gold takes a very long time to grow. It's like 20 minutes per nub, so it's not fast. This stuff is still backed up. What do I do about that? So, the boilers for power. only kick on if I actually need the power. What is my minimum here? 20? How far does my power tend to dip? Okay, we do not dip very much. We actually have a very good amount of power storage, apparently. Because I kind of need the peak to start going away. Why are you guys not working? I have no idea. I thought. Well, let's give him a little kickstart. Including this guy. He should be able to fuel himself. I don't know why he died. Let's do the same over here. Just give him a little kickstart. Yeah, everyone else seems fine. Okay, there goes a rocket. We've got another rocket at the ready, and it's loading up with steam science. Okay, yay! Let's see. I mean, that is a decent amount of gold coming in, but once it stops, it really stops. And then comes the next wave. Okay, but that should be all the gold science, or steam science, that we need right now, but all that goes into steam science is gold and steam, so it's pretty much gold science. In you go. And off we go. Okay. It's also very, very fast to travel between the two planets. It takes like 5 seconds. So that's very nice. There's also, if you didn't notice, no asteroids, which is also quite nice. Okay, so with the science settling in, once it lands, that should jumpstart everything again. Should get a whole swarm of bots. Oh yeah, there we go. That's what we're talking about. Big old shotgun of science. Oh, you love to see it. Okay. There we go. I was kind of worried the Gleba science was going to spoil completely. But, there we go. We still had plenty of time. And now rocket turrets are only about 3 minutes away. So, let me double check what your recipe is again. You need carbon fiber, rocket launcher, processing unit, iron gear, steel plate. Okay. So I do have to make them on Gleba because they do take the carbon fiber. I actually have the carbon fiber research, so I should probably go ahead and get that making. I do believe that's made in a bioplant, but I could be mistaken. Let's just come over here and check. Carbon fiber, yes. You're made from carbon and Yumiko. And I can make carbon from spoilage. Yeah, 1 every 5 seconds. And you make 1 every 8 seconds. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, that's fine. Okay. Where do I even want this? You're gonna need nutrients. So I'm gonna want you somewhere where I can steal nutrients. This seems a reasonable spot right here. Not to put production right here, but I can steal nutrients from this spot. Yeah, we are starting to get to the point where it's a little bit crowded. I could also just steal nutrients from right here. Do something like that. And just send them up. Go above the substation here. And then in, and let's grab you. Okay, so I need Yumiko mesh. So let's say that's mesh. And that makes carbon fiber. So fiber and Yumiko mesh. So this does produce plenty for just you, though you only produce 0.6 a second. That's not incredibly fast. You do produce enough for 1.5. So if I did 2 of these, then I could support 3 of these, and that seems like maybe a better deal. So let's say I do 2, and then leave a bit of a gap, yeah, and then 3. Continue the nutrients on. Yeah, because I do need to make sure I can get the seeds out. In fact, let me just copy this down here. These are the wrong seeds, of course, but I will just change the recipe there. Not recipe. Filter. That's the word I'm looking for. We'll have to have spoilage output as always, but we'll get there. So, you take carbon. That's the one I'm more worried about. 0.25, 0.4. Okay, so what if I just put, like, speed mods in you? Just for fun. How does that affect anything? I know I've got them. There we go. Okay, so that brings it up to 0.4, which is exactly in line with this guy. Okay. And that's 1.6 spoilage a second. That's actually a lot of spoilage. Yeah, that is a lot of spoilage. Okay. Well, anyway, so it's 1-to-1 now. These guys are also going to need nutrients, of course. We will solve that in just a moment. But for the time being, let's get this in place. And I might even prod these if I can. Let's see if I can do something like that. And how much does that bring the speed down? Okay, you're now consuming 0.27. Okay, that's almost your base speed, right? What I'm thinking is I also need carbon for other things as well. So it might not be a terrible idea to have just a big carbon setup up here. Roboport's kind of right in the way. Yeah. Can I move you 1? Yes. Okay. In that case, I can put you here. And then I can do, like, another 3 on the other side. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. So, let's go ahead and split this right here. Just like I did below. And that's going to be nutrients for the top. So you're going to get your nutrients up here. That's just how you're going to work. Where are you going to get spoilage from? Haven't quite gotten that far yet. I mean, there's a lot of spoilage here, but I don't think that's quite what I'm looking for. Though, of course, I could just throw nutrients in a box until they become spoilage. That is not a terrible idea, to be honest with you. You are somehow outside of range, so let's just throw another substation over that way. And let's see, so you will need input, as will all of you, of course. And then we will need a splitter to filter out the spoilage. So output, filter, spoilage. We'll need the same up top, but honestly, I might actually purposely... Like, the problem is I can't mix spoilage and nutrients because nutrients will become spoilage, and I need to have nutrients. So I need to have a dedicated belt of spoilage, which is just insane. But here we are. So in you go. And in you go. Yeah, it's fine. I think technically these are offset. Like if these were piled across here, I think this is wrong, but oh well. It'll do. So I think I'm going to do exactly what I said just a second ago as kind of a fun, haha, wouldn't that be funny? Which is I'm going to have a box right here. And I'm going to load it with some nutrients. Fast inserter is probably fine. It can be whatever. You are going to be filtered to nutrients. There we are. And let's say you are going to make sure we keep 100 nutrients in this box. So if nutrients is less than 100, then you're enabled. Somehow we need even more substations up this way. But I guess that's fine. Okay. Load it up. And then we're going to have one more guy over this way. But instead of nutrients, you're filtered to spoilage. And then we just have a belt of spoilage up here. Is this okay? I'm not entirely convinced this is okay. I think what I'll have to do is if this box starts filling up, I'll have to have a cable so that if it starts filling up, I can allow it out. Probably down the same spoilage chute that the nutrients themselves will take. Speaking of which, there's a belt right there. So I think I will go ahead and just bring this down and in. And maybe that can stop being stupid. Though, is that honestly any better? A little bit, I guess, since so much spoilage is coming out now. I think I will change that, though, just to make this merge a little less horrible. Honestly, I have no idea if that's better, but it visually looks better. Let's see. You can come in this way. And yeah, let's say spoilage guard right here. And I will go ahead and put a belt here, just so I can run a cable to it. And back to this box. And this box is reading contents. And that way, you are only enabled if spoilage is greater than like 400 or something. Like, once it starts getting concerningly full, then we will enable this belt and allow spoilage out. And then that should all just come down here and everything's fine. Okay. Yep, everything seems all cool. Okay. So let's not get too distracted. This does need nutrients, so let's go ahead and get that loaded in. But then you also do need to be able to get rid of your spoilage. And it would be really cool, actually, if I could have it on the inside of this belt so that I could output. That would actually be a really bad idea, because this belt very specifically does not move and should be full of spoilage, which is probably not a good thing if you're trying to do anything but that. I would like spoilage on both sides of the belt, but whatever, it's fine. How's it going? I just got rocket turrets unlocked a minute ago, so now that I have the tech, I'm setting them up. I've got carbon fiber just about set up, and once carbon fiber's done, rocket turrets are pretty much nothing. I am trying to figure out how I can get an adequate amount of spoilage into these guys, though, because they do take a decent amount. I might also do something where I have a requester and just shove it up here and have you output spoilage, but I also don't want this to be enabled and completely drain my store of spoilage, because spoilage is how I jumpstart certain things. So let's keep a good amount in here, but then you're only allowed to work if spoilage is greater than like 500 or something. I have a concerning amount of... Where is all this spoilage? Where is it? Like, is it... Okay, that is 4,000, that's another 4,000. Okay, I guess I do have several thousand spoilage in storage. Actually, probably need more storage chests, so let's just get a bunch. Good to hear. Shapes 2 and progressing to milestone 3. Oh, very nice. Happy to hear it. Why do I have jelly? Why do I have jelly in here? Hold on. Why are the bots taking jelly away? Okay, because I am too full. You are producing... You shouldn't be, though. Jelly is under 60. I am not reading from the chest. Read contents. There we go, that'll do it. Okay, so that's gonna be why I have so much spoilage in storage then, because I have so much jelly being thrown into storage. I guess that makes sense. Guess that makes sense. Okay, I filled up my storage with jelly and then it spoiled. Well, I have no shortage of spoilage in that case. There we go. Had the condition reversed. Anyway, that's going to give me carbon. So let's have belts flowing to the left, or rather to the right. There we are. And underground into here. I built this too close. I thought I was 1 square further away. What do you need? You also need Yumiko Mash. Okay, you output 4, you take 2. Yeah, that's pretty inconvenient, because I think I'm gonna have to pick this whole thing up, or at least from the top half up, and move it like 2 squares. I don't really want to move the Roboport, so let's do this 1 piece at a time. So pick up you, 1, 2, up there. And then I'll pick up you, 1, 2, go there. And then a little remainder bit can go up there. And I'll have to patch in bits and pieces once it all gets placed, but for the moment it's going to be very unhappy with me. How do you like the trains in Shape 2, by the way? Never did get that much time into Shapes 2, but I found them to work pretty nicely. Okay, that can come down. That's still connected, all good. And I did purposely leave that a little bit away because you take almost 3 Yumiko mash a second, but only 0.2 carbon a second. So carbon is definitely the one we want to be the long inserter. And then you can be the near inserter. So yeah, you each produce 6 per second. If anything, I might do something like that, so that I can get it on the opposite side of the belt, just for fun. That is a lot of spoilage. Let's maybe filter you. There we are. You do need a spoilage output, of course. And I kind of just filled your entire length up. That is a good point. Uh-huh. I guess spoilage can go down. Filter. Spoilage. You know how many spoilage filter inserters I've made just today? A lot. A lot of them. You're gonna have to move because I need spoilage output here. There we go. And then I guess I'll move this down. And just swap which side the spoilage is. Okay. Then you also need to come this way. And you also need a spoilage guard. So let's just pop you in there. And then you can just come down. Honestly, you can just go straight onto that belt. There we go. Okay. So that's going to give us Yumiko Mash. We just need the actual Yumiko fruit. Which once again actually is kind of a problem. I guess I can use lose, but then you're going to dead end and I can't get the spoilage off easily. What if I did this? Okay, that's gross, but you know what? It works. And I can just do this, and then move you here. That way, if something spoils at the end of the belt, I can just pick it off. And then you get Yumiko, and you get Yumiko. Okay. I still have to get Yumiko in here, but that'll probably be the last step. You have your spoilage. That's literally all you want. Spoilage and nutrients. Wonderful combination. Yeah, we're just golden. I'm gonna store this extra carbon probably. I guess we're at that last step. So let's get some undergrounds in here. And there's the Yumiko right there. You are moving down, so that's the direction we want to be. And then merge you in right there. So that's going to get some Yumiko mash coming in. Everything else seems okay. Yeah, there we go. I think I will disable this inserter if there's fruit on the belt. So I guess I don't need to connect to you. I need to connect like up that way, in which case I'll probably connect to this inserter and then that together. So let's go here. I am going to read, but only hold. So I only read this one section of belt. And if there is mash on here, wherever it is, like there's Yumiko mash. So if you are greater than like 3, no, if you're less than 3, I want you enabled. And then the same over here. That way I only make new mash if we need new mash. That way we, because the mash doesn't stay good for very long, so I don't want to be needlessly making new mash if we don't need to. Okay, and that's making carbon fiber. There we go. We just need to actually output you, which, funny enough, I have completely forgotten, once again, that the machine actually needs to output. I spend so much of my mental capacity just trying to get them to actually operate. I forget to actually take the output out of them. And that is kind of a problem. Like, the one on the right could just output here. You could output here, but then you, what are you gonna do? And that is quite a problem. Granted, cutting myself a little bit of slack. I have been awake for a very, very long time. Even just since I started streaming the first time. That was... How long ago was that? 18? I think I did that math right. 18 hours ago? So even if I haven't been playing Factorio continuously for 18 hours, when I like sat down to start my streaming day was 18 hours ago. So it's been a minute. Okay, you can output into here. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Right there is the best I can do. Then you can output over there. Red chest. In you go. And then, is there a reason to set a limit on these? I mean, I don't really think so. This is Gleba. Everything just kind of goes. I do need to set a filter on you. Otherwise, we wind up with spoilage in here. Maybe I will. It's my nature. I can't fight it. We'll keep, like, no more than 400 or something. There we go. And we're already carrying it away. Go somewhere. Oh, I already have rocket turrets set up. Look at that. They're all set and ready to go. Probably not enough of them. What is your rocket capacity? 10? I knew it. Let's keep like 30 of these guys, because we're definitely going to need them, maybe even more. Because when a ship needs rocket turrets, it usually needs quite a few. Also, rocket turrets are just defense for Gleba. Let's not forget that. Like, they are just important also. Okay, so everything should be working relatively alright now. Oh, big delivery. I guess that's a science delivery. Does seem to be. Okay. I might add another roboport or two just in the area to help with bot charging. Just scatter them around. Another one, like, over there. Should be fine. Okay, anyway. So, this is running now. Should be making new bots. Speaking of which, am I actually putting new bots in the network? Yeah, it does look like it. Logistics is up to over 500, construction's around 400, so they are supplying themselves nicely. And yeah, everything is cool. This is Gleba, now that I think about it. I probably don't want to be loading blue circuits into here, even though it's fine, we're not using them anymore. But I probably don't want this inserter to be active if there's no blue circuits on the belt ahead, because if there's no blue circuits, there's no rockets. So, you. Additionally, in addition to this concern, let's go blue circuits. And I only want you active if there's more than, like, you know, if there's some on the belt. If there's not any on the belt, then I don't want you active. Let's say it like that. I think that's fine. Should probably have lane balancing here. At the very least, the ability to fill both sides of this belt, allow it to act as a better buffer. Same with LDS, actually. LDS is just, unfortunately, already on the right-hand side of the belt, which makes it a little harder to work with. But we can get there. Even if it's a little ugly. Rocket fuel is probably just fine. We've got so much belt up here of rocket fuel. I think that counts as plenty of buffer for rocket fuel. Okay, so we do have rocket turrets now. That means I can start requesting them on garbage truck. So, weapons, rocket turrets. Let's request at least like 30. We're not going to have that many. And if I request too many, then the ship will just stall and it won't be able to leave. So let's say 20. And you're going to import from Gleba, not from Novice. But yeah, there we are. Oh, cool. Okay. Let's just leave it at that. So you are bringing a science delivery in, so unfortunately poor timing there. But, you know, there we are. Novice, for whatever reason, does have construction. The ability somewhere in here to make rocket turrets. I think I forgot they took a Gleba material. But that does make me wonder, actually. Let me pull up the wiki here. Rocket turret takes 20 carbon fiber. Rocket capacity is 500. So that's enough to make 25 turrets? And yeah, I can only send up 10 turrets in a rocket. So it would be, by rocket, much more efficient to send up the carbon fiber. And I do care about by rocket on Gleba, because turnaround time on Gleba is important. So I think I will send, like, fully finished rocket turrets. I think that's cool. But I think I will also send carbon fiber. So let's go to garbage truck and request carbon fiber. Wherever that happens to be. Okay. Carbon. Oh, you're over in bioprocessing, which I guess does make sense. Import from Gleba. And yeah, that's cool. Unfortunately, you are gonna just hang out here for a while until I've used up all my science. But hopefully that's not too terribly long from now. I am researching worker robot speed. I just realized I should probably have Gleba Science move to the front. Like, advanced asteroid processing, probably important. Captive biters, probably important. Let's work on those first. Also, planet discovery, Maraxsis, probably important. And Aquilo. And then, you know, afterwards, then I can do whatever random nonsense I want. But for the time being, those seem important. Yeah. You can work a robot speed after that, and then maybe plastic prod is kind of cool. Let's leave it at that. Probably important, yeah. Seems like something I might want. Okay, that does mean I've got a little bit of time to fill, though, because I do have to drop all this science off. In fact, let me just... Ooh, that's the wrong key. Let me drop all the science so that I just leave. There we go. Head back to Gleba, and then I'll start picking up all these other materials. I certainly should not have enough science for another trip already, which means I will have time to pick up the other stuff. Assuming, of course, Gleba's actually produced the other stuff, but I have faith that it has. Gleba's production, like, once you get something working, with the exception of the metals, the bacterias, usually on Gleba, once you get something working, it just works. Yeah, see, metals have died. It's full of spoilage. That's because this is supposed to be half a belt. It sure is. Right there. I remember undoing that earlier, and a whole wave of spoilage came off the side. So with that enabled, kind of like this, exactly like this. It just wedges spoilage on half the belt, and it's just kind of unpleasant. So I think I will have an inserter here, filtered to spoilage, just to pull it off. I believe I do have, like, systems in place for throwing spoilage into the logistics system, but just in case, let me find out. So this is filtered to spoilage, and that's for seeds. This is for spoilage. Yeah, Why is this wired up? Okay, once again for seeds. All cool. Then we should have the same thing up here, yes. So you're filtered to spoilage. These guys, however, were not. And I don't know why they wound up there. Oh, you were jelly. That's right. I solved that mystery. You were jelly and then you spoiled. Okay. Yep, that makes total sense. Okay. Yeah, not really anything I can do about that. It's just gonna sit in there. Sometimes spoilage is useful. It's fine. What I wanted to make sure is that if I did throw spoilage into the system, that it would find its way into something that wasn't horrible. Still not sure that's how I want to solve this problem, but... I might. I mean, there is spoilage literally right here. I could just bring you up and around that way. This guy over here. I mean, literally the reason you are put the way that you are is so that I can have spoilage. So I can just run your spoilage this way. And that is perfectly fine. This belt does need to get picked up, regrettably. That's a lot of bioflux wasted, but otherwise they cannot output their spoilage, and that's a bigger issue. There we go. Everything should be okay now. Let's just get all those belts replaced. And there we go, yes. Very good. Now you should be able to resume. We've got copper bacteria. And yes, all we need now over here is bioflux to come back. And there we go. New copper bacteria on the way. And of course you spoiled immediately. Okay. These guys have a lot of spoilage in them, big backlog, but once they've worked it through, then you can start working again. That's fine. Let's put you on the inside of the belt. That way you're not fighting with these guys. Yeah, that seems to be working a little better. Okay, anyway, that'll be what it'll be. Lots of spoilage coming up, but we're handling it just fine. Okay. Science is building up. Looking good. How is garbage truck? You are waiting on carbon fiber. You are waiting on rocket turrets. Understandable. I am making carbon fiber. I need carbon. Okay, your output is not filtered. That's the problem. Glad I checked. That does mean you actually don't have a output for spoilage, funny enough, even though you run on spoilage. I can move this over and input and output and make sure the output is filtered to spoilage, which means I have to pick that up because it has carbon on it, and I have to pick that up because it has carbon on it. But there we go. Yeah, so let's get the same here. Just grab that horizontal flip, and in you go. And in you go. Let's see. Kind of the same deal over there. Just do that. And do that. And everyone is all happy. There you go. So now you can start outputting your massive amount of spoilage. And carbon, unfortunately, needs to get cleaned up. So let's just pick up this whole belt. You have spoilage in you. Oh yeah, this whole thing's covered in spoilage. Okay. Once this gets picked up, we can start undoing. I just have to wait for them to pick up the spoilage. Like so. And actually, that needs to be picked up. And that needs to be picked up. There's still more spoilage down there. Let's just mark that. Okay. Easier to just rebuild the whole thing, I think, rather than trying to undo the whole thing. There we go. And I never did put carbon into the chest, but I'm sure I'm gonna need it. So, in you go. Let's see, how much carbon do I want to store? That is a good question. Let's say like 600 maybe? Lots of spoilage. What I might do is this guy on the very end here. In fact, let's just connect them together. So your condition is you're on if spoilage is more than 400. Let's read contents. Do that for all of you. And then attach to here. There we go. The automation amount in here is only 12, so this is only adding 36 to the amount. Include fuel, maybe? Yes, okay. Gotta do include fuel, that makes sense. I wasn't sure if that would still count as fuel, being that this is what fuel had spoiled into. It's not really fuel anymore, but I suppose it does still count. Okay, you, what is your condition? Yeah, that's fine. You're gonna get the opposite condition of what this belt has, so that you stop basically just making the bots spin around. So, spoilage has to be under like 300. Maybe even less than that, because you are just auxiliary, so if you're less than like 100. Okay, there we go. Now you guys are able to output, start getting rid of this massive backlog of spoilage in you, and we can start making carbon again. Which means carbon fiber can start being made again. All good, okay. So we did dip below 400. But that's fine. As we continue outputting, in fact, I can just have the bots take this out for now that I've resolved the problem mostly. It should never build up to that much of a problem again, so we can just take a shortcut. There we go. Beautiful, you love to see it. Alright. So where's that get me? This is being made. It's being used. That kind of startled me, I'm not gonna lie, that music sting there. I think that's how you know I'm getting a little tired. The music sting did jump scare me a tad. Okay, we've sent up more rocket turrets, evidently, because we're down to 2 in the chest now. All of the science is on board. We should be leaving. That should be an ore. Don't know how that got changed. Let's see. Yeah, you're down to like 10 minutes. Oh well. You've probably been chilling out on the ship for like 20 minutes while I was solving carbon fiber. You do have 20 rocket turrets on you. No carbon fiber, but you do have 20 rocket turrets, so that's pretty cool. Nautilus, you should request from orbit. Where is Novice Orbit? I don't know if I want all of those things, to tell you the truth. Yeah, let's go one by one. So first of all, I do want rocket turrets, but I don't want to import from Novice. I want to import from Novice Orbit, so I can try and avoid wasting rockets unnecessarily. Foundries also. Let's request foundries. Again from Novice Orbit. These things, there's no way to avoid sending them up in a rocket, so I'm okay with that. Let's see. what else do I want up here? It might be... We might finally be at the stage where it's easier to just start building stuff. So... all of the crushers. Let's start with crushers. I have nowhere in particular for these to go, so let's just start putting some down. So first things first, I want the recycling recipe set. And of course, the actual crushing recipe as well. So I'll move these around as appropriate. I just want to get them placed first. I'm also about to get advanced asteroid processing, so actually this is a terrible time to be doing crushing. Maybe I'll even pick these up. I don't want more crushers. I hope it is not sending more crushers. I guess I should do the same for the arms and the thrusters as well. Gun turrets. Reactor. It did send a rocket of crushers. Oh well, that's fine. These things, I just wanted up here preemptively so that I would have them, so that I could use them in construction. Same with you, same with you. Once I have advanced asteroid processing, I guess I can actually really start building stuff, but up until that point... Yeah, so I'll put you here. I actually want you down one. So that I can input and output. So you will be filtered to fuel cells. There you are. And then you don't really need a filter, you just output the spent fuel cells. So heat exchangers. I think I can manage 4 off of this guy. I do need heat pipe. That is an important one to remember. I don't want to be in the way of input and output on the top of this guy, or on the side of this guy. That kind of leaves me just building a reactor, like, over to the left, which is a little awkward, but oh well. Maybe I'll do it like this way. And then I can have heat exchangers here. And how would one over here work? Not very well, but you know what? Let's go with it. There we are. I am gonna need underground pipe for this. At least there. I'm just mostly placing it there as a marker for myself. And then water connects in there. And then I do already have tanks, so I can start storing steam in tanks. This stuff can go over here somewhere, just for the time being. Good enough, I think. Let's get some turbines in. So, let's see, I have 4 of these so I can manage 8 turbines without too much trouble. If I need to make this a bigger reactor, I'm kind of screwed. Okay, do that. Grab a turbine. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, that's still only 4. I need 4 more. And I have completely covered the front of this now, which I didn't want to do. But 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So that gives me 8 turbines. This area in here, not a big fan. Feel like something could definitely be done better in here. Don't need that heat pipe, which does then just allow this to work. And I might just lose that, and then move these turbines over here, and then this guy can move up here. And that's a little more compact. I can even move this turbine up here. And if I really need space on the top, I can even move these two to be over here without losing anything. Now, of course, this does necessitate I actually have enough ice to supply this whole thing, but with the recycling recipes here in the crushers, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. I'm just thinking exactly about how I want this whole ship to come together. Most of the problem being I'm just not very good at ship design. That is just kind of a consistent problem when I go to build something like this, is ship design is not my forte. So the bottom here, I can have iron ore and carbon coming down for thruster fuel, and I can even have a dedicated water chemical plant down here for the thruster fuel as well. So carbon, iron ore, and ice can come down. And I'll have chemical plants down here that just produce the fuel. Let me make sure I don't have any, like, important research in here. Like asteroid productivity, for example, would be pretty cool. Probably more cool than fish. Honestly, even more cool than fighter captivity for right now, because my goal is getting to Maraxsis. And that is 3,000 science packs, but that'll get done soon enough, I guess. Just important to start it now. Anyway, now that I have the advanced recipes, so that gives me a little bit of copper, that gives me sulfur, and this one gives me calcite. So that'll allow me to make explosives, and make the calcite for the foundries. And to be 100% real with you, I don't remember what I used the copper for, if anything. Copper might just be once you get to railguns. Like, let me actually test that. So let me work backwards. I also have the advanced recipes for thruster fuel now, which take calcite. I kind of forgot about that. Not gonna lie. Entirely forgot that existed. But good to know. Anyway. Oh, we finally got the rocket turrets. Yay. So let me grab an assembler. And let's say that I want to make rockets. That's going to take explosives. Explosives are made in chemical plants. There you are. And that takes sulfur, coal, and water. And that coal is also made in here, which is going to take carbon, more sulfur, and water. So this is a pretty water-hungry process. And a pretty sulfur-hungry process. But, you know, that's fine. So let's say I also have these guys down here with their standard recipes, because I do think it's usually a good fallback to also have these standard processing recipes. I think sometimes the advanced recipes don't give you enough of the primary product you're looking for, or you wind up filling up on the secondary product, and then what do, you know? So having the original recipes, but prioritizing the new recipes is often a good way to go. And yeah, that's good. We will need a foundry producing iron, so let's make sure I already have those. Probably want to get some modules in these guys. Not that many, but I just want to get the modules up here. So you make iron, you make molten iron. And I'm just, again, making sure I have all the buildings that I need, and then I'll start fitting them together. So rockets. I don't know exactly how many rockets I'm going to need. And when in doubt, I often go for something like 1 per second. Just, a nice number. If I look at the space map and go to Maraxsis, just out of curiosity, does it tell me how dense the asteroid field is? Not immediately. Okay, robot energy usage times 0.01. So robots just work forever on Maraxsis, apparently. That's interesting. Not what I was looking for, but that's very interesting. Okay. I know there's a way to see a path. Okay, it's these things here. So, which one do I want? Fulgora to Maraxsis or Vulcanus to Maraxsis? Doesn't matter. It does matter a little bit. So let's say I went Vulcanus to Maraxsis. That results in much more carbonic asteroids, whereas Fulgora is much fewer. Actually, funny enough, it looks like you just get more asteroids in general if you come from Vulcanus. And it's not just like the first half of the journey or anything, like the very ending here is different. Oh, but this is the number. Okay, I wasn't paying attention to the y-axis. So this is probably exactly the same. 11 at 19k. 11 at 19k. Okay, so it is exactly the same once you get to the planet. I was just looking over here and misinterpreting. Which, fair enough. So, lots of carbonics if you're coming from Fulgora. And lots of, well, fewer but more tightly grouped asteroids if you're coming from Vulcanus. Very few ice. Yeah, 4 per meter at 2000. Also 4, huh? Okay. So, anyway, it shouldn't matter which way we come from, which was what I expected. I just momentarily was surprised by the results that I saw, and started second-guessing myself. But anyway. So, Nautilus. Maybe I want, like, 2 rockets per second? Can I get assembling machine 3s up here? I think it's finally time to start sending up the 3s instead of the 2s. Let's get them up here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and request some modules. I already have tier 2 efficiency. I don't know if I'm gonna use productivity modules anywhere, but speed is probably important. And you know, even if I don't use the prod mods, I can at least drop them to Maraxsis once I get there, so that is still helpful. Just have to wait for them to actually get here, but I do believe they are being sent. There goes modules. That rocket just reset, so that was probably the assemblers. And this one's on its way up. So, let's see. Yes, we have the tier 3 up here now. And just baseline, you are a good bit faster, but you also have way more module slots. And there's modules. So, I can't prod mod you, didn't think so. So I'm gonna go 2 efficiency and 2 speed. And just see what that does. So that brings you to exactly 0.5. With only a 40% increase to our energy production. Which ordinarily would be pretty painful, but on a spaceship where space is so tight, that is a pretty good trade-off, I'd say. Even with that, though, that does mean we'd wind up with 4 of these guys if I wanted 2 per second. And then 2 per second explosives. So would also be 4 of these guys, but once again, let's add a few mods. So that brings you up to 8, or 0.8. So 1 more of you, and then 1 without the speed mods. So that's 16. Maybe just 1 speed mod? Okay, so that's 11, and that's just shy of 2. Okay, so you do need the other speed mod. In you go. But that's fine. Maybe it would even be better if I gave you 2 efficiency and the other guy a speed mod as well. Yeah, I think that works out a little better. Though in that case, I might as well just make it 1-to-1. Have 1 more of these guys. Take you out and put you in. Yeah, that's fine. Each one of you takes 0.3 coal and 0.3 sulfur. And a whole bunch of water. Just, I'm not even getting into the water yet. Okay. So you're 0.5, you take 0.3. Let's give you the standard module layout here. So that's 0.6. Okay, so you do exactly 2 of these. So then I would need exactly 2 of you. Yep, that works good. Carbon we get from asteroids. Sulfur we get from asteroids. Water we get from ice, which we get from asteroids. So that's all raw resources. You are iron, which we'll need for ammo anyway, so we're cool there. And then sulfur is just more sulfur, which we also need up there. Okay, that's cool. So let's get inserters here. These guys just step right up to them. And then all you need is iron on the bottom. These guys need sulfur and coal. You need water. So what I'm thinking is these guys can sit like right there. We'll share water between them, but more importantly, we can get a long arm here, which should deliver the 0.3 coal that these guys need. And I can do the same for this one. And then the water can just come, like, this way. Anything else you need? You do need sulfur. You also need sulfur. And I haven't left you anywhere to get sulfur in, which is a bit of a problem. Just a tad. So let's break these pipes for now. We'll come back to pipes in a second. Let's do that for your inserters. And then we just underground them. Connect them in. You're reversed somehow. There you are. And let's get more pipes in here. So this inserter will have to move over here. So in that case, I should probably hack my inserters around. I don't think that was English. Hack my inserters around is not legible speech. That means nothing. There we go. Okay, so water pipe. Water pipe. Water pipe. Water pipe. And then we connect across the top. Very good. Okay. So it is all connected. All we need to do is get water in here. And then we have sulfur here. You also need sulfur though, which is a bit of a problem, but there's no way I'm getting any item input on the bottom here. And you have 2 item inputs you need on top anyway, so I think that's fine. Here's your sulfur, here's your carbon. Actually, that one's going to be carbon, because you need a way more carbon than you do sulfur. Which does make this a little awkward to get into. So let me do that as just kind of a note to self. We have a, let's say a splitter, like, ooh, actually getting down there is going to be a little tricky. Maybe I'll do something like this then. There we are. So sulfur splits, carbon comes in, and that supplies these guys. Let's go ahead and get you some input. There we go, and there we go. Okay. Am I overlooking anything? You still need iron. And we still need to get water in here, which with this belt right here is actually kind of difficult. So maybe this needs to move just a touch. And then I can get water in right there at least. Or I guess I could pull water in from the top from somewhere. I think it's time for a sip of water. Oof. I can definitely tell that I have been streaming for a long time. Alright, let's figure out where some of these things can go. Like, a little more centrally. So, first things first, now that I have kind of a general idea of what all this is going to be like, let's pull it down a little snug against the reactor, since this space isn't going to be able to be used for much anyway. And then all of these crushers probably need to be up in this area where the foundries are. There's no reason the foundries necessarily need to stay here, so I'm just going to replace them. And probably organize this a little more. So, how would I want this to work? I'm fine with being a little bit wasteful of novice rockets at the moment, so I'm just going to paint myself a slightly bigger ship. even if I don't wind up using all the size, it'll be useful to help me plan around stuff. Sulfur and carbon. That's the advanced recipe, which comes from carbonic asteroids. So you definitely need to be up here somewhere. So I also need to be sending carbon down to be turned into rocket fuel. So maybe, actually, let me undo a few things. Oh, actually, let's redo all of that and see if I still have this in my clipboard. Yes, I do. Okay. So I can just rip all of this up. There we are. And then what I want to do is vertically flip you so that your inputs are actually coming in from the bottom, and that arranges the rockets to the top anyway, which is preferable. Rockets are gonna need iron, but I'll have to figure that out some other time. So let's put this like right here. And let's go ahead and move all this stuff. One can go there, and we can put a couple others over there. Welcome back. Do you need a ship for Aquilo? Basically, I am preparing for Maraxsis. So I am building my first ship that uses rockets, and unfortunately I am very poor at ship designing skills, so it's slow going, but I'm slowly getting there. What I do know that I need, I picked it up just a second ago. Okay, apparently it's gone. Let's replace it. So the advanced recipe for carbon, I know I need down here. So let's go ahead and throw you right there, and then I'll have to filter your outputs. Actually that's not enough room. Okay, let me just rework this a little bit. Okay, let's say I had a belt here, and then you split there. Which means you could just split there, obviously. So then sulfur comes that way. But that's still not good, so we'll have to push that forward a little bit. And then finally we can get carbon out. There we go. I can give you a blueprint for a small ship. It's not my design, I found it on YouTube. Oh, no, it's fine. I appreciate it, though. How's the delirium going? I do think I'm probably at about 20% brain power right now. I'm not quite to the point where I find myself just staring at problems for minutes on end, but I am at the point where I stare at problems for maybe 30 seconds before realizing I'm not even thinking about them. So, you know, pretty good, all things considered. This is going to be carbon, and this one's going to be the yellow one. There we go. We got sulfur! Don't have any idea where your bulk inserter is actually. You produce 1.4 per second, so I think I will probably replace you with fast inserters. I think that is just fine. 10% is probably fair. I might need to move this one more time. I don't want to move the turbine, but whatever. Just because I would like this to be raised a little bit, but I also want to be able to interface with the hub directly here. So let's slap that down, replace the turbine, and now I can input and output. Let's make sure I filter this to carbonic. Carbonic, there you are. And you don't need a filter because only carbonic can go in. I suppose I should probably limit you. Let's say Carbonic less than, like... I need a lot. I might say like 10. Even though that's a lot of space for asteroids. Just the carbon alone is most of the rocket stack, so... You want a good chunk of carbonic. I might even bump it up in not too long. Speaking of which, this inserter here is going to need... Speaking of which, what? That has nothing to do with what I'm doing. But let's get you a combinator. So I can read conditions out of the reactor. And out. So T is temperature. And I want you to be less than 550. And I want to make sure there's no fuel cell. So just less than 1 is fine. Doing stuff with zeros with Factorio logic is often not intuitive. It works a little strangely. Anyway, if those conditions are both true, we output the glorious green check mark. Should probably also test the steam tank. So let's get that connected as well. And let's go fluids, steam. And let's say if steam is less than about 10k, I guess, then we are allowed to put a fuel cell in. So if checkmark equals 1, there we go. Okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. Carbon will need to come down. I might just have another crusher. Yeah, I might just have another carbonic crusher. And then this one can use the simple recipe. So kind of same deal in here. Let's copy that. Bring you in. And give you a wire. And then you only output carbon with a chance of carbonic asteroid. Carbonic asteroid's already going out, but let me make sure I filter to carbon. There we are. Any other outputs I did not filter? No. Okay. Good. So that takes care of that one. And that one. I still don't think I actually need copper, so I'm probably not using this one. I believe copper is only for once you have railguns, though technically I could probably make red ammo. I just don't know... I don't know if that's worthwhile. That's a lot more iron. Yeah, okay, so to upgrade one magazine, it's half a steel and 1 copper. And a steel is 5 iron, so that's an extra 2.5 iron, which is more than half another magazine. So it's a lot of extra complexity. A yellow magazine does 13, this does 20. So it only does about appropriate damage for how much iron is spent, and I have the whole extra thing of having to have copper. I'd say it's just not worth it. Yeah, I don't think I need the copper. One thing I am probably going to do, since I am going to have a reactor. What is my maximum power output here? I can't tell because it's non-operational. Okay. Each one of these, presuming I've done my math correctly, is capable of outputting 5.8 megawatts. If there's 8 of them, then that's a little shy of 48 megawatts. So let's just say 45-ish. 45 megawatts. Yeah, most of these are in the kilowatt range, but what I'm worried about are the foundries. So let's go grab some foundries and just see what kind of power draw we're dealing with there. So iron and iron plates. I think the change to piercing rounds made it worth it on platforms now, but I don't know, I still just make yellow. I don't know. I was looking at the damage, and at the very least, it doesn't seem any better. If I look at asteroids, small asteroid, hold on. Medium, there we go. So, the guns should be primarily concerned with medium asteroids for the most part, I think. No, that's the rocket ones, isn't it? It's the smalls? Yes, okay. Because the guns shoot the smalls, which break them into chunks, and then the arms pick up the chunks. Okay. So you have 0 bullet resistance. So there's no sort of bullet resistance to take into account. Once we move up to mediums, you get a lot more health. Can't be asked with the complexity. Exactly. It's just not worth it. Bigger rockets, right. So, mediums. Physical, only 10%. There's no, like, flat damage or anything. It's just percentage. So yeah, I don't even know if it does work out to be better. It might be that the damage is denser. Like, you get more on a belt. You wind up with more stacked in the gun itself. But I think, like, iron per iron, it's the same damage. You just then also need to worry about copper. So yeah, just doesn't seem worth. Grab small. Okay. I mean, it certainly could be. I would be interested in doing testing in, like, a test world or something. I just probably am not going to go do that right now. So that's 93, that's producing, or that consumes 25, so I can't quite get 4 off of this guy. And you consume 2.5 megawatts. Out of, what did I say? About 45, okay. What I was trying to figure out is if I did throw lasers on here, max energy consumption is a little shy of 3 megawatts. How many lasers could I support? And I'm thinking about 10. I think any more than 10 lasers and I'd start running into trouble. But I should have enough laser damage at this point that it is worthwhile for the small and medium asteroids at least. Like if I just pull up asteroids again. Space. Where are the asteroids? There we go. So, laser is 95% once you get to bigs, so it's pointless to shoot at them, but mediums are still 90, actually. Mediums are still 90. Well, I think I will throw a laser or two on here just to help the gun turrets out a little bit. But if that winds up being too much of a power draw, then I can either just rework it, add another reactor, or just scrap the idea and do something else. I'm kind of fine either way, to tell you the truth. For now though, let's continue down this way. So I want the crusher that's going to give me calcite, ice, and also, of course, return the same asteroid type. So this is going to be the ice one. And filtered outputs. So you're going to be filtered to calcite. There you are. And then you're going to be filtered to ice. There we go. And is there anything else that I need? No, actually, kind of just seems to be it. In fact, do I need calcite down here? I don't even think I want calcite down here. I might use the standard ice. Nope, that's the wrong one. Let's go ahead and copy you back up here. And then standard ice, right there. And then get rid of that. Probably just move you over. Laser down to sides for when stopped. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, is that they're not going to be like a primary damage on anything. They just help soften things up. Yeah, okay, that's fine. All good. We've just about got Maraxsis researched, and I don't think the ship is anywhere near flight-worthy yet. Oh, I do need calcite. I forgot the advanced thruster recipes take calcite. Okay, so let's undo all that. And then let's go ahead and get those marked in so I don't forget again. So let's say somewhere right around here I can do ice. The reason I left room is so that I could add a belt, but then I wound up leaving a little too much room. Move you over there so the inserters don't fight. So I guess it's fine because the belt will just back up. Yeah, you just produce water. You can consume 1 ice a second. You produce 2.5 ice per second. How did I put the same old recipe in? There we go. Now you're down to 0.6 ice a second. And that's not a lot. Especially being that I don't even know if that's enough water for the recipes that I want, but I guess I'll find out. So, advanced thrusters, that's space. That's the carbon one. And this is the iron one. Both take calcite, so I'll have to find a way to split that off. How much calcite do you produce? You only produce 2 calcite per recipe. Okay. Also, I forgot to connect the inserter to the hub. Let's do that and change the asteroid type. Hopefully I did that here. Yes, I did. Okay. Oh, cool. You only consume 0.1 calcite. So that's not terrible. You also consume 0.1 calcite and 0.2 carbon. That seems like very little. Let me compare that to the standard recipe. Yeah, the standard recipe consumes 1 carbon a second. Yeah, this is way better. That's like the biggest... like, that might be the biggest productivity gain in the entire game. I didn't realize it was quite so extreme. It becomes 5 times cheaper and produces 4 times more. You get 20 times more thruster fuel. With just the addition of a little more water and some calcite. That's kind of insane. I wonder if it's the same for the iron one. Yes, it is exactly the same. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. Didn't realize it was that extreme. Anyway, let's get it going. So carbon is coming down this way. I might prefer to put ice on the side over here. So yeah, you go there. And then have a belt that comes down this way, if I really need it. In you go. And there's ice being made. I might just go ahead and move this. There. Unfortunately, that doesn't quite fit. Oh, I can just move this, of course. Obviously. And then you can just go down here. So, ice. There we go. Okay. That's better. Yeah, brilliant. It's really good. Does mean perhaps this should go on the edge, though. So, 1, 2, and let's get the other asteroid crushing recipe in here. The last remaining one, in fact, is the metallic. Copy you, get you in there, change you out to metallic, then make sure you get a wire, and make sure it says metallic. There we go. All cool. Filtered output. You need iron ore. There we go. Okay. So, iron ore. That comes down. And goes into you. Carbon comes down, goes into you. I don't even think I'm gonna need more than one of these, honestly. Like, I'm struggling to even imagine the idea of needing more than one of these. So, let's just do that. Flip the water around. That way I can do this. Calcite... Where can calcite go? That's, like, somewhat reasonable. Maybe water needs to move again. Because I would kind of like calcite to go there. Oh well, calcite can go here. That does cover up all your fluid output, though. Can I do water here by chance? Actually, I can. That's relatively easy. Which is to say, not easy, but also not awful. I'll just have to bring water around somewhere up here, I guess. So I can move you over, and then this just barely fits right there. And then bring the water up and around. I do have to have some sort of output for these guys. Can't forget that. Let's just mark it. And then here's calcite input. And there's calcite. Okay. So at least I have everything set up. So the problem is what happens inevitably when something backs up because I'm not using everything in the correct ratios. So what happens if I produce too much calcite? Then calcite backs up, I don't get any ice, we lose water, we lose fuel, everything's terrible. What happens if I back up on ice? Well, kind of same deal. Water backs up, we back up on ice, we get no calcite, we get no fuel. Everything's terrible. So, it is important to kind of balance out how much ice you're using and how much of the advanced recipe you're using, and have the ability to fall back to the simple ice recipe. The simple ice, I say as I kind of circle with my cursor the advanced recipe. Let's go ahead and switch you back. Which is up there. There we go. This I've already used. Okay. The same up here, of course. If I wind up using not enough carbon or not enough sulfur, things do back up, and you have to start dealing with things. Legendary legs plus 525 movement speed. Legs go brr. Yeah, I bet they do. Once you have a legendary leg or two, you kind of just reach the edge of the screen faster than you can even figure out where you are. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but trying to do ship design when I'm already quite sleep deprived, you're not getting me at my best, and I'm already not great. Let's say basic ice. I will just have a completely separate ice plant handling that somewhere, probably over by the reactor, since we need water over here anyway. So I will try and connect water pipes all the way up to here. That regrettably doesn't quite work. Maybe I just need to move these. Maybe you just go over there. Yeah, that works. Let's see. So, already have water here. Let's attach that. And then you can just come right here. And that works just fine. Now at least I have a complete water system coming up to the water intake for the reactor. Priority advanced first, as it cannot solely support the ice water demand. Yes, absolutely. Okay, I see what you mean. I thought you just meant, like, in concept one of them will be out of balance, and I was like, yeah, that's what I've been talking about. And then I realized you were saying, yeah, the ice is definitely the one that is gonna get out-competed, so. I gotcha. Gotcha in the end. Okay, anyway, I was doing the thing momentarily where I was just kind of staring at the problem. Let's actually address the problem. So, we have ice. I want another plant up this way to produce water. That is challenging, given the current layout. I think I actually would much rather have the cargo go through here, because nothing is trying to get through here, and evidently several things are trying to get through here. So, let's just move these over here. Can't quite get you there. But I can move these down. And you can just go over there. There we are. Okay. Have used the recipe before. Yeah, like, the primary reason that was coming to mind, that, like, the way I knew I would need both the advanced and the simple, is because I have made chips before. I just still find them to be a little bit confusing and mostly dark magic. They just kind of do whatever they want to do sometimes, and then they blow up. So let's say basic goes over there. The same deal with the inserters. And same deal with the cable. Go ahead and copy an ice output. And might as well copy you. Okay, I don't want to erase the reactor. If anything, I might wind up bringing down a second reactor. So I would kind of like for all of this to be as low as possible, which is down here. And even then, it's not quite low enough. But at least I have the ability to put a reactor over here, even if I can't put one down here, which is good enough. I can figure stuff out with that. At any rate, let's get a chemical plant. Like I was saying, let's just copy this guy and pop him in right here. So let's say this connects into here, and then connect the corner. Very good. Okay. Okay. Oh, cool. This is probably a good opportunity also to go ahead and throw some buffer tanks into the mix. Again, these would just have to move if I do include a second reactor up here. There we go. So that should be water solved, for the most part. I do wish there was a way. Like, he did just say, prioritize them. And I do think it would be pretty cool if there was a way to do that. Unfortunately, I think the best I've got is to just disable this inserter until we start backing up on calcite down here. And we actually need calcite for these guys too, so let's not forget that. In fact, let's go ahead and just move this guy down this way. We even have iron ore right here, so that works out well enough. Okay, make sure you're at the correct level. Oh, and we finally got Maraxsis. There we are. Water can take a different path. Yeah, that's fine. Water can come over this way. There we go. Well, send a screenshot of the design. Okay. Non-circuit based. That's interesting. A lot of the ship designs that I see are definitely very heavily circuit designed. Let's go ahead and do that. Preserve our undergrounds if possible. Not that I think we're going to go through, like, all 40 of them, but, you know, you might as well. So there's calcite. We can get iron out of this area right here. I just have to actually figure out how to do that. So maybe water does come up this way. Let's just change my mind one more time. And there we are. That allows much cleaner iron extraction. Oh, this is carbon. This isn't iron at all. That is a little more difficult to work with then. Just a smidge. Can I just reverse them? I see absolutely no reason I couldn't. Yeah, let's just reverse them. Okay, let's go one step at a time. Pick up these guys. Horizontal flip. And down. And then pick up this. Horizontal flip. And down. The inserters got kind of flipped around and... yeah, I'm just fixing them. There we go. Okay. So let's say that's carbon. Still good. Still wants water. Still wants water. Iron. Good. Okay. We are golden. So iron output over here. And then inserter right there. Why would I do that? Instead of just move the inserter up a little bit. And there we go. Okay. But the calcite and ice. Oh, non-circuit for the calcite and ice. Gotcha. Mostly direct belt based ship. That is usually the best way to do it. The fewer moving pieces, the fewer things that can gunk up, you know? Okay, so running at full uptime, you produce 10 ore a second. You take 0.2, so that's 9.8 going into you, which is more than you can use. So ideally, we will be operating at like half of that. But even still, that should be about 2/3 full uptime for you, which is pretty good if I do say so myself. Let's go ahead and throw 2 of those in there to just bring you down to power minimum. I can't actually tell what that is, which is unfortunate. Like, I can see the scroll bar on the right, but there's no way to get to there. Unless, like, page down does it or something. No, okay. Just out of curiosity, I had to try. There's also this gold module from Lignumus that seems pretty cool, but it is mostly quality based, so I haven't messed with it much. But if I were ever to get into quality stuff, I definitely want to see what that's all about. Oh, so there is a hotkey. Okay. I kind of thought there, like, I don't know. I guess I was assuming there probably was. Like, it would be very unfactorio-like to have a scroll bar and it be impossible to scroll it. Except asteroid chunks, which get a very convoluted sushi loop. Asteroid chunks always wind up convoluted. Just the way that they are. Okay, so this all comes in, you get your calcite. You've got your iron ore. These get their calcite first. I'm not actually okay with that. I would kind of like metal, iron production to have priority on the calcite, but oh well. Yeah, like, I could circuit limit them and stuff, but I don't want to. If it becomes a problem, I can always pursue options. So we've got the foundry down here. We've got that foundry up there. You need iron. We will presumably have gun turrets around the perimeter that also require bullets, so we will be crafting them somewhere. There didn't used to be. It was a very weird space age flaw for a long time. That info panel got cut off and you couldn't do anything. Huh. I mean, interesting. That's kind of the way that I continue to play the game, I guess, so I suppose not much has changed, but it is nice to know that there is a way. Anyway, so all that leaves is the normal ice cycling recipe, which I have here, so let's go ahead and pick that up. And now we are down just to the recyclers, so very nice. Okay. Okay, let's see what I can do. So we are definitely going to need guns along the side. This is probably going to be a very lopsided ship. If you usually have your hub in the very center, I don't think that's how this ship is going to go. I think the hub's going to be way over to the left. Let's just go ahead and get this filled out a little more. There we are. And like a little over here, sure. Let's just get a little more platform, and as the final design begins coming together, I'll just neaten it up a little bit. But yeah, that's a lot of space platform to send up. So, you produce 0.5, but take 1. So iron is the close belt, and then you output onto a far belt. So there's your output, and then input and input. Finally using red belts for the bus. I almost said stone block. C block, there we go. The C block base. It's a good day in Angels and Bobs when you can finally upgrade a belt, and not just because you want to, but because you actually need to. That's a good feeling. I could not believe it the very first time I upgraded to purple belt. It was for something absurd. It was like, I think it was crushed stone or something like that, and I just felt so ridiculous. Okay, so let's have iron come in this way. And then I might even try and do a mixed belt of rockets and ammunition, but that also kind of sounds like a terrible idea. I usually like to try and cycle ammunition through the hub or the extra buffer, and that way I can use it as a leave condition. And I don't see why rockets would be any different. Could I get a belt through here? If I really wanted to. So I could do gun ammo there. And that's the wrong belt. Oh, no, if I bring this in. Okay. I'm forgetting my own plans. That's the stage we're at now. One more. And over. And then down. Okay, there we go. There's output for yellow ammo and for rockets. Let's go ahead and get those in. So filters. This one is rockets. And then the one to the left is ammo. No idea where I'm going to be able to get things in, but that's a problem for future me. Not me, they're the new standard. Ah, I see. Okay, so you need iron plate. That means I need you to be producing iron. So can I get you to fit, like, right here? Yeah, we are in danger of these pipes kind of trying to intersect a little bit, so I want to be a little careful. I could also just throw them that way. I don't know why this is an underground. It could just be a normal belt. It's not like anything's going to be interacting in this area. Or a normal pipe, not a normal belt. And let's get some molten iron up here. So molten iron, where do you want to come from? Not there, that's for sure. And then water has a corner right here. Just once again putting it right in the way. So maybe I'll bring molten iron out of the bottom and then run you up, and that works perfect. Look at that. Okay. All future rectangles will use them. Yeah, if you have a big, like, not blueprints in the game sense, but blueprints in the, like, generic sense. Like if you have a template that you can stamp down again and again, then I can see that being useful. Why have I done this? There we go. Okay. Well, that gives me molten iron now. So that should give me iron plate up this way. That is 3 per second. I don't know if a fast inserter can handle that, but with its hand size being 3, I think it should be more than enough. Granted, I do need 4 a second. So I'm gonna use some efficiencies and a speed. Let's max out efficiency here. Okay, so that's 4.8, so that is enough for these guys, but probably not enough for ammunition. But that's fine, I can just do another one over here. Then flip you around and have more iron. There we are. Going for rectangular chunk-based train base. That's funny because that's so close to what I did in my Bobs and Angels playthrough. The only difference is mine wasn't necessarily on purpose and was not good. it was very space inefficient, and what I kept copy and pasting just wasn't working out for me, and it was kind of a constant pain point up until the like 90% mark. So make sure you have a good template before you go using it again and again, otherwise you wind up stuck with it. What are you? You're yellow ammo. Okay. I can maybe bring that back just a little bit. And then have assemblers here. Let's see how many yellow ammo assemblers I might need. So that's already 2 a second, but that's also already consuming 10 iron a second. I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna have 10 iron a second. I have less than 10 iron a second total. My cargo ship is building 1k plus legendary cargo bays. Oh my god. 1 cargo ship to rule them all. Yeah, that's pretty big, I'd say. That should be enough input for you for the most part. I also definitely do not want to starve rockets. So I'm kind of half tempted to put yellow ammo after the rockets. I mean, I do need ammo too. It's just we are probably a lot more screwed if I run out of rockets than if we run out of yellow ammo, you know? So maybe I'll just scooch these down to at least over here. Seems reasonable. That way these guys at least get first dibs on iron. And rockets are this one. Okay. Okay. And then you just output up here. So where do you... I think you output here, which should be the inside belt, which does work. It would be great if that was the case. It's going to be for machines, belts, and other stuff. For science, I'm going to have 1 ship per planet. 1 ship just for science. I mean, that is a big boy if you build them all to the same stats. That's going to be quite a lot of hauling. Ooh, my leg is asleep. Guess I should probably stretch just a little. I've been sitting still for 7 hours now, almost 8. Anyway, so this is just about to start coming together, I think. So we have the skeleton of fuel production down there. We have some ammunition production. I have a few more modules to throw around if I really need them. Don't think I need them in ammunition though. These guys are a little scary. Their power production I can't even see, which is, you know, always cool. I do need to figure out where these can live. And I also need to get the asteroids into the hub, but then only the asteroids that I actually want. And that is a bit of a tricky challenge. So, let's grab these guys and start moving them down here, because I'm sure we're going to input asteroids into here. We'll also probably be inputting ammo into here, just because that's pretty much the only empty spot on the ship. So ammo, rockets, asteroids. Each one will have a different condition associated with it. So let's wire them in. So when ammo curves around this way, rockets are going to be... Yeah, rockets will be on the inside, because rocket turrets have such larger ranges than the gun turrets. So gun turrets need to be on the edges, whereas rocket turrets can kind of be more on the inside of the ship, and that's fine. There's a limit on how many cargo bays you can have, because the storage has a limit on ship cargo landing pad, and that is 2 to the power 16. 65.5 stacks of items per ship. I found this the hard way. I was building more cargo bays and the storage was still the same. Yeah, that sounds a little painful. just a touch. I won't worry about which one's which too much, but I'll go ahead and mark them just so I have the idea. But if I wind up needing to swap these around, that's fine. So let's keep like 1,000 yellow ammo at most. Probably the same for rockets. Just at most, I want 1,000. If we hit 1,000, stop buffering. And since I'm going with so much, I probably do want a little more storage. Like, that's a decent amount of storage. Okay, so ammo comes around, goes in. Rockets come around, goes in. All that leaves is asteroids. So let's get asteroids in here, but not just any asteroids. It's already too late to start limiting them once they've arrived at this inserter. Once they're at this inserter, they are going into the hub. Even if I try to stop it, there's not really anywhere for them to go anyway. So, might as well not even connect you. So the 3 recyclers, they're gonna go in here somewhere. And then we have the input belt right there. So I need some way of knowing what type of asteroid that I want. And that's going to mean a hub connection. Make sure this is read contents. Read moving 2. Okay, we're good up there. So let's go ahead and attach this wire. Would be cool if I could attach it to the belt here, but evidently I cannot do that. So instead, I will attach you up here. Or, I guess, up here. That'll do. And then... yeah, I think it's as simple as just connecting this in. So you recycle ice asteroids into something else, and so on for all of them. So you are only enabled, or rather your inserter will only be enabled. Yeah, so your inserter will be enabled if I already have too many ice asteroids. So, space, ice, and let's say you're only enabled if you're greater than 8, something like that. And then so on down the line. So this is carbonic. So let's go carbon, and then you are metallic, so metallic. Fun fact, if you ever go for quantum chips or foundations, you can build over lava on Vulcanus or oil on Fulgora. Yes, that is a pretty big game changer. That is one of the few things that's really like, oh, this is an end game item. Like we're in creative mode. We're in creative mode now, boys. It's pretty nice. Quantum chips on Aquilo and foundations on Vulcanus. More space to craft them. In my last megabase, I was crafting them on a platform, and it's that good. In theory, just for fun, just an idea out there. Once you have advanced asteroid processing, you can get copper from asteroids. You can also obviously get iron from asteroids. That means you can make steel and copper in space. So you can make space platforms on a space platform, and I always found that kind of funny. I don't know, it's pretty good. Being able to build anywhere you want over Fulgora and over Vulcanus, it's pretty nice. I mean, granted, is it this, you know, the same deal as getting like 50% productivity stacked on everything that you make, which is the reward for the other planets? No, but all the same, it's pretty nice. We make Spaceblock a community map. See, I would totally be down to play Spaceblock, but I don't think anyone's finishing that in, like, the standard month. I think that's probably a little too intense. Still slow, better craft them on Vulcanus. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't disagree there. Definitely better to craft them on Vulcanus. I'm kind of doing the thing where I'm looking at a problem and I'm just, my brain refuses to think about it. So, we have the asteroids. We input into them if we have too many of that type of asteroid. Yes, good, okay. We have output. Let's move the output down. And then we have a belt coming up. And then we do basically exactly the same thing over here, just horizontally flipped. And green wire in. So if we throw ice in, and it makes more ice, when we output it, it just gets thrown in again. If we make ice and it makes carbon, but we already have too much carbon, then that gets thrown in, and so on. The only problem is that if it doesn't check further up the line. So if we have too many metallic, for example, that gets thrown in, but then it only takes the metallics back and recycles them. If it becomes ice or something, then it will make its way back to the main line. Oh well, I think that's fine. So let's grab a splitter here. And I do want to prioritize the input from recycling over the new stuff that we're grabbing. Because the grabbing stuff doesn't really matter, but this will clog if we don't use it. So that is the priority input. Also, should also probably stop the belts in front of the feeder inserters if we do need something. I don't think that made any sense. Give me just a second. So you there, you there, you there. So this is the ice recycler. So this belt is disabled if let me just look for asteroid. So if the oxide asteroid is greater than... no, but that's going to stop it for all of the asteroids. Yeah, that is a problem. Because I don't want it to be able to proceed in that case. Yeah, that's a little tricky. 2 months. I'd say 2 months is probably pretty good time for space block. If your space brick is not moving, you get less asteroid chunks, so that means less steel and copper. Very true. Engineer's brain is spoiling. It definitely is. It definitely is. Yeah, okay, let's just put that back to how it was. And just... Automation limit 3. Okay. Here's the best I got. Put an inserter here. Grab a combinator. There we are. Combinator goes like right there. And that actually even gives me something I can jump off. There we go. That way I don't have to jump off that random bit of belt anymore. So let's say space, metallic, and then carbonic and ice. Okay. So if metallic is above the limit, let's say 9. If you are above the limit, let's just say 9 again. 9 again. There we are. So if any of those are true, then we want to output anything. If any of the input signals meet the condition, it passes. False if there are no inputs. Output the first input signal or the first signal that passed all conditions. If all input signals meet the condition, it will pass. It is true when there are no inputs. Output all input signals. I believe I want anything here. Let's try anything. I can test this. I can just put like pipe or something here. There we go. So greater than 9. Do your output pipe. You don't. You don't. How about everything? That... Oh, well, I have no power. That's pretty reasonable, I'd say. Okay. Let's start requesting fuel cells, I guess. Don't think we're going to get too much further without them. Rocket size 10. Let's say, like, 30 then. I think 30 is a respectable number. Good, and then fuel cell. There we are. Okay, so those will be on the way. They'll be up here in just a second. And once they do get up here, I'm just going to manually toss one into the reactor, and we'll go from there. Just see how much power a single reactor is going to get us. How is it doing? Okay. They are coming. It'll be a second, but they are on their way. They will arrive. Okay. That was the modules, I guess. There's the fuel. There we go. Okay. So, of course, the inserter isn't going to work because there is no power. You can't just come in here and toss one in manually. Maybe even 2. I'm sure it's going to take 2 to get up to full steam. No pun intended. Okay. Might as well throw a few more storage tanks up there for more steam. Since I was talking about steam, it just made me think about it. Okay. I was supposed to leave room to get ammo belts in here. I have definitely not done that. I have definitely not done that. Yeah. I think I just have to lose that. Maybe even the whole thing. Do that, and then actually let's just underground you. That's a lot easier. Makes things nicer. And then, what are you? You're molten iron. Let's move you down. And then I can put tanks for water up here. That works. And that'll make that a whole lot easier. Even then, not nice, but nicer. The most dangerous thing in Factorio is procrastination. Probably. I would agree. You know it's serious when you pull out the Casio scientific calculator whilst Hellmod's open. That sounds just terrifying, honestly. I don't even want to know what you're doing over there. Okay, so that is going to take a little while to heat up, it looks like. I might even just go ahead and throw one in there, just preemptively. But we are heating up. And once the heat exchangers kick on, we should be able to make a little bit of power. That's also nicely cleared room for the second reactor, if I do wind up needing the second reactor. Though I have no way to supply the second reactor. So let's hope I don't need it. Because if I did, I would need to redesign a lot. I would probably have to move the entire reactor north. Which, I mean, would not be the end times or anything. It would just be a pain. Anyway, that's mostly this sorted out. I literally did not finish you. That's because I'm waiting on power. Okay. I probably need solar panels for Maraxsis anyway, so let's go ahead and request some solar panels. And if I can take some of the burden off the steam turbines, that's just a little bonus. Creating a plants-powered power plant. I guess you're feeding it lots of algae or algae-derived substances, because that was my primary power in Angels and Bobs. Well, I did get a pretty good solar field going, and it took me like a week once I had my reactor down to actually get it consistent. I kept not making enough cells, and it was kind of rough. But that's just because Bob's messes with the way that nuclear works quite a lot. So I'll rip these up later and send them down to Maraxsis. For the time being, let's just get those down so that I can see how you work. I am baffled. How, of everything that I'm testing, how is the only output signal tanks? What does it mean? How is that possible? That makes no sense. What? Okay, so that outputs truly everything. As long as even one condition is true. If any of the input signals meet the condition, it will pass. Output the first input signal or the first signal that passed all conditions. I don't think storage tank passed the condition pipe is greater than 9, So I'm a little confused what it's trying to get at here. Ah, bean power. You got the beans. Didn't the tooltip say something like first signal to pass? But signals are arbitrarily ordered. Yeah. Originally thought you meant the tanks used to fight the biters. No, they're just tanks. I do feel like there's probably a way to do what I am attempting to do, which is just whichever of these... That might be the, like, a premium combinator. This one here, the selector combinator. I don't even think I make those. I was just trying to filter out specifically just the ore chunks, and then only the ore chunks if they're over the limit that I was trying to set. And there is a much easier way to do this. I was just trying to use the tools I already had available to me, but I guess I will use a rocket to send up 50 constant combinators so I can use one. But that's probably cleaner anyway. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and just set you to -9. And then -9 for the next asteroid. And -9 for ice. Not equals 9. -9. And then I'll have this come in and connect to you. And connect to you. Actually, I don't want that, actually. Because I do want this connection to be sustained. Which means I don't want that. You can be a red cable into this inserter. And then I can green cable into you. There we go. So you'll be reading contents. The only thing that will ever be on this belt is asteroids. I should filter asteroids, though. 24-hour stream, 8 hours of stream already, so that means 16 more. It started at noon yesterday. Yeah, first I had some internet trouble, but also, YouTube doesn't allow VODs that are longer than 12 hours. So I'd already planned to reset the stream at midnight, or at least midnight for me. Yeah, that's the story. You got it. Clarid's got you covered. But just because I wasn't streaming during that time doesn't mean I was having a nice peaceful nap. So I'm definitely feeling it at this point. But I am determined. We nearly have our first ship capable of taking on the medium asteroids. I just have to keep my brain together long enough to actually get asteroid sorting working. Which is, believe it or not, kind of a challenge. I'm doing my best. So let's say combinators. Yeah, let's grab some of these guys. So 1, 2, and 3 barely fit. There we go. The reason I'm doing this is because I would like to filter out just the asteroids. So, space, metallic, and then just +0, output metallic. And that may seem strange, but that is entirely on purpose. I'm effectively just doing a no-op so that it filters out only the asteroid that I want. So I'll go ahead and copy that in for the others, but they are going to be carbonic and the ice asteroid. There we go. And now I can just pass that along up to here and disconnect that. There we go. The reason being, now I can set filter on this guy without him getting filtered to literally everything that's in the space hub, which seemed unwise. First stream where you have 500 XP. 525 now. Well, congratulations. I wish there was something I could give you for it. Needing to send constant combinators at this point is weird to me, because I use so many in ship design. To send up, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. I do 1 per collector, because I haven't found a better way to limit collector inventory. I kinda just use the hub as the collector inventory, as you can see from my design with the crushers. And once the hub is sufficiently filled with a type of asteroid, I just stop picking them up, and once I have recycling, I pick up all asteroids and just recycle them until all asteroids are kind of full, and then once all asteroids are satisfied, I just start chucking them into space. Mostly. Like, that's more or less how this is gonna work. I think I actually want 2 of these if I can. Which means moving this up. So I'm gonna move you down here for a second. All of these guys get moved up a square. And then I want 2 of these, just to, like, triple super duper make sure I do not miss any. And there we go. Same deal over here, I guess. I'll use 2, and they'll just chuck them into space. I am going back 5:25 no matter what, if it's a 7-hour flight or a 45-minute drive. I like to use belts as storage for asteroid chunks. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm doing. Just belts and hub. Going back 5:25 no matter what. No idea what that means. I could just be really tired. Anyway, this constant combinator is set to my storage limit for asteroids, and this way I can tweak it as I want. And if I exceed that amount in storage, then if those asteroids happen to make it down here, that means my recycling has met capacity, it cannot keep up, and I just start trashing them. That's the way it works for now. 505 joke. I'll take your word for it. Let's see. I already have more solar panels. That wasn't quite my intention, but I guess that is what I was requesting, so the game has faithfully fulfilled it. Iron plates can easily go on both sides of the belt. There's no reason they can't, so might as well have it in there. Oh, Arctic Monkey Song. Okay, I know like maybe 2 songs by them, so forgive me for not knowing that one. I'm actually trying to think, what songs do I know by them? The only one that comes to mind immediately is Are You Mine, but I know more by them. Okay, let me just like recap for myself where I am. So we have this single guy who's hopefully my just absolute hero. You're gonna make, if running at full uptime, 1 carbon and 0.4 sulfur. That is not even close to how much I need. Like, not even remotely. So, you get really scary when I start adding modules to you. Can I just not? So, how do I get this into you? Let's rework things just a bit. Move you down here. Sulfur can kind of stay where it's at. Sulfur does have to come down, but that's not a big deal. It can just come down to here. and then connect in there. And maybe come down like that. That leaves a little more free room for me to underground here. Unfortunately, I need sulfur literally right there. But I can do that, and then carbon can come up here. I don't usually like inserters having to pick off corners, but you know, that's just where we are. I'm at 51,000 stacks of items in storage. Good God. A bit more to hit the max, then I have to build the defenses and fuel. Yeah. I just have to fill storage is kind of like, you know, just one more game or something, you know? I only know Are You Mine because of Rocksmith. I mean, it's a decent song on, Rocksmith takes me back, actually. I really like playing The Beautiful People because I really like the palm strumming. I thought it was a lot of fun. It was also one of the songs I was closest to, like, actually playing, because most of them I never got anywhere close. I use collectors as storage. They output a ship-wide circular belt and are limited there. So, kind of use both collectors and belts as storage. I'd only use the hub as asteroid storage on starter ships, but it seems to be working fine for you. It's just a matter of making sure you have enough empty space, because asteroids take a lot of space. But that just means throwing a lot of extra cargo bays on. And, you know, space is useful for lots of things. I finally have Aquilo. Good. It's icy. It's real cold in there. Thanks for letting me know, game. Would I get another one of these? Get you here, but how am I gonna get that sulfur out? That's the real question. Let me rebuild some of this. So if I put you together, then I have the sulfur on the outside. Like, just for argument's sake, does this do anything for me? That's stupid. Let's not do that. Let's bring... Oh, I can't do that. Of course. They're two separate machines. Right. Then, you can come up this way. This red hand is never going to get fed by anything. What if I bring you down and up? Changes literally nothing. Okay. So why would I do it then? Okay, you just don't go there, clearly. I will have to figure out some way to get into you. But for the time being, I can do that. Oh, and that. That'll work. And that'll get you sulfur, and you can pick sulfur off of there. Very nice. Okay. It's not beautiful, but it works. Even still, keep in mind, this is producing 0.8 sulfur a second, which is only enough for one of these guys, and it's producing 2 carbon, which is not even enough for one of these guys. This was all for 2 rockets a second. Maybe I was being ambitious. Maybe 2 rockets per second is like a crazy amount. Banned from Sheffield. The plant-powered power plants is going to produce 1.6 gigawatts. I mean, you can't beat that. You gotta love the bean. Okay, get that going in. Let's just deconstruct, like, the second half of this. Evidently, I was going way too hard. It's not like I'm going to be able to keep both of these running full-time regardless. That should be connected in. Carbon and sulfur should be correct ratios. Maybe once it's distributed across the explosives. Like right now I'm producing 2 carbon and 0.8 sulfur. And this is consuming 0.64 sulfur and more than 2 carbon. But then we need more sulfur up here. So yeah, that's not even close to being able to run at full uptime, but I think I'll leave it there for now. The math always worked out that way somehow, but I still ended up having to chuck both sulfur and carbon off the ship. That's pretty relatable, honestly. Let's see. All combined, this is 0.64, this is another 0.64, so that's 1.28. What is the coal? The coal is perfect here. So 128 to 324. I have no idea what that works out to. Yeah, that's a bunch of horrible ratios. That's fine. It does seem like this consumes about twice as much carbon as it does sulfur total, like for the explosives and everything. Whereas this only... Okay, and it produces about twice as much carbon as it does sulfur, so ratio is probably fine. It's not so much the ratio that I'm worried about as the amounts. But maybe that's what asteroid productivity can be for. Yay! Okay, well, I think I'll stop messing with that now. I guess I have the room in the future to put that back if I do need it. Once I have, like, level 200 productivity. This right here, I only want to run if we are low on water. So I guess I'll have to hop off the belt there. And you will be disabled unless water is less than, like, 7,000. Because we do have the other recipe down here that's producing the calcite, and I do primarily want to be producing the calcite, but if we back up on calcite, then we have this for backup. 300 steam turbines. I mean, that would be quite a lot of power, yes. All right, let's finally get this show on the road. So, this is all good. We are a little bulbous on the right now that I've taken off so much production. I might just throw some of the storage up this direction instead. Start picking up ground down here so I'm less in the way of engines and such. Maybe move that. How much storage does that leave me? Plenty, and then I still have another 9 cargo bays in here if I do want more. I can even keep adding them up if I want. Yellow ammo, probably good, sure. So we have you guys making fuel. Let's go ahead and get a rocket of pumps up here. Rather than making a request, actually, I already have pumps. Look at that. I was gonna say, rather than making a request, because then once I build, like, literally one, it sends a whole nother rocket for another 50. I was just gonna build one, but we already have the pumps, so we're fine. Let's get this. Actually, it's probably better to just underground the pipe. Or, what? Probably better to underground the belt. So let's do this and this. Pick those up. And you move over here. There we go. Let's grab tanks. And you're going to be a little bit of buffer storage. There we are. Kind of have a power problem with the scale of the new base. I mean, 1.6 gigawatts. If that's not solving power problems, I don't know what would. Why are you not inputting? Temperature is too high. Well, you have no water. I guess that makes sense. Actually, that makes perfect sense. You're not gonna just materialize water out of nowhere. Yeah, your temperature is decently high. Okay. Okay, collect yourself. Let's go one step at a time. So, engines will just go at the bottom. That's fine. Don't really need to worry about that. Collector arms can go on the top and kind of down the sides. Don't really need to worry about that. We do have this output here. We do need to worry about that. So that needs to be preserved. But I do think I want some turrets and such around the edge over here. I might need to push these out, actually. Let's just go ahead and push that out that way. Because I am going to need to run rockets and gun turret ammo and everything down this way. In fact, let's go ahead and start plotting some of those out. So, rockets. Okay, if I have the belt on top, I can have rockets here. And here. I could have one here. Maybe extras around the corners, but maybe not. Anyway, with those in place, let's grab gun turrets. And start figuring out where those can go. So, let's say here. It's a little hard to tell with the overlapping red circle. I kind of just feel like everything is red. But let's say right up to the edge. We've got gun turrets here. And we're gonna probably need a lot of gun turrets. Let's flatten out the top so that it's not quite so oblong. And I might do something to stylize it out a little bit, but I hate to tell you, if you're looking for nice looking builds, you're probably in the wrong place. If I flip that, how does that work out? Ignoring the, trying to place a rocket turret inside the assembler there. Okay, let's put you, like, right here. And then this guy just comes in, like, this way. Break the floor. And I think that's fine. It's not quite symmetrical with the left, but I'm not that concerned about it. This is a big lumpy mess. Maybe I'll move you in line with this guy. It just makes getting the belt around a little bit easier. And we'll split right here. And move some of this ammo down for the gun turrets along the side down here. Then this ammo can move up and supply these guys. Let's even this out just a smidge. That way I can have an ammo belt here. And then a gun turret there. Lots of gaps. I was kind of surprised it allowed me to do that, honestly. Anyway, you go in there, and there, and there. And so on down the way. Probably want another gun turret, like, right here. Maybe... You know, gun turrets, hear me out, are just a good way to store ammo. They are themselves your best buffer. So what if I just have a lot of gun turrets? And then we have rocket turrets here. I still have to figure out how they're going to get ammo. But probably on a belt going this way. And then the space in the middle is reserved for transporting asteroid chunks from the collectors. Let's see. You can use a red inserter, actually, to pick up straight from... Oh, no. It's actually the close belt for you. There you are. That's the rocket belt. That's the rocket belt right there for you. This splitter can be way up here. There's no reason for you to be way back there. Usually make a row the width of the ship of gun turrets. I mean, fair enough. That's certainly one way to do it. Let's put you there, and then move this guy up just a single square. And feed him from this bottom belt, since the bottom belt doesn't have as much to feed. And we'll have more guns down that way eventually. Minus collectors, walls, and whatnot. Right. Speaking of collectors, let's start finding good places for those. So... there's one. There's one. You there. And, like, over here-ish. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not going to waste a rocket bringing up a single piece for an aesthetic corner. I think we're fine. Okay, we've got the collectors. That's all cool. Somehow they'll need to funnel back into here. That's something I'll have to deal with later. Ammo is gonna be interesting through this part of the ship. Let's just go ahead and copy this. And put you, like, right here. And that's assuming I don't even want to bring rockets into here. But rockets actually have to make it at least this far down in order to get put into here. Which does make this a little interesting. And I do want rocket turrets to be able to defend the back, even if I don't think it's entirely likely we'll be hit by a medium asteroid coming in this way. It is something you need to be ready for. So all of this actually needs to move forward even one more this way. So then we can have rockets in here. That can come down a smidge more. And then you come down this way. Nope, one more. So all the way out to the edge, and then down. And then rockets. All the way down. Okay. We can do that at least. Probably rockets can go ahead and start making their way back. I just have to figure out how that's going to happen. That works. And then you can just come in and down. And I can do the same for the gun turrets eventually. You can just come in and down. Let's do that. Just takes up a little less space in case I want to do something up in there. Can't imagine what that could be, but, you know, leave the possibility open. Not wasting an entire rocket on minor aesthetic bit? Madness. I wound up needing it for the gun turrets anyway, so oh well. This can come one more down, and then that's rockets right there. So let's go ahead and swap you. So let's set an inserter over there, just to use you as a temporary storage. So, ammo, rockets, very good, okay. Did that correct, didn't I? Yes, okay. I just had to double check. So let's see. That's going the wrong direction. There you go. I don't know why. I'm just paranoid I'm gonna take a hit like right here, or like right here for some reason. So I think I will go ahead. Yeah, I will go ahead and add 2 more gun turrets right here. And then send the ammo back around and in. There we go. And then down the side, I'll do basically just the same thing. So, gun turret, and then more gun turret. And probably, you might not be ready for this. Put another gun turret. In fact, I might move these a little more central. And this can kind of block the rear. I wound up with more guns on the right than on the left. Oh well. It's an aesthetic choice. I leave the back mostly undefended and let fate decide. I've never had an asteroid hit my engines. But that doesn't mean it can't happen. And I live in fear of the day that it will. Let's trim the back just a little. Let's neaten things up a little bit. Also probably move some of these solar panels. I am kind of relying on them right now, so I'll move them up there. But they do kind of have to go. They are a little in the way. Also, rockets. Where do you go? So you come out here, but somehow you have to make it over there. Bit of a challenge. Okay. You just go that way, around the inserters. And then again over here. And that's not too bad. And kind of same deal, I might just want to use rocket turrets as a store of rockets. And you can have rockets. And there. That's a bit of rocket, and that should cover this area. Hopefully I don't need too much more rocket coverage over this area. If I do, I'm probably in trouble. Oh no, not the symmetry. Not the symmetry! I've had an asteroid destroy my thruster before on my single thruster ship. Yeah, that just sounds like you were asking for it at that point. You only had one. It was a nice big target. It just seemed nice to hit. I wonder if I can do this and then chain with a long hand. I think I should be able to. And that gives me just a little more firepower down the right. I was a little concerned leaving it to just one guy. Like, these guys should be capable of keeping that up, but just in case, you know, two is probably good. I don't think any of my words there made any sense. Okay, so ironically, now that I'm not as concerned with filtering what I pick up and I can sort what I pick up, it actually makes it way easier because I can just pick up everything and throw it at the recyclers. And if I recycle too much, I just void it. So let's grab some inserters and just start sending it out. Probably move these guys over one. How's that gonna work? Okay, you can go there. That's fine. And then you can just output onto that. I'm fine with that. Oop, that's not gonna work. That will, however. And let's put you there. Okay, so you intentionally output to the right. I actually wanted to do that to make sure I output to different sides of the belt because I had two outputting to the same side, so I wanted to shake it up a little bit. And then you come down. Here's primary asteroid delivery. This belt right here. So, cut through that. This has to underground. Let's go back a little more, but not that much. There we are. And then this just comes down this way. And right now we do need everything. But that will quickly change once we start actually loading this stuff in. And I'm okay with it not being like exactly perfectly 9 loaded in. So power is not doing super well off of just the solar panels, but it was never supposed to run off just the solar panels. We are having brief moments of water pumped into the system, and it's immediately being turned into steam, it seems. Though we do have a little bit being made into the first bits of thruster fuel and thruster oxidizer. Okay, all cool. Reactor is losing heat, which means it is using heat. That's giving us steam, which is going to give us power in the turbines. Wait. None of this is connected? None of this is connected. How is that possible? How is that possible? Okay, hold on a moment. Let's do this, I guess. And get a steam connection in. There we go. So now all of this should be connected. Pretty sure. Yes, all of these are full of steam. Okay. I guess power is just good? Power's good. Okay, the solar panels are keeping up. I guess whatever we were producing has stopped. It does seem like we have too many metallics. Let me check. Yes. Okay, very nice. So everything is working correctly. As intended. I don't remember which ship, but on most of my single thruster ships, the thruster is only exposed from the back, about the width of the thruster. The thruster? About the width of the thruster. I have no idea what happened, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Ships will just do whatever they want. Sometimes they're fine for hours and hours, and you're on some other planet, and then suddenly, like, you know, your original Vulcanus ship starts blowing up or something, and you're just like, okay, I guess we're doing this now. Let's go ahead and get some thrusters on you, because I would actually like to start priming you, getting you some materials up here so you can start making rockets and all. a little hard just letting you sit in orbit. I probably will go ahead and request a little bit of ammo from Novice. Let's just say like 200. I have no yellow ammo on Novice. Come again? What? Maybe I don't put it in a chest. I have military science somewhere. That's entirely possible. Yeah, yellow ammo just comes down and gets made into red. I guess that makes sense. Well, let's rectify that. Into a red chest it goes, and set a reasonable limit. So, like 800 or something. Yeah, so that's gonna be... Okay, well, it's actually going decently quick. It'll hit 100 pretty quickly, and that's a rocket limit. We actually have to wait for it to make some now. I guess that was all buffer. There we go. And away it goes. Okay. Nope, this one. Okay. Everything should be going pretty decently now. Once the ammo comes in, I might take us for a little test spin and just see how everything goes. I don't have thrusters. I don't have thrusters. That's probably something that we need. Thrusters are probably good. Let's go for this height right here, I believe. And just cover the whole width of the ship. And there we are. And then we'll connect the oranges at this level. Get some undergrounds and connect those in. Yeah, I'll figure out how I actually want to connect to the tank in a moment. For the time being, let's just get all of the connections themselves lined up. Blue will just connect by itself, which is kind of nice, but it does make it a little more difficult to get this blue out. In fact, if I try to go to up, that will connect to orange, and that's not very cool. Woo, but no thruster mirroring, because everyone will just make the same looking thing. Everyone just makes the same thing anyway. I mean, you do have to admit, it is better that they're offset like this than if you could just place them flat. Because it was everyone's first instinct, mine included, to try and place them flat, but that truly would be the giant flying brick. I mean, it's already a giant flying brick, don't get me wrong, it would just be brickier. Not that I think it's like a super important game-changing thing or anything, it would be just fine if you could mirror them. Maybe I'll go ahead and do the same down here. Let's say I do this, and in there is cool. You can even just do that. Okay, and then I will just continue that pattern for all these guys. Nope, not you. There we go. Pipe in. Pipe in, and so on. Okay, so all the blues should be connected. Let's get red connected, which can just be right there. And that should be everyone. Yeah, these didn't get any blue because I connected this half first, but the red seems evenly distributed at least, and the blue pipes are all connected. That pattern or the triangle? I've definitely made a triangle or two in my day. Better looking giant flying brick, exactly. The most minor of upgrades. Okay, well I've got the thrusters in. I should have fuel production going. We're mostly just waiting on water. Yeah, this one plant running full-time can cause these two to run full-time. So then I need something else entirely to keep up with the water demand of the reactor. But that's fine. I have to be honest here, guys. I'm not the biggest fan of the ship that I've wound up building tonight, but I think it will have to do. I do want to get walls, so walls have a tendency of saving you when you least expect it. So let's get some walls in here. Just kind of painting them in. Not really any particular strategy to this at all. Let's fill the hole before the game yells at me. These guys are probably fine down here. The front is where it always gets hammered, so make sure you have walls up there. I guess I should also make sure I have repair packs. That would probably have been intelligent. Fill that in. There we go. Okay. Walls, 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 all day. Walls for days. Walls for days. And there we go. Okay. So that's going to take a second to get sent in. Do I want asteroid collectors on the side? Is probably an important question. And I think I probably do. So let's go ahead and underground this belt through here. Grab an asteroid collector. And just shove it like over here somewhere. Yep, right there is fine. And then same thing on the other side. I'll just have to get a little creative about how I get it merged in, perhaps. But still, let's just throw it out there. Run this up this way. I guess this way. Maybe I can just move this inserter. That would make it better. Perfect. Okay. Very nice. Get that in there. This moves down. Up and in. There we go. Okay. And that's probably good. I doubt I need one like way down here, but I guess if I wind up seeing a bunch of stuff floating down here, then I'll know better. Let's get repair packs. There we are. Ship them up. Okay. I forgot to give you guys water. Completely forgot you even needed water. Let's move your pipe around that way. Just because it's uglier. Just because it's worse. No other reason. Okay. So I can get water down to here at least. That's the water pipe right there. So let's get a connection in here, and there we go. Now you guys will eventually kind of maybe get trickles of water every now and then. probably need to go ahead and throw some modules into the ice guys. So let's start with 2 efficiency, 1 speed. But I might have to modify these ratios as we go along. All the same, I don't think we're going to get anywhere really just sitting here in novice orbit. So as the gun turrets should have been pretty much stocked up by now. Does look like it. This is yelling at me for having holes. All good? All good, okay. Everywhere else is fine. Let's drop the depleted stuff. And we're gonna get one more rocket of ammo sent up from Novice. And once that arrives, we will take this out for a ride. Let's see, where should I go? Maybe I'll take it to Fulgora and back, I guess. I think that's probably fine. Just waiting for the ammo to arrive. Any day now. It does show on the way. Oh, there it is. Okay. So let's get out of here and let's head towards Fulgora. I want to be ready to turn around quickly, but we're actually going to go very slow because we have no oxidizer, so only half the engines can come on. We should start seeing some asteroids, I would assume. We are going very slow. We're going at like... We're practically not moving. I'll just say that. We're barely escaping the drag back to Novice. And now we are no longer going to be escaping the drag back to Novice. Yep, we're being dragged back to Novice. Well, we are picking up little bits and pieces as we go, at least. And the rejectors do seem to be working. It's working pretty well. You also could probably do with efficiency and speed. Just because otherwise we're tossing a lot of asteroids we could otherwise be recycling. Why are you stuck? Oh, you can't output, because I did explicitly forbid you from outputting. 10, let's raise that to like 15. And that's still too many, huh? Alright. Get rid of that. And, where are we? We're going to be over Novice soon. Let's go ahead and just turn that off. We'll drift back to Novice, that's fine. That's all cool. This is stuck on carbon. I might need to throw some of this carbon overboard, it looks like, because we have no sulfur. Actually, that sulfur doesn't even go anywhere anymore. There we are. I guess if I wanted to get this jump started, I could just do that to void a little bit of the carbon. And that, and that. Let's see, did that do anything? Okay, so that's running now, at least. little bit of the sulfur gets sent up to explosives, and explosives are finally running. Very nice. Okay, you love to see it. So we did get something going, kind of. We've got iron coming in, that's making ammo, that's making rockets. We need water, it looks like. Yeah, we need everything now. But again, we are drifting back into novice orbit now, so what can you expect? Interplatform requests can be used to get this going. Yeah, that's probably a good call. Like, if I were to just drop down here, get rid of that. Let's make a little section for space stuff. What would I actually want? Import from novice orbit. And just like 4 of each, maybe? That was novice orbit. Yes, okay. And novice orbit. Okay. And just see if anyone around novice is going to be capable of providing that. Make sure I go to novice. There we are. Yeah, there we are. So that's going to start sending in some things. Hopefully I'm not stealing from anyone who really needs those supplies right now. Oops. But this is kind of the one ship that I do want to get up and running. This is the one important one. Yeah, getting a little more ammo sent up from novice here and there is kind of nice. Hopefully we will start saturating the belt soon. Let's upgrade you and upgrade you. There we go. Okay. You have no rocket yet because it just hasn't made its way down to you. We have to fill all these guys first. But it should. This guy is actually over full somehow. That wanted to shoot at something. Okay, we are on our way to Fulgora. Let's set target priorities. So, big, and then big, and might as well throw Promethium in there. And ignore unlisted. And then let's go around and get you pasted onto all of the rocket turrets, because you did succeed in wasting literally every single one of your rockets. And then I guess I'll do the reverse for the gun turrets. So, medium, 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 and medium. And I don't think they shoot at the small. Maybe they do. I'll go ahead and include the small just in case. Oop, forgot the carbonic there. And ignore unlisted and copy that around. That way you don't shoot at something that you really have no hope of destroying, and you can better spend your limited ammo on the things that matter. Okay. You still have no rockets left, but oh well. So we have nearly made it to Fulgora, going extremely slowly. There should be pumps involved in this somewhere. Just seems like the right thing to do. There's a pump. And there's a pump. You no longer connect though. That is a problem. What if I did something ugly like this? Sure, why not? Why not? Let's copy the standard clock I have on all the other ships. So, let's bring that in here. So, let's see. U output T is less than 100, so you just help with the loop. And then the pumps themselves can connect here and there. And you only run if T... Oh, T, there you are. Let's say if T is less than 30, something like that. We tried to make our way back to Novice, but we are definitely drifting back to Fulgora. Because we just don't have enough production of the blue thruster fuel. That's because the metallic is broken again. Let's see, we still have way too many metallics. How have we wound up with so many metallics? We have way too many... Wait. What? Okay. Let's add whatever's on this belt to the storage of, like, let's make sure this counts as the storage, just like this does. We have a splitter right here even, so yeah. Let's just come here, read belts, the whole thing. And then maybe increase this just a tad to compensate. Just raise the limit a little bit. Yeah, we definitely don't want metallic or carbonic right now. Is there a way to just avoid these, I wonder? Well, it's a good source, I guess. We have plenty of carbon and iron for the time being. Speaking of iron, you're going to keep breaking because I keep having too many metallic asteroid chunks. Yep, there's one. Okay, maybe I actually need to do something about this, even if it's just short term. Let's do that, and then you can underground out this way. And just continue going this way. Where is the trash? Trash is up there. What other planets did I mod in? I have two. So I have Maraxsis, and I have Lignumus. Lignumus is a starter planet, so it just replaces Novice as the planet that you start on. And then Maraxsis is the opposite. It is a new endgame planet that is very interesting. It's entirely underwater, and it's a Aquilo level difficulty to get there. But it looks really cool, and that's kind of my goal for today. I have a little under 3 hours to get there, and I would like to at least make planetfall on Maraxsis. And I certainly think I will. Like, I have no reason to think that I won't. The amount of references and shapes to achievements is on par with Henry Stickman. I'll take your word for it. I'm trying to think of any achievements in that game, and honestly, I'm completely blanking. Okay. Yeah, we are dumping just absolutely everything right now, I guess. Our storage is very unhappy with us. We are over novice now, so I think I'm going to take the liberty of just dumping some of these to void them. And then I'm going to have to, where even am I? Okay, I am on novice, fortunately. I'm modded in Secretus, Frozita, and Paracelsin. One tip from Maraxsis, make sure you have a robust remote supply, you will need it. I assumed it's kind of the same as Aquilo in that regard. Let's make a couple wooden chests because I have some things I need to void. So line them up. And pull them out. 1, 2, 3. And then get that in there, and that in there. And let's request a little bit of ammo, I think. There we are. That should do it. So back to the ship. Nautilus. Why do you have so many chunks? Why do you have so many chunks? Okay, I think... Like, I really do wish there was a way I could disable this guy, but even if I disabled him, then the chunks are just in front of him, and that doesn't do me any good. I guess I can void the belt manually, and then at least I don't have to drop it to novice to void it. That just doesn't seem like a wonderful solution. So if I do that, and then just invert it. Hold on. What? So you are working correctly. Why are you not? Okay. Now you are? Yeah, I think these guys are just getting overwhelmed. Can I just upgrade them to greens, perhaps? And then let's pick up this belt through here, and then replace it. Yeah, I need a way to reject it. I need a way to get rid of this. Let's game it out as one. Gotta make a chunk dump belt, yeah. Yeah, I definitely need a way to get rid of this. By the way, what are the other planets that you mentioned like? I can imagine what Frozita is likely like, but the other two I am kind of curious about. Okay, maybe I need to flip this around a little bit. So this comes down here. This is how it works on my other ships. I just had to kind of come up with... I'm at the point where I'm so tired I cannot speak. I just had to come up with a way to make this work with this ship's design. But you are going to be blacklist filter. And then I can send you off into here to get loaded into the ship. And then you can just stop whatever you're doing. And that should work just fine. So where am I? I'm over Fulgora now. So I'm drifting back to Fulgora. Okay. Because once again, I just cannot make anything. This time it's carbon. Gonna be the same issue there. Carbonic asteroids just clogging it up. Green and blue go the same speed, only difference is that green picks up 12 and blue picks up 4. For asteroids, the fastest you would ever need is blue since they can only have a stack of 1. Green is also considerably more power than blue, so just use blue for asteroids and yellow when you need asteroids infrequently. Okay. That seems reasonable to me. I figured the greens would still be able to pick up multiple asteroids. Okay, we are finally making some progress. We are on the way back to Novice. Also, the damage upgrades have been fantastic because we have not had a single close encounter. So the yellow ammo is finally at a point where it is just chewing through the asteroids, which is a welcome change. Up until this point, we've been taking random chip damage here and there. And so, yeah, just watching those asteroids melt, very nice. Granted, having 2 foundries able to output iron pretty much non-stop, you know, it doesn't hurt. Okay, is anything else happening? We have none of you because we have no sulfur. That's full. That's full. Just keep checking. We do have to do something about this backlog, so I am going to remove Fulgora from the list, so once we get to Novice, we can just sit still for a minute. We are dumping absolutely all of our asteroids at the moment, which is intentional. I would like to be able to remix some of them into ice, but you know, we're doing what we can. Always use yellow for the Crusher's occasional asteroid output. Yeah, there's no reason not to. The only reason I'm using blue is because I don't even send yellows up to the ship. It just makes it easier if everything's a little more uniform. Okay, nearly there. I think I might go ahead and start tossing some more of this, even if we do have to wait until we actually stop above the planet to drop it. There we go. And bombs away. Bon voyage. And there we go. Okay, I think we have returned to reasonable amounts of asteroid chunks. I just have to now come and collect them all. So let's just grab all of those, because there is quite a lot. We actually need a little more, it looks like. What was that just dropped? Maybe that was science or something. I was worried it was more asteroids. I was like, no, not more. I can't deal with more. Anyway, there we go. I think I've finally got my mess cleaned up. So, Nautilus, how are you doing now? Let's go ahead and get you to stop requesting those. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's all fine. You should be exactly the same as these guys, so why are you different? Okay. Good. I guess. Something's weird. Oh, you don't have the green wire. That's why. You don't have the positive. You literally only had the negative. Okay. That's fine. We do need all the asteroid chunks, so this is the correct configuration. It's just a little hard to tell. I did have to make sure, but yeah, that is working as intended. So now that we've gotten rid of all the garbage, let's go ahead and get like a run to Vulcanus, for example, and just see how you do. Okay, these guys are running quickly as they can. It does take 10 seconds for recipe to finish, but when it does finish, that is a lot of thruster fuel. Yeah, we're cooking now. We're doing pretty alright if I do say so myself. I mean, we're only going like 100. But you know what? We are going. And that's what matters. That's what matters. I probably need another couple engines to the left, and maybe like one more to the right, just so the entire width of the ship is taken up by thrusters. Otherwise, we will be stuck at the like 120 range. Sorry, you said something a minute ago. Always have so much trouble getting the power to balance, especially when I start using modules. I agree, but that's why primarily when I send up modules to a spaceship, my first is efficiency modules. That's, nowhere else in the game is that my just default assumption, but when I send something to a ship, first thing's always just efficiency. Space is so limited, being able to run a machine for less power just means you need less power gen. Like there's just a single nuclear reactor right now powering this whole thing, and that's plenty enough. And a single nuclear reactor doesn't do that much power. Like we're not even close to our limit here. Granted, I do have like a handful of solar panels, but they're hardly doing anything. Your hand size is still going to be 3, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, so we're coming back from Vulcanus to Novice. We are cycling through everything we can cycle through, and if we do have that much power headroom, maybe these guys could be the rare exception and just get double speed, because they really need to get a move on. I wind up throwing out a lot of perfectly good asteroids, just because I can't recycle them fast enough. Actually, never got the Secretus because I quit after Frazita. Frazita is cool because it's a frozen junk planet, but it's a bit of a nightmare because green junk gives you crazy stuff. What kind of crazy stuff? It sounds kind of fun. Once again, when I get back over Novice, let's just take Vulcanus off, and let's chill over Novice for a minute, and probably add a couple more engines once I get there. You in and you in. There we are. And then the blue. You're actually off pattern somehow. Ooh, didn't want to replace the engine. Whoops. Whoopsie. There. I know it's not going to show because I don't have the full floor in, but oh well. There we are. How many hours on this playthrough do you have? Playthrough's actually in the top right. There's very minimal AFK here, so 90 hours is actually pretty accurate. Granted, a lot of that it's not like I'm attempting to speedrun in any way, but also a lot of that is because of I can't speak anymore, some extra added difficulty from Lignumus. I turned on all of the telescopic recipes except for wood ammo. Specifically for spaceships, I thought wooden ammo as a prerequisite to yellow ammo would be an absolute nightmare, so I did not go for that. Turbines, solar panels, superconductors, normal junk, laser turrets, to name a few. Yeah, that's some crazy stuff, yeah. Nice, thank you. Tungsten plates and carbide. Holmium plates for Zeta is actually designed to be a place where you can make every high-level module. I mean, that sounds very good. Sounds very powerful. Okay, do I finally have a little bit of fuel buffering? For whatever reason, this is not keeping up. Like, I definitely have enough carbon to keep up with you. You're just starved of water. And it's only because we don't have any ice. Calcite is backed up. So we should be making ice with this guy over here. Yeah, so you are enabled. We just need you to actually be working. Which you certainly are not. Okay. That's fine. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to reload no matter what. Success or fail. But I am going to save. And I'm going to try and fly the ship to Maraxsis. Just to see what kind of resistance I run into. Like, does it run smoothly? Does it blow up a third of the way there? I kind of feel like at this point, the only meaningful progress is just sending it off. So, bon voyage! And let's see how you do. The wood telescopic recipes definitely slow you down on most other planets. It was a lot rougher than I was expecting. Especially when I got to Vulcanus. I was sending wood into Vulcanus, but it was just nowhere near enough. Why are you not running? Oh, I'm missing 2 tiles. There we go. Okay, now why aren't you running? Oh, the pump is cycling. Okay, that's mostly intended behavior. Maybe I need to stay on a little longer than that. So let's bump you up to 50 now. Okay, now we just have no thruster fuel. That's something. Are we even far enough from Novice to start getting asteroids? We have to swing by Vulcanus first, it looks like. It does look like maybe we're picking up speed. 55, 56. Okay, we're picking up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay. We just had to actually hit some asteroids to get some production going. But as far as the telescopic wood recipes go, I did enable most of them, but ammo just sounded like pain. That sounded awful. For whatever reason, I didn't think the belt telescoping would also happen on Vulcanus, so I was excited to get there and have 3 belts. Okay, I will admit, in a related way, I did have to check when I got the foundry if the recipes for belts inside the foundry still required wooden belts, and I was a little disappointed when they did. So I can empathize there. Look at the asteroids just spewing out the side. Okay, so we do need... Oh, nope, we are just about full on all of these. I might bump up the maximums on all of these to 16 now. I was keeping it relatively low during testing, but I think it's fine now to start bringing in a little more now that I have this guy controlling my input into the hub. I was trying to keep them pretty conservative before, when I had no control over what was going into the hub and only what I could pull out. But yeah, now that that's not the case, I can raise the limit a little bit. I would love the telescoping recipe option if there was some more expensive alternative way to make belts. Having no choice but wood kinda sucked. Yeah, like, I'll admit, I did commit in the early stages of Vulcanus pretty hard to the whole importing wood thing and remaking everything, because I always remake everything on Vulcanus. Vulcanus is, you know, fantastic, that's what it's for. But at the same time, I kind of just stopped caring at a certain point, and now I just make the expensive recipes. A little bit of explosive damage would probably be good. It's not required yet, but it would definitely help the rockets go a little further, because it is taking like 5 rockets on some of these. Ooh, that one was like 6 or 7. We've got robot speed going. Stronger explosives, I could pretty easily... Easily? Seriously, my mind is gone. Asteroid productivity, also very good. Let's get that next. Might as well queue another thing or two. Maybe stack inserters could be cool. Might as well unlock efficiency 3. Artillery damage, sure. And then like rocket fuel productivity, why not? Voila. So I will admit, this is actually going very smoothly. Like, this is not too shabby at all. That's me just trying to sabotage myself. Let's see if I immediately blow up now. I deeply enjoyed the very chill feeling of Lignumus. I went from Lignumus to Vulcanus, but without the telescopic recipes. Yeah, this was my first time playing with Lignumus, and I kind of felt like using the telescopic recipes would allow it to stay relevant as we moved on. Like, I kind of thought we could import wood and, you know, move it around from planet to planet, and it would be kind of fun and interesting. As it turns out, and that may even have been the way that played out for an alternate reality me, but, I wound up losing Lignumus. It was overtaken by the Wrigglers, and so I wound up, for a good chunk of the time I was setting up Vulcanus, having to export wood from Novice instead, and that was a little less fun, a little less interesting. I did wind up having to set up a pretty decent chunk of wood production on Novice, which is something I've never done before. Likely will never do again unless something forces me to. Oh, we made it, Hold on. Why are we leaving? Why are we going back to Novice? Stop. okay. We are at Maraxsis. Now, I'm not on the ship. This was just a test flight. I fully intend on reloading after this, even though I just did all that research queue stuff. Oh well, I wasn't really thinking at the time. But, that actually went incredibly smoothly. That was like one of the smoothest first flights of a ship I've ever had, and it's the box. The box was so much wasted space. But oh well, it worked wonderfully. So, as I promised before I sent it off, I am going to reload. And now we know what to expect. I do want to send, before we send it off to Maraxsis, obviously I want to be on the ship myself, but I also want to send building materials up. Okay, one by one, I guess. There we are. And there we are. So, let's see, what do I actually want to put on you? So, first things first, silo ingredients. All good. Second thing second, let's go to... Let's actually cancel that. I don't want to do this from Novice if I don't have to. I would much rather pull in ingredients from Vulcanus. And speaking of Vulcanus, let's go Vulcanus, new planet. Grab that request. And then there's a separate new planet that is just things from Novice that I want. There we are. And I have no idea how many things here are relevant to Maraxsis and how many are not. We'll go ahead and clear these. Anything else in here? Repair packs. Reduce that to like 40. Sure. So I do want to import these from Novice. And then I will fly over to Vulcanus to gather the rest of the Vulcanus supplies. And then I will be ready to make landfall. Why reload, not just fly back? I wasn't watching. Were there any asteroids that needed rockets to destroy? Yes. That's kind of what I was saying. It went incredibly smoothly. It was very nice. Very smooth. Very slow, granted, but very nice. Oh yeah, I still have this to repair now. And I wasn't going to fly back just because, and I could have. As smooth as it went, it wouldn't have been an issue. I figured if I flew all the way to Maraxsis, I would have been completely spent on ammo, at least rockets, and the flight back would have forced me to wait around a little bit, resupply, and then come back, and that sounded like a headache. But honestly, it probably would have been fine, given, again, just how smoothly it went. We're sending lots of rockets up, it seems, but that's exactly what you like to see. I might fill the rest of this area in here, since it is just empty space, with more storage. Maybe we'll need it. Who knows? Let's get the queue in here, and go ahead and get stronger explosives and another stronger explosives. And where do I want to go from there? Stack inserters could be cool. Rocket fuel productivity, maybe. Artillery damage, still good. Asteroid productivity, actually, is probably more important. Let's move that even up to there. And what else? What else? I'm not really sure what to take last, so like electric damage or something, sure, why not? It'll be useful sooner or later on Gleba, I'm sure. The time will come when I'm happy to have that research. Okay, Novice, how quickly are you going to be able to recover? How quickly are you going to be able to get the next wave of rockets up? Looks like decently fast, but it could definitely be faster. I think it's probably time to throw some beacons on these guys. just the way I play. I don't often use very many beacons, but I think it's high time. This is going to be speed, naturally. What else would I throw on there? So let's see. If I move that power pole, I can get you in here. And I'll have to throw another power pole there, unfortunately. I'm trying to get at least 3 beacons onto each launch pad, but it's a little hard to tell exactly where each beacon is affecting. So let's just do something like that. There we are. And large power pole can not connect to anything. Okay, cool. You can go there, and then you can go there, I guess. It's significantly more ugly now, but it's also going to be quite a bit faster. I have trains and shapes too. Took you a month. Yeah, took me a month to get beacons. I mean, I've had them for a while. I was able to throw them down pretty quickly. I just haven't bothered actually placing them, I guess. Get those down and get that down. And that can go away. Oh, I thought that could go away. Oh well. Yeah, that's a pretty good speed improvement. Oh yeah, look at it go. I might just preemptively go ahead and do the same on Vulcanus, since that's where we're headed next, and I'm pretty sure I make beacons on Vulcanus. I'm honestly not even 100% sure. What I don't make on Vulcanus are Tier 2 modules, I don't believe. Oh no, there they are. So I have 25. That's just because of my default blueprint. It sets it to half a stack. Let's go ahead and make a few more than 25. Oh yeah, I meant to look for beacons. Let's see. Okay, I have some beacons. So, oh, I am having kind of intermittent power trouble on Vulcanus. Maybe that's not a great idea. Though everything seems calm right now. Okay. We'll see what happens. Funny that I'm more nervous about doing this on Vulcanus than I was on Novice. That is absolutely a first. What are the trains in Shapes 2 like, by the way? I used them very, very briefly and hardly remember anything about them. Just curious about your opinion, your experience with them. Okay, these substations want to kill me, and they might just succeed. Let's see. Okay, all good. You just need power. There you go. So Nautilus, are you still waiting on anything? Laser turrets? I think I'm good, man. Not that I can tell you not to at this point, but, you know. Let's go to Nautilus. They're alright. Like, mostly when I got to trains, what I remember is like, okay, that's the thing I wanted to do. I guess I'm done now. And so I kind of just stopped at that point. Just wanted to see what they were like. And here we are. So, let's go ahead and get you set off towards Vulcanus. Guess I could have dumped my depleted uranium onto Novice, but oh well, we'll have more by the time we get back. Hopefully we can break some of these rocks down and start getting some actual supplies going. Yeah, we need literally everything at the moment. Okay, Vulcanus, I hope you're prepared. I'm bringing in a big order. Like, go ahead and expand my inventory however much I can. There we go, that's the last one that I had. Might go ahead and save also when I get over Vulcanus. I've done a good bit, and I would hate to have to redo some of this. We are very slow. I can't help but feel we are incredibly slow. That's one of the things about ships that I've never quite understood. The only thing that I ever hear about ship speed is that your thrusters need to cover the full width of your ship. And now sure, I have a wall that comes out to like here, so technically I could probably do with another thruster like here. But that's gonna bring me down to like 90? That just doesn't make much sense to me, especially when I know there are people who make ships that go like 500. Okay. So let's see, how are we doing? We've got a little bit of fuel in the tank. Not a lot, but we're building a buffer. Water rely on the way to Vulcanus, but you know, we do have them. We've got plenty of yellow ammo. In fact, we've turned off picking up more ammo, which means we have 1,000. So that's kind of a milestone in and of itself. That's pretty cool. We should be requesting just all kinds of stuff from Vulcanus at the moment, so let's just flip into here. Yep. It's pretty busy, it looks like. Though these aren't doing anything, which is a little weird. Ah, they're just waiting on a delivery. Understandable. Okay, so, this is Moon Science. I want Nautilus. Okay. So that's how much is coming, and just how much we have left to go. I mean, it's a good bit. We might be here for a second. I guess this is a good time to peek at Gleba and make sure it's doing okay. Toggle spores. Spores are always, for whatever reason, a little hard for me to see, but if I do this, it makes them stand out quite a lot more. Hopefully this nest hasn't expanded into this area anywhere, because if it does, that's a little close to where I don't want it to be. I would rather it not be where I don't want it to be. It does seem like we're doing okay, though. Like, no massive backlogs or spoilage piles anywhere, so that's always nice. Iron and copper are alive and well. You'll love to see it. Reactor still has fuel. Yeah, everything's doing great. We're using nowhere near our maximum amount of power production. And the rockets are ready to go. How is science, actually? Where is science? I get lost in my own base. There we are. Okay, they are running. So, I guess everything's okay. How's Fulgora? Fulgora did get stuck earlier today. I had to tack on this to the side. Fulgora, for anyone who hasn't seen my Fulgora base, is a full sushi belt. It just wraps around and around, and then I have scrap come in, scrap gets recycled, and that loops around the base. and then those items come in and get recycled here, and that gives me all of the secondary products, which go on the second loop. And then that loops around as well and comes, and it comes into here and gets recycled, and the loop kind of just repeats until it all gets destroyed, or if there's ever a backup, like right now, then it comes in here and this relieves the pressure. Why is science? And yeah, thruster stacking does exist. I can't help but feel like it's unintentional, even though if it were truly unintentional, it would have just been patched out. It just doesn't feel right, I guess. So yeah, if you want to go super fast, of course, the idea is to make a long stick down the middle and then just have many engine lines. But that's one of the reasons they did nerf ship height. Okay, we're just about done. These are presumably fine. Yes, we have plenty, they're just not the ones being chosen at the moment to be sent up. But we are getting materials in, and Vulcanus is making more rocket. Though it could do with more LDS, funny enough. I mean, it is going. There's quite a lot of LDS running non-stop right now. We're just consuming it just that fast. But these are also tier 1 pods. Let's get that upgraded to tier 2s. Didn't even notice. There is a big difference between tier 1 and tier 2 prods, especially when you can have 4 modules in the building. It's pretty noticeable. Alright, how are we doing? So, last of the steel's on its way, last of the copper should be on its way, blues are on their way, all we're missing are electric engines. And I do want to wait for electric engines, because they are, as the name would suggest, silo ingredients. That way, if I really need to, I can immediately make a silo, and be most of the way off the ground from the moment I step foot on the planet. Five or 8 modules. I mean, certainly if you can fit more modules in, more modules is more better. Just so happens that rocket silos hold 4. At least I think it's 4. I could swear to that. Yes, 4. Wanted to make sure I hadn't somehow only put 4 out of 5 modules in there or something. Crazier things have happened. Let's see, we do now have idle rockets, which is telling me we're either done or we don't have the ingredients to send up the final request. We are in fact done. Okay. Then it's time for our penultimate stop. Actually, penultimate means next to last. Vulcanus was our penultimate stop. Now it's time for our ultimate stop. Maraxsis. And hopefully the flight out there is just as smooth as the flight was the first time. Okay, now we're going at 200... Okay, I'm pointing at my screen like you can see. Now we're going at 280, of course. And speed's dropping swiftly. Maybe I just need to up the amount of time that... Oh yeah, I kind of thought I'd already done this, but that was in the reality we retconned. So, let's bump that back up to 50, and see if I can't go just a smidge faster. Of course I can't, because we're gonna run out of fuel. In fact, if this doesn't hurry up, I'm gonna throw modules in you. I don't know why I haven't already. I don't think I need them in blue, but you know what? Blue is getting them. hopefully that makes it a little faster. So I think we're primarily bound by water, and water's primarily bound by ice. And we just truly actually don't have much ice out here. Where is my other water guy? There is my other water guy. Okay, you are running. You have ice. In that case, maybe I've been a little too focused on efficiency. Let's swap you out for speed. And I do want to watch my power. That is an inserter. That is not the hub. Power is fine. Power is perfect. Okay. We're still only traveling at 82. That's a little sad. It makes me a little unhappy. EM and cryo plants do have a lot of modules, yeah. Part of what makes them great. The cryo especially, because the cryo doesn't get like inbuilt productivity or anything like that. All that it gets is 8 module slots. And like 8 module slots is cool, but it sure doesn't compare to the inbuilt productivity of the other buildings. I always assumed the cryo plant was built around being, like, not just itself being legendary, but having legendary modules. And there we are, we have stopped at Maraxsis. It's time, finally, after more than a month, to drop down and see what it's like. Let's clean up the hotbar a little bit. I don't think I'm going to be needing most of these things. Travel to planet Maraxsis. Oh yeah. And here we are. We're finally here. I'm not going to lie. I know borderline nothing about this planet. Like, I tried my best to test it in such a way that I could tell that it did not break, and that it was compatible with everything and what have you. But also absolutely without spoiling things for myself. So I'm having fun. First things first, I need a landing pad. So let's drop that down and make sure it doesn't land on my head. Hello fishy. Let's see if my lasers react to you, because if they do, you're hostile. No? No, you're fine. Okay. Can I pick you up? I can pick you up. If you spoil, you do spoil. Okay. I ate you. Sorry. You were tasty. I tried to put you back, I promise. Oh, there it is. I was running around looking for you. So, I have no idea if I should be on the lookout for anything in particular. Like, I assume there've got to be resources to collect, but I've also got to be real. I'm looking around and I'm not seeing a whole lot. So, like, what are you? You contain stuff. You contain coral. That's probably useful. Oh, and there's rocks. Okay. I got a trigger tech for picking up sand. So I'll just punch a couple more rocks, collect a little more sand, and see where that gets me. Actually, I guess a smart thing to do would be to go into map view and just see, okay, that is just like a rocks biome. That's why that part of the map looks different. Actually, that's coral for the most part. And then sand and rocks is like up this way. Okay. Okay, let's look at that trigger tech that I just got. Wherever it was. You know what? Let's just look in the console. So, I got Glassworks and the Hydro Plant. Okay. So, I can make a submarine, though it's a little expensive at the moment. And I got the ice platform. Maybe that was for researching Aquilo. Hydro Plant is tungsten plate, pipe saline water in a processing unit. I really hope I brought tungsten. I really hope I brought tungsten. I don't know if I brought tungsten. Let's put some of these fish back if I can. Regrettably, I cannot. They will be in my inventory forever. So, platform. I did not bring tungsten. Okay, the ship is going to go back without me then. So, let's just go here for the Vulcanus requests and bring just a bunch of tungsten. Let's bring like 1,000 tungsten. If I'm doing that, it's probably worth bringing like 1,000 calcite also. I think that's how much goes on a rocket. 500, but close enough. I definitely have the room, so just go ahead, wait until requests satisfied, and then Maraxsis is going to be wait until passenger present, just to make sure it doesn't leave once it comes back. Anyway, let's see if there's literally anything I can do. But I believe the answer to that is going to be no. So, glass, I already have glass. Which is interesting. You're made in a foundry. I can gather you from those things. Okay, so those are special. Limestone, sand, and salts. Bane of snails. Okay, place a mining drill anywhere to extract sand. Okay, very interesting. I like that quite a lot. Sedimentary rock composed of skeletal something. You can be gathered. Spoilage from coral. Okay. Can coral be used for anything, or does it just spoil? Okay, it does seem that you just... Oh, maybe you're planted. Maybe you're farmed, actually. Yes, I do need coral to make you. But first I must make a pressure dome. Okay, it is a trigger tech. I can live with that. So, okay. Doesn't look like there's any particular resource zones I should be worried about. So I'm going to throw my landing pad somewhere around in here just because there's a lot of these rocky patches nearby. That just seems like a good idea. I don't know why I'm picking up fish, they're just nearby. They're victims. Let's go into one of the little rocky areas and just start picking stuff up. Please. There we go. I have no bots, unfortunately, so I can't just mark this for deconstruction. That would be the ideal. But unfortunately, I have to just run around and punch them for right now. There we go. Okay. It is, for some reason, a little tricky to punch them. Okay. That's probably just about enough punching rocks. I've got quite a lot of sand, quite a lot of stone. I've got some limestone. Let's just chill out by the landing pad and see how Vulcanus is doing. Oh, Vulcanus is doing well? Is that what you could call this? I'm not sure if that's what you could call this, but it's certainly doing something. It's putting on a show. However, if we're not even using the rockets over here, we either just don't have enough material, or we didn't need to use that many rockets. And the second one's quite a lot better IMO, so I'm hoping for that one. Nautilus should just automatically start returning once its requests are fulfilled, so if that is it, once those come in, we should see it leave. One more. And there it goes. Okay, so it's on its way back. So that was, in fact, all that it needed. Okay. Very cool. And we've got plenty of inventory room too. I was maybe a little worried that I was being excessive, but yeah, we're fine. I guess we do have a good bit of cargo bays on here. I don't think you can say a good bit like that. A fair few, perhaps. Yeah, I can't put any more that way even if I wanted to, even if we had them. You really don't have to shoot that one, guys. That one was fine. Let's see, we are producing a little more thruster fuel now, but still, we're only going like 118. Maybe what I need to do is increase the time on the pumps. Let's make this like 65. Don't know if that'll make any difference at all. I just kind of want it to pick up the pace a little bit. So let's see, once we do arrive, I have the landing pad placed now. So I do want it to go ahead and just toss me as much tungsten as it can. And let's see. You can be made in a hydro plant. Base quality plus 50%. So not productivity, but base quality plus 50%. That's interesting. Otherwise, you have to be made in a chemical plant. Okay, so not by hand, not in an assembler. First one has to be made in a chem plant. So I guess that's a fair way to say I should probably drop a chem plant. I have actually no idea how power is going to work here. Let me look at space map and just see what your solar usage is like. Solar power 100%. Okay, so same as novice then. Like I'm assuming there's not a special way of generating power and I just like have to make power the normal way. I might even have to like import a reactor. But I guess we'll see. So let's grab that. And we'll take this one step at a time. Well, I don't have power, actually, so I can't use the chemical plant. So maybe I will drop a little bit of stuff. Accumulators, solar, substation, power poles. Might as well drop some bots, just to have them. No idea if there's cliffs, so I'll hold on to my cliff explosives unless we actually need it. Yeah, let's leave it at that. What I might do, actually, is pick up one or two of these that I placed when I was just being a little silly. Still have plenty of space here, and drop those cargo bays down to the surface. Because a few extra cargo bays will help make this a lot more comfortable to just drop stuff into. You got this. Come on. Come on. And boom. Yeah? There we go. So let's just place you over this way. Not like that. There we go. So solar accumulators, and I guess I'll go ahead and just grab one of my solar blueprints. Okay, I can place solar panels, but I can't place accumulators. And that does seem to be intentional. I also can't place the roboports. Okay. I do know there's the pressure domes, and that's probably what it wants me to use. Those look like those take pipe, and I should have pipe. Let's see. Yeah, there's a bit of pipe. Let's just go ahead and drop all of that. Might as well. Anyway, pressure dome. Enormous structure protects you from the pressure of the deep sea. Requires constant atmosphere to provide positive pressure. This fluid can be created for free inside a chemical plant on any planet except Maraxsis. This can only be mined if there are no machines inside the dome. Alright, so that's something I'm gonna want to set up then. Probably on Vulcanus. It only makes sense to do it on a planet that has a direct path to Maraxsis, and that leaves Fulgora or Vulcanus. And let's be honest, the situation on Fulgora is not very pretty. It doesn't do very well sending up lots of rockets quickly, whereas Vulcanus is, you know, Vulcanus. So let's just get that all set up. So it says chemical plant. Let's just do it near here. And see what you require. I'm assuming it's just a barreling recipe. So atmosphere. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. And yeah, so just atmosphere. And then barrel it. Looks like it. Yeah, just a barrel. Okay. So grab a assembler. You make 10 a second. I think that's exactly how much an assembler can barrel. So I'll have to double check that. Let's look for... Was it not atmosphere? It's definitely atmosphere. Oh, build atmosphere barrel, also a chemical plant. Okay. That's different. So let's see. 250 versus 10. Okay. Well, alright then. So we'll have one of you bring this down, I guess. And we'll have lots of you. There's 5. Can I get 10? Okay. I can do 3 there, and then another 2 this way. And that'll get me 10. And then I want to do the same, but flipped. Unfortunately, the roboport's right in the way. Can I do this, like, over here instead? Yeah, there we go. And then let's just rip up those guys. So then, pipe down this way. Just bring you out and around and back in. And you will need barrels, of course. I don't even think I make barrels on Vulcanus, but I sure will now. So, requester and provider. In and out. There we go. The rockets are very loud. I don't think there's any reason to limit these. Do you have like a weird stack size? You stack to 10. You are perfectly normal in every way. Okay. So, do barrels just show up? Okay, apparently I do just make barrels on Vulcanus, so we are a-okay there. Should probably also throw storage tanks on this to buffer it. I imagine that's probably a good idea, and I'm gonna buffer a lot of it. How? How are you off so bad? There we go. Okay, all good. Where are those barrels that I'm picking up? Let's keep more than 5 in stock. Let's keep like 150 in stock. I think that's fine. Oh, I need barrels for cliff explosives. That's why I make barrels. Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, that's gonna fill up not super quickly, but it's gonna get there. I might want to throw some speed mods into the barrels of all things. What? Like, that's kind of wild, but here we are. Yeah, just take two. That way I don't have to wait so long for them. So, down here, we're making all kinds of atmosphere. It gets stored in here, and then I need Nautilus to request it. Probably can get rid of the new planet requests. We're pretty much done with those. These are my novice requests that I don't even really need anymore. Though fuel cell is important. So let's come down this way and make, hold on. Let's actually give this a name. So you are planet Maraxsis. Requests for Vulcanus. And up first is atmosphere. Atmosphere barrel, I guess. Yeah, let's go with that. And let's request like 200, of course, from Vulcanus. We also want all kinds of tungsten. Let's say like 500. And probably calcite. So I guess I'll hold off on the calcite because I don't actually know that it's useful. Yeah, let's go with that for now. I'll probably need to import metals and circuits and things like that as well, but for the time being, I think that's fine. Maybe Roboport. Yeah, let's say Roboports. Okay. Yeah, and again, I might need, like, materials and stuff, but I don't exactly know what this planet has in store for me, so we'll see when we get there. Also, how are you doing on fuel? Perfectly fine. Okay. You are stopped over Maraxsis. I kind of thought I already sent you to Vulcanus, but oh well. Oh, I bet I sent you back so that I could drop tungsten. And I did drop tungsten. Okay. Okay. Oh. What? See? Random freak fluke just destruction. Okay, why is that happening now? You flew so many times and you were so good. Why are you so fast? What happened? Okay, let's reduce this to 50 again, I guess. Who knows? Yeah, it's not like any of the guns were empty or anything. We're just fine. Flying like normal. Flying like normal and tanking giant asteroids to the face. Oh, we're back to about 130, which seems to be our safe speed, apparently. Asteroid productivity 2, probably needed, but at the same time we're already dumping all our asteroids overboard, so maybe I could have picked a better research, but oh well. I'm sure it'll be helpful eventually. And we're back to Vulcanus. Well, pretty much. And boom. Okay. So let's get all those in. They're on the way. We had exactly 200 apparently. On planet is still ticking up. Okay. Alright. That's all cool. We just gotta wait for those to actually show up, and hopefully there's plenty of rockets ready So they all show up at just the same time. Yep, those two already left, and then there's Pipe. Okay. So there's the first two atmospheres. And then Pipe should be next. Somewhere, I'm sure. Once it does, the ship should once again leave. And there we go. So you're gonna blow yourself up again? You are gonna go at 250 miles an hour. Or kilometers an hour, rather. I am... How's your brain doing? It kind of feels like scrambled eggs. And I'm not sure if that makes any sense, but at the same time, I think it makes perfect sense. Granted, not nearly as bad as I've been before, because even though I've been awake for pushing 36 hours now, because of course it's not like I just rolled out of bed and started streaming at noon, I kind of lost my train of thought there. That should explain how my brain is. But it's usually so much worse when you are actually actively playing and streaming for 24 hours. And I did have a... Maybe not on purpose, maybe not what I wanted, but I did have kind of a break right in the 1/4 mark. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Okay. I do kind of like watching the asteroids blow up sometimes. I don't really know why. They're, especially the big ones. It's kind of satisfying. Kind of nice. Especially when you have, you know, not much else to watch. It's nice to just kind of zoom in on the asteroids and watch them go. How are we doing for parts? We are dumping absolutely everything. Okay. I don't know if I ever see this reactor turn on, and it's kind of odd. Like, it kind of always just sits here, and I have to assume it turns on at some points, because the steam tanks are always full. But, I always see it just sitting there idle. But I mean, we have the depleted fuel cells, so I know it does get some use. Oh, we're at Maraxsis. There we go. Okay. Probably Maraxsis should have that request group. There we go. So, come on guys, drop it down. There we are. And kaboom. So, let's grab a little more tungsten. The barrels can stay in there for now. I do think I need the pipe. And let's see if I need anything else. So, you have to be made in a hydro plant, very specifically. You have to be made in a chemical plant. And I need saline water. So, where does saline water come from? You are gathered? Gathered from Maraxsis sand with an offshore pump. Okay. Place anywhere. Okay, I like that. That's fun. That's cool. Let's drop some basic materials to facilitate this. So, a couple green circuits, little steel, little copper, little iron, some of the red, some of the blue. Yeah, let's leave it at that for now. Come on in, guys. Water's fine. Okay. Then just grab all the materials and let's see what I can do. So, offshore. Do I have a chemical plant? Yes, I do. So this is just temporary. I guess chemical plants are allowed to exist outside the pressure domes. So you just feed straight in. Make a hydro plant. Yeah, okay. So, hydro plant. What do you need? You want pipe, you want tungsten, and you want processing units. And you want power. Everything always wants power. I guess I don't actually have power poles. So, let's drop more. No, there's gotta be power poles. Hold on. Yeah, there's power poles. Let me grab construction bots. At least some. There we are. Okay, and bots do work just fine down here. I wanted to test. Let's get that in, and then I can do this out of the way over here, and then just start placing a bunch of these. Do I still have... Let me look at the top of Gleba, because I have some of these quick and dirty solar lines up here, and I just want to copy that and paste it down over here. Oh, the accumulators won't go. Okay, well, we just get solar. That's fine. There we go. I guess that was all the solar panels I had anyway. Do I have any more up here? I do have some. Might as well drop them. I don't know if I'm going to need them. Maybe solar's the primary source of power on Maraxsis. Who knows? Come on. You got this. There we go. And in you go. Okay. Let's get those placed down. And then let's get back to this guy. So you've already made 2 hydro plants. So go ahead and take the parts out. And there's our hydro plant. Guess I can leave that guy in. So hydro plants. Pretty cool looking. I like the design. It reminds me of kind of like a reactor core. Okay, so pressure dome. And you want glass, tungsten, and more pipe. Might need to get more pipe, I guess. Oh, more glass? Oh, that's a lot of glass. Okay. Oh, we got some sort of trigger tech. We got fishing. We got fish into carbon, naturally. Fish into nutrients? I remember seeing this recipe. I saw this recipe like 2 weeks ago or something. That is maybe the funniest recipe I've ever seen in Factorio. You've got tropical fish, you've got bullets, and you produce microplastic and jelly. That's just really funny. Okay, so microplastic is made into plastic. And let's see. Fish food. Fishing tower. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually tell me how I get the fish, but I'm willing to bet I can grow them with the fishing tower. Worm confinement sounds scary. Let's get to that later. Yeah, we'll get to that later. Nutrients. Yeah. So, pressure dome. That was kind of all my glass. To make more, I need a foundry, and I need a bunch of stuff. Salt comes from brackish water. Brackish water is a salt filter and saline water. Okay. Carbon fiber. You've got to be kidding me. Okay. And there's only a chance There's only a chance to get the filter back, and there's a chance we get carbon fiber back, and then there is a chance that it is just gone. So we do need a... granted, this is a very generous recipe, like, don't get me wrong. But it does mean we need carbon fiber in some amounts being sent into the planet. So let's go ahead and get that sorted out. So Nautilus? Where can you even go, man? Okay, if I look at the star map, let's get out of there. So I could go to either of the two planets and then to Gleba. That is perfectly acceptable. I could also go to either of these two planets and then Novice and let the Gleba ship pass me, you know, the station transfer mod, give me carbon fiber. I think it's probably better to just go to Gleba and grab it, I guess. I guess. Yeah, okay. So, Nautilus, you go to Vulcanus, all requests satisfied. And then you go to Gleba and wait for all requests satisfied. And then I want you to... These all get item counts, of course. So let's wait for ammo. Ammo to be like 150 or so. Just absolutely want to make sure that is the case. There we are. And there we are. But also, before leaving Maraxsis or returning to Maraxsis, I need to make sure that you also have rockets. Rockets are very important. So let's say like 120, since that's where we're at right now. And item counts. And 120. There we are. And I guess I can take off the passenger present bit now, because I actually need you to do some cargo runs for me. Let's also make sure that I request that appropriately. So, once again, planet, Maraxsis, for Gleba. So, Maraxsis requests for Gleba. You request... As far as I know, the only thing that I want to request is carbon fiber. Which is probably over here. Yes, it is. Rocket capacity 500. So let's just request 500. That seems fine to me. And then equally, the landing pad down here will need that assigned. Otherwise, the ship will never actually do anything. So, Maraxsis for Gleba. There we are. Okay. So, you did produce, and you made an uncommon pressure dome. I wonder what the stats change here. Just base health. Just the base health. Okay. Yes, that's fine. You're so interesting. Okay. Let's pop it down, like, over this way. I don't actually know how interactions with other buildings works. So, I want to turn personals off, ghost you, and then put you there. The reason being, I don't want to put it right up against the cargo landing pad, unless I do want to put it right up against the cargo landing pad, in which case I want to allow myself to do that. It just seems like a fair thing to do. Like, for example, we actually need atmosphere, so maybe I do want to to put you right next to the thing. I know there's some special rule on how to pick you up. Let's just get the bots to do it. There we go. Okay, so it has to be picked up from the edge. That's what I'm getting. So, grab you, and let's put you here. And let's get some belts. We don't have any belts, and the ship is gone. So I guess I'm building with ghosts. Fine by me. Can I put an inserter here? I cannot. Interesting. Okay, so what if I put you here and then leave a 1-block gap? So I can put an inserter here and here. Can't put a belt there. Yeah, I have no idea really what I'm doing. I bet I can underground belt this, and that makes so much more sense. Just unbelievable amounts of sense. So let's move you over here for one more time, and then underground into there. There we go. I found the secret. So let's go filter atmosphere. And then once that does finally get placed, we'll have you run in here. You take pipes, I am noticing, so that's probably a chemical plant. Probably a chemical plant. Is it 10 for you? 10:45. Yes, it is. Empty atmosphere. Yes, I was correct. So that's... yeah, that is going to give me the barrel back, of course, which I actually kind of have to figure out what I want to do with. Get that loaded in. And I guess you all need power, because everything always needs power. Yeah, you can just go there. Sure. Power pole, and you can connect there and power pole. Okay. So, consumes atmosphere, provide pressure to the dome. When powered, functions as underwater roboport and radar. Interesting. So you're a roboport? So I guess I probably don't need to be importing roboports here. That's probably a complete waste. 50% quality bonus, because weird... yeah, it does cause weird things. I'm anticipating that getting a little challenging. Cat Kid has somehow run out of room. Indeed he has. The tumor grows. Let's see, you need space platform, it looks like. Where are you? You're over Vulcanus. You can get space platform from Vulcanus. On the way 50. Let's see. I can drop 7 pipe and 2 power poles and 1 bulk inserter and like all these little extra bits without a second thought. Let's see. Anything else? Drop that. Drop the single yellow belt. Okay, now it's starting to get trickier. Okay, we have it. We have the space platform now. We just have to fill in the hole. All cool? All good? I believe we're all good. Okay, and now it's requesting cargo bays. Okay. Do I have them? On the way, 10. Available on planet. I'm gonna assume that means I do actually have them. Let's drop some of these extras. Just don't need them. There we are. Hopefully that's cleared up enough room for you. It definitely does not look like it has. Okay, there's a few more extras. I can just drop those. Okay, and the cargo's arrived. There we are. So you got a little bit more space now. Hack Kid, have fun. Bigfoot would be right at home. Most of the Bigfoot videos that I've seen are him doing just absurd amounts of mathematics and work to come to extremely optimal and satisfying solutions. The kind of thing that I watch and go, I could never, but I'm glad someone does. So why are we just chilling in Vulcanus orbit? We're stopped at Maraxsis, actually. My bad. We're waiting for rockets. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Do we have materials? No, we do need materials, it looks like. Yeah, as things drift closer, maybe we'll be fine, but I also kind of think maybe we can just leave. Oh, we're trying to leave, we have no fuel. I suppose that's one way to get stuck on a planet. The ship has no fuel. Well, certainly no one else is coming out here to save this ship. So I guess I'll continue seeing what I can do on Maraxsis while it tries to move again. So let's see. Do you just passively consume atmosphere, perhaps? None of this has ever gotten placed. Let's grab a single barrel. Pop you into there. And see what happens. I guess I can't see what's in you. What happens if I drop a couple in here? Okay, it does look like you actively consume this pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. I don't know if that acts as like a fuel or if once it's gone, it's just gone, but yeah, okay. Well, let's grab a couple Logi bots, couple construction bots, and just pop them in. There we are. So, hydro plant. I do have one other hydro plant, and that can be my hydro plant making hydro plant. You could also be my fishing tower making hydro plant, and that's probably a good idea also. Let's see, just for fun. I can do that, and pipe. I don't think I have more pipe. Oh, I have a little more pipe, okay. Pipe seems to be an important ingredient in this planet. Let's make, like, 2 of these guys. I got a rare one already. That's kind of cool. And there we go. Okay. So that's a lot of hydro plants. I don't even know what else I'm gonna do with them. I think I kind of just make the pressure dome. So you do craft faster, which is nice, and for no extra energy cost. So it is just free extra speed. Very cool. I can definitely feel my my mind is slipping, man. I barely got anything left. Okay. Did the ship start filling up on rockets again? Did the ship fill up on fuel yet? Okay. Let's say you are meant to be at Maraxsis for right now. So as you gather materials, maybe we won't immediately spend every little bit of fuel that we get and make no progress. I also can't help but feel maybe I want a grabby arm down that way, but I have no idea how I would actually get it to work down there. Like, here's my belt that brings asteroid pieces in. There's no way I could bring something in from the bottom, so certainly don't think I can get anything in down here. If only it was on the right-hand side. That would be trivial. I guess there is little bits and pieces on the right-hand side, so maybe I will actually. Because yeah, they're just there is nothing over here. So let's get you in there. Maybe even one like over here. Might as well. Output. And output. And yeah, we'll just have you come this way. And in you go. A little closer. Perfect. And there we go. Okay, so that's two more at least. Though it's just down the side, so that's pretty much only going to be resources for while we are stopped. But you know what? We happen to be stopped and need resources, so I'd say that's now. Couple asteroids floating in that I should be able to grab, so that's kind of convenient. Good timing. Yeah, is there anything more I can do here? So, how about the fishing thing? For that I need coral, glass, and an agricultural tower. I need to bring an agricultural tower. What are you made out of? Landfill and spoilage. Okay, awesome. I need to bring an agricultural tower. Okay. That's just something else I can request from Gleba, I guess. Rocket size 20? I'd say 20 is perfectly fine. Does Gleba even keep 20? I'm honestly not entirely sure that it does. Do I even make agricultural towers? I'm sure I do. Hold on. So how many do you keep? You keep 10. Yep, kinda thought so. Let's keep at least 40. That way I can supply 2 loads if I ever need it. I doubt I ever will, but, you know, might as well be prepared. Okay. So just sitting here over Maraxsis, we still have no fuel. Literally none. All I need is carbon. Carbonic is stuck, I guess. So let's unstuck it. And it's stuck again. How did I wind up with too many carbonics? Let's do like 20 or something here. There we are. That's not the same limit as is set over here, of course. So that way these just don't jam. Unless something's really, really wrong, they will not jam. I'll put it that way. Okay, that's all it was. Suddenly we have thruster fuel again. It was just broken. I thought it just needed to wait and gather materials. No, it was just broken. Okay. Let's just go ahead and go to Vulcanus. Let's make sure these aren't broken, I guess. You do have your own limiters, so let's go ahead and increase those. And you. There we go. I believe that's everyone. We're going just barely slow enough to avoid slamming into all those asteroids with our face. But I guess that means we're doing well. So something that I should do is probably look around a little bit, because there is a trigger tech here. So mine chimney vent. So let's look for a chimney vent. I'm just going to walk around spawn a little bit and see if anything obvious shows up on the minimap or just in front of me. And if not, then I'll pop into the map and search for the term. See if it just comes up. I haven't seen anything yet, though. Granted, I could have seen 43 of them by now and maybe just didn't know what they actually looked like. That's always a possibility. But yeah, so far I don't see anything that looks like what I would call a chimney vent. Let's start heading back around, just so I don't get too far from base, and just kind of continue clearing out a roughly spiral-shaped area. Again, not that I have any idea what I'm really looking for. Okay. Maybe I will go on the map and just give it a look. Nope, that's a fish. That's a polyplast. That's probably also just a fish. I mean, I guess I'll go look, but I believe that is just a fish. Was somewhere around in here, I believe. Little to the east, little to the south. Yeah, that's just a fish. Just a little fishy. Okay. The green ones are the plants. And then blue is the blue fish. Actually, that is also a fish. Okay, I thought that was something else. I thought those, that was one of the little glass things that I mined when I first got here. But, alas, was but a fish. Again, I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking for. I'm assuming it would be obvious when I come upon it. Oh, that looks like something. Note, that is a fish. That is a fish. Okay. Well, I'm doing pretty big circles. And I still haven't come across anything, which is making me more and more feel like maybe I'm just blind. Not like you or something, is it? Nope. That is a polyplast. I don't know if there's a particular strategy or not to finding these. As I was saying earlier, I did jump into this basically completely blind. I did get Asteroid Productivity 2, that's nice. I'm just kind of clearing a big spiral out from spawn and seeing what I can find. And at the moment, what I can find is not a lot. Is that anything? That is also a fish. Ooh, something blew up. I guess we've hit critical mass of behemoths where this flamer isn't able to kill them quickly enough before they can shoot through a wall or two. Maybe you just get a second laser. Well, at least I've got something to do while I'm waiting for the ship to arrive. I just wish I was a little better at it. Because I can't imagine I haven't found one. I can't imagine there's some resource or world gen thing, and I've just so happened to sidestep all of them. That just seems unlikely. Like at this point, I'm almost ready to just pick a direction and keep running until I come across something. Slightly perplexed. Just sand and water, yeah. Well, I'm looking for what the trigger tech describes here. It wants me to mine a chimney vent, which is found in Maraxsis, and I kind of thought I would be able to just find one. It looks just like the chimney vents on Vulcanus. Maybe I can look for sulfur. No, okay. All I've got are rocks, though maybe the rocks are my lead. I'm going to continue my circle, and when I get back around here, I'm going to look more in this area, because that is the closest to a unique thing that I have found. Right, the trigger tech is for the trench. And that's kind of what I was trying to unlock while the ship was gone, because I wanted to see if there were any other little surprise things that I needed to import. But so far I haven't been able to find any. I will very happily take all this free glass, though. I forgot that picking up things here for some reason was a little odd. But I will happily collect it all the same. Oh, and there's a little more up here too. This glass will definitely come in handy because I'm nowhere near ready to actually start producing glass. There we are. And just keep on keeping on. We recommend a submarine of some kind. Okay. Fair enough. I was mostly just doing loops to explore the map while I was waiting for the ship to come back anyway. I did want to explore a little more of this rocky area over here, just to see if there's anything else in there. But I believe the answer is going to be, rocks. Oh, wait, there's something on the mini-map. Did I find it? Did I find it? Did I walk past it? It could also just be fish. I have no idea what the mini-map is trying to convey to me right now. I don't see anything out of the usual. Yeah, it's gotta just be fish. Okay. Well, fair enough. I thought I'd found something, but I guess not. I'll just head on back to the dome. One last thing though. No. No sulfur, no nothing. Okay. No. Okay. Yeah, not a thing. So the submarine takes electric engines, 4 pumps, so I need stuff to make it. But that's fine. And by the time I get back to here, I wonder how far the ship is gone. Let's give it a look. So, Nautilus is over Gleba currently. It is completely spent on rockets. Tragic. Still waiting on carbon fiber. Also, we only keep 400 carbon fiber on Gleba. Yay. Okay. I never expected to have to ship that off planet, I guess. So, let's find the carbon fiber. And there you are. So let's keep like 800. That way a single rocket doesn't completely wipe us out, but I don't want to keep like a huge abundance either. It doesn't seem necessary. It is fishy business here, yeah. I'll find it. I'm sure there's some method to the madness. I just have to figure out what it is. Okay, so that's building up. How much do I have? Into the 460s. Okay, didn't take very long at all to build up that much. Should be up to 500 pretty quickly, and once it is, well, nothing happens because it's not going to leave until it's built up rockets. Though, at the same time, the best way to build up rockets is to leave and travel to Vulcanus, and then back to Maraxsis. So, maybe once it shows up, I'll just go ahead and send it off. Okay, the carbon fiber went to garbage truck. What if I request carbon fiber from garbage truck? Hold on. I can't, but I can down here. So, Gleba orbit. And request 500. That should just work, I think. Let's see. Okay, it hasn't landed on you yet, but as soon as it does, do we just launch it? Yes, we do! Fire away! Okay, that is very funny. Well, thanks. Glad you were so generous. Okay, go back to Vulcanus. Go to Maraxsis. It's fine. You probably won't explode in a fiery, painful death. Can you put exoskeletons in a submarine? I assume so. If I look at it, Equipment grid is 10 by 6. So yeah, it can take exos. Let's see. So, nope, wanted you. So, let's see, that is Aquilo stuff. Molten salt. Trigger tech from making salt. Okay, reasonable enough. Anything else coming up soon I need to be aware of? I did not know I could just research that. But that's Maraxsis. That's why I didn't know it. Okay. Glass productivity is fine, but that takes Maraxsis science. Yeah, okay. Everything seems fine. Yeah, we're good. So, Nautilus making its way back to Vulcanus. And then once it passes Vulcanus, it will turn and make its way back to Maraxsis. Unfortunately, it still hasn't really picked up very many rockets. Rockets are waiting on explosives, waiting on coal. Let's void a little bit of this, then rerun the belt into you. And that should have you rerun. There you go, a little bit of sulfur. So, yeah, I do need to void this carbon just every now and then. What is the limit on you? Just out of curiosity. So you produce 5. Let's say if there's more than... Between the two, if there's more than 15, then I want to enable some way of voiding this. What that way is, I have no idea. Okay. Yeah, I need to be able to void this somehow. Let's see if I can move you. Yes, you can just go over there. So, this one. Okay. Find. And send you over. And this belt is only enabled if there is carbon. So let's look for carbon. Greater than 15-ish. Probably about 15. And any carbon that does make it on here just gets yeeted into the void. Let's aim for like right here. There we go. And away you go. Oh, and we've arrived at Maraxsis again. Okay, there we go. Obvious priority is that way. So let's see. That means all of this stuff did finally appear. So let's grab it. So carbon fiber. Grab the rest of the tungsten. Might as well grab all of that, I guess. So you go in there. Some of this glass I found goes in there. Now I need coral. That'll give me coral. Just a smidge. Oh yeah, I forgot the whole product, or not productivity, the whole quality thing. Yeah, good night, man. Have a good one. I kind of wish I could do the same. I just looked over and saw you. Sorry, that was like 4 minutes ago. Uh, how would they work in real life is the question of the day. Nutrients. Not sure how what would work in real life, but I'm sure it is a truly ponderous thing. Let's drop some belts down. Probably some inserters would be a good idea. I have some power poles, pipes apparently. Can't get enough pipes. A few more of those. And a little of the basic materials. Seems like a good idea. And let's just see what all that does for me. Is the submarine. Because I think I can probably make one. So, blue chips, electric engine, tungsten, pumps. You need power. I guess it is quote-unquote night right now. So we have to wait for the solar to wake back up. There you go. Okay, all cool. You're full on barrels. Nautilus. Nautilus should definitely go back to, Novice. Because I need to pick up, fuel cells and drop off my old stuff. So let's go item count. Well, first, all requests satisfied, as always. Grab magazines. Make sure you're more than 150. And then you're kind of the last stop then. Unless I do want to pass Fulgora, but I don't really think I do. So item count, rockets, and 120. There we are. And I can take that off of Gleba now. And you'll eventually make your way over to Novice, but more importantly, one of the reasons I wanted to do that is because in Novice orbit, I want to pick up some recyclers. Just seems like a good idea. Something's taking damage. Lost the wall somewhere, but I think that's fine. Things that I want to keep on the ship. Repair packs. And walls. Those walls, as it turns out, are very handy. Yeah, this corner over here just keeps taking pretty nasty hits for some reason. Maybe it's because the rocket turret just sits so far in. If I moved this solar panel and just put some panels over like that way, then I could have a rocket turret right here. I could make the ammo underground him. Then I could have a long-arm 3D rocket. And that's gotta be better than what I had, at least. I would assume. So we're stopped at Vulcanus, waiting for resupply. That's all cool. You go. Okay. Submarine, there we go. Change your recipe so I don't accidentally make another one. And let's see. That's a lot of stuff. Oh, I can void fluids. Oh, that's very interesting. I mean, not helpful at the moment, but especially once I get to Aquilo, actually. That'll be actually pretty helpful. Why can you make electric engines? That is odd. Why can you make coal? Okay, anyway. I have fishing towers. Let's see what fishing towers do. What stat is scaled here? Just base health? Boring. Okay. So, fishing towers. Doesn't look like anywhere in particular is any better than anywhere else. So, let's see if I can just throw one, like, up this way. And you spawned a fish. Okay, I'm standing on the edge of your area. So there's the second one. You have no power. You probably should have power. You're perfectly spaced so a substation... You're perfectly spaced so a substation can fit between you. I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of item input and output. I can only assume. Yeah, we'll leave it at that for now. And try and get some power into you. There we are. Let's make sure you're sitting on a square. It doesn't look like you are, actually. Okay, now you're on a single square. And then just drag this all the way back until we have connection down here. So you should have power now. You just want fish food. Fish food is made in a hydroplant or a biochamber. Interesting choice, biochamber, because that would require nutrients, but then it would also get productivity. Yeah, maybe that's the way to go, especially if you take weird stuff like coral and plastic, and I haven't figured out how to make coral yet. Mined from Entity Coral Reef. Wait, mined from? Mined by. What? Okay, let me do something real quick. So, the Vulcanus stop also needs big mining drills, clearly. Should have already had those on the list. In fact, I might try and snag some from Vulcanus Orbit. Or not Vulcanus, Novice Orbit. Just when I swing by. We are first waiting for the carbon fiber, however. Oh, big stretch. Ugh. Oh yeah, that's how I know I'm getting tired. I keep looking over at the clock now, like, surely it's been half an hour, and then it's been like 5 minutes. Well, let's see. You are at least going a little faster, though you're rapidly slowing down for some reason. Once again, ships are mysterious black magic to me. They kind of just do whatever they like. So, we're over novice now. Can I get minor? I did get minors. Very nice. Okay. I got 2, actually. Weird. I was only requesting 20, but I got 40. How strange. Any recyclers? It doesn't look like anyone's got any recyclers. So, Redeemer is on its way. Novice! Novice took the carbon fiber! No! I can't believe Novice took the carbon fiber. Awesome. Okay. Well, anyway, we're going to wait for walls. They are on the way. And I'm kind of waiting for this guy to show up. Recyclers, yes. Okay. I don't even remember what I wanted recyclers for. Oh, I wanted to recycle the barrels. The atmosphere barrels. So, okay. Let's go back to Gleba. We've got to re-pick up the carbon fiber, which is just awesome. So, I can also get rid of some of these orbit requests. I don't really need those anymore. Okay. Oh, cool. Yeah. And then there is no more carbon fiber. Let's go to Gleba. Why not? We need carbon, which needs spoilage. We have no spoilage of all things. Okay, after making this much carbon fiber, I guess we have finally run through our spoilage backlog. So we're waiting on the homegrown spoilage, I guess. Okay. New plan. You go up here. You go up here. You turn... No, you have to come out, otherwise we collide with that belt. And you just come down this way and turn in. So that is my rejected spoilage. Underground view. And then this spoilage here, which comes from these nutrients, is like recycled back this way. Just keep it going. Keep it going. And straight in. Is there any way I could put it on the bottom, actually? I guess I could get rid of you, and then just have an inserter. And that would put it on the other side. That way it's on the opposite side of this spoilage, and would block spoilage from the network, which I do not want to prioritize. You're very confused. What? How? How are you so confused? Okay. How much spoilage is in you? 300 and something? What is your limit? 400? Let's say like 200. I mean, 200 is still more than enough, because it's supposed to be how much spoilage is in this chest. And 200 is plenty. Yeah, and we are making some headway there. Okay. Local. It was just being weird. Anyway, that's Gleba. Gleba's always Glebin. It's Glebin time. So you need more spoilage. Yep, that's just the way it is. The spoilage burners. This still shows 25,000 spoilage in storage. Why are you not outputting? Circuit condition. Let's raise you to like 200. Should be fine. I have this guy disabled if these guys are trying to output like actual spoilage, but he doesn't really get in the way very much, so he's fine. So Nautilus is back waiting for more carbon fiber. Garbage truck is on his way back to Novice, so apparently he already has his load of carbon fiber. Oh, you do get a bypass if you have science. And you do have science, okay. Well, that gives good old Nautilus a fighting chance. If we can tick over to 500 while he's the only ship over here, then we are a-okay. Somehow I doubt that's going to happen, though. But you never know. One thing I do want to do is I want to come to Novice and find the landing pad. There we are. And I want to add just kind of a miscellaneous request for spent fuel. That way ships passing overhead that have spent fuel will just drop it to the planet. At the moment, that's only Nautilus, but you know, I do want Nautilus to be able to drop his spent fuel down to the planet, so that counts. Let's see. Barely over 400. Okay. Okay. So let's see if I can figure out the fish farm a little bit. It does look like it requires fish food. I do kind of half remember doing this. Oh, bio plants. That's right. So while I'm over Gleba, I suppose I want bio chambers. How many fit on a rocket? Probably 10? Rocket 20, really? Okay. Well, let's request a few biochambers and some carbon fiber. We're almost there. And it looks like Garbage Truck is happy to just park on top of Novice and not come steal him from us this time. So, after Gleba, go to Maraxsis, please. Just temporarily, this one time, I would really like to mess with your order and have you go to Maraxsis. You should be on the way, right? Yeah, there goes a rocket. None of these have anything assigned to them, so that must have been the carbon fiber rocket. Yep, there it is. And away we go. Okay, well that's finally all the materials that we needed. Even though it took an eternity and a half, or at least it felt like it to me. I don't know what it's been like for anyone else, but man, that was an adventure and a half. Well, at least when we go 240 kilometers an hour, it gets us to Vulcanus a lot faster. And there goes the oxidizer. Can't quite keep up. And boom. Okay, now we're on our way to Maraxsis once again. Very, very quickly, but rapidly slowing down. Oh, we've lost all of the blue. There is a little blue. Okay, so that's going to show up. Do I even request it? Yes, I do. Very nice. I'm sure there's a way to make nutrients here. Just have to look. I can make nutrients out of fish. Not bad at all. So once I do have the biochamber, let's see. Once I do have the biochamber, oh yeah, I should be requesting foundries down here. So foundry, I don't know how many I'm gonna need, but 10 seems reasonable. Just over halfway, okay. So where is fish food? Fish rendering, yeah. So fish food takes plastic, coral, sand, tropical fish, jelly. Okay, that is this recipe here. So that's piercing rounds. So that's... yeah, that's a little interesting. Okay. Trying to figure out, do I just import piercing rounds? I don't imagine it expects me to make them. In which case, probably my best bet is Vulcanus, yet again. Somewhere in here you surely... yes. So you do make red ammo. You make 0.34 a second. So maybe novice is better for this one particular item. Just because I've built more of it. Okay, there you are. And there's red ammo. So let's go ahead and just take that restriction back to here. Are you limited? Okay, we have 2,000 red ammo in the system somewhere, I guess. So, Nautilus, I think you're just going to import red ammo. So let's do yet another group. This is going to be Space, Maraxsis, or Novice. And I'm going to ask for red ammo, and probably a good chunk of it. Okay, why are we going from Maraxsis back to Vulcanus? Did I drop my stuff? Okay, I did drop some stuff. Alright. I guess that's fine. Can't put a foundry out here. I wonder if I can make anything in here. Flooded, provide atmosphere. Okay, interesting. So, ooh, I can make calcite and stone from limestone. That's interesting. Then I can make glass from limestone as well. Sand and salt makes glass. I do forget where salt comes from. Brackish water in a chemical plant. And brackish water in a chemical plant is a salt filter. That's where that comes from. Okay. So a salt filter is carbon fiber and steel. Okay. So let's just start from there. So carbon fiber, and I have steel on me. So salt filter, let's make like 20 of those. Progress has been a lot of, oh, I need this thing on the ship. I guess I have to wait 5 minutes for the ship to make a round trip around the entire solar system. But I think I've got everything that I need now in rotation. I've got atmosphere, though I have had that for a minute. But just as important as that, I do have recyclers. Somewhere? I guess I have recyclers on the ship, just not down here. So let's see. I've got Vulcanus, Gleba, here's Novice. Yeah, that's cool. Where is the ship actually? It's on its way to Gleba now to pick up more materials. So, I'll just, for now, have you go into a, passive provider, I guess? Sure. That allows me to get this up and running a little bit. And what do I even want from you? I could throw some of my limestone in there. But you need power to bring power over. Okay. So that's going to give me calcite and stone. What I need calcite for here, I'm not entirely sure, but it sure is going to give it to me. Let's see. Fish food has been the thing that I've been trying to work towards, and that requires these salt filters. They go in assembling machines. Oh, no, they're made in an assembling machine. They go in a chemical plant, and they filter out salty brine to get brackish water, and a kind of used salt filter, which you can usually recycle, but sometimes breaks. So, let's go, chemical plant. Just lay out a couple, and make sure I know all my recipes. This is always the way that I start things. I could have sworn I had an offshore pump in here. You're over there. Honestly, how expensive is an offshore pump? There we are. So you go into here, and you're gonna make brackish water. Yes. So filters in there. You need power, obviously. Why wouldn't you? So there's the used salt filters and then brackish water. So brackish water can be used in salt electrolysis or the science pack. A green science, actually, specifically. Just regular green science. Okay. Sure. Not attempting it with mental quality. I don't even know if this can be made in here, because the main product is a liquid. Like, maybe I could get quality on the saturated salt filter, but it doesn't even have a quality indicator on it. Like, technically it can be made in the hydro plant. It can be done. So, let's see. That makes that. Why did I even want this? Oh, for salt. Well, since you brought it up, perhaps I'll do that in the one uncommon that I have. I'll just throw that out there. And salt electrolysis, yes. That's the one. I don't even think that's actually hooked up to anything. Horizontal flip, and get you in. Okay. Now you're going to output liquids that are oxygen and hydrogen. No idea what I'm meant to do with that. That's a new one. I can make rocket fuel. I can make purple science. I can make purple science with it? What? When do I plan on finishing? 10 minutes from now. I have to hit noon, and that will be my 24-hour mark. Anyway, rocket fuel. That's an interesting one. I assume that's the primary intended recipe. So, do I have tanks? I can make 2. And then just store it over here somewhere, I guess. Let's make a couple pipes. Pipes are always useful. And especially this guy. You're a little tricky to get out. Actually, that puts you at the same level as the hydrogen. So let's bring you up and over. And then in you go. Same with this guy over here. Let's just grab him, run him, and in he goes. Ah, the playthrough. I'm not 100% sure I'm even going to go to Aquilo, but I am absolutely going to finish Maraxsis. Not today, obviously, but I am gonna finish Maraxsis. I am kind of not in the right mind at the moment to be tackling the new challenges that it presents, but I am enjoying them all the same. Okay, so this is done. No idea why I even want calcite or stone right now, but I sure can make it. Glasses, limestone, sand, and salt, and I can finally start producing that. I guess if I had uncommon limestone I could, but with uncommon salt I can't actually really do anything. So I think I have to make you in a chemical plant, because otherwise it just doesn't work. Let's break these pipes real quick, and then get some new connections made. So salt electrolysis, yes. You are 2 tall, you are 1 tall. And just drag you over this way. And connect you in. Oh, and connect you in, of course. Brackish water is empty. But I can just take that, and then there's more to come. There we go. Okay, so let's grab the salt. Throw it in. Along with sand. There we go. I made 1 piece of glass. Wow, okay. 1 piece of glass. This does go through atmosphere really fast. Like, a lot faster than I would think that it would. Yippee! Yeah, definitely not stopping before Maraxsis is done, but also, at the same time, Maraxsis will not be done today. what is the recipe that consumes these things? Okay, the little turny arrow. So you take regular water, which I actually can't make here. I have to combine oxygen and hydrogen, actually. Huh, interesting. So, let's, I guess, go ahead and get on that. Wonder how, like, is it 1-to-1, maybe? You make 300, you take 16. Okay, you make 150 a second. But you take 16, so you can make a lot more water than just what that guy wants. So let's back that up a little bit, and let's get this in. I did want that, in fact. Let's bring that in. As for this one, that's a little trickier. Okay, you can just go there, actually. That's not that bad at all. I mean, it's not good, don't get me wrong, but it's not bad. Okay, so there's water getting made. You are the saturated salt filter. I can just longhand that into you? Yeah, okay. I wasn't really planning on some sort of automation. I was just kind of throwing buildings together to look at ratios, but that works for me. I guess if I restore the filter, I can throw it back. Oh, and you also make more brackish water. Okay, interesting. Move that over that way. And then that can connect. I guess you can stay there. So salt filters should go in once there's room. You should come out once there's room. Okay, there we go. And then carbon fiber. We will have to deal with that specifically somehow. You go here. Let's set a filter to carbon fiber, which is in bioprocessing, I believe. Yes, it is. These guys go in there. And what do I even do with carbon fiber if I wind up with some? Well, I had to make these, I guess. So just turn them back into filters with more steel, I suppose. I also seem to have too many. Yep, there are a few too many from the looks of it. Let's do like that. And now they seem to be running back and forth pretty well. And that's just generating salt. And as far as I know, salt is only used in that one recipe. Oh, I can make molten salt. Interesting. Okay. I guess for the molten salt reactor. That's cool. Okay, what else do I want to do in the next like 3 minutes that I'm gonna be here? I should probably try and plan something out. I've got this guy making glass. What does molten salt entail? Well, it's not in there, so can I do it in here? It might not be unlocked yet. No, it doesn't look like it. Oh yeah, the engineer brain's been gone for hours. I've been just doing my best. Salt goes into molten salt, which is a trigger tech for crafting 100 salt. Okay, I can't be that far off. Okay, maybe I'm not far off. I've made 69. Nice. I just have 31 more to go. Let me go ahead and pop down the sub, just see what that's like. Trench exploration. Occasionally, while exploring, you may find a deep gash in the planet's crust. The trench entrance, I can't even speak anymore, is the lowest point on the surface of Maraxsis, perpendicular to the Maraxsis cliff contours. Travel perpendicular. Okay. Control enter inside a sub to descend. The deep sea trench is completely dark. Night vision will not function. You will be crushed in 30 seconds without a sub. Or a nuclear sub. The hydroplant gains 4 additional module slots in the trench. That's weird. Lava can be harvested. Oh, I can make metals here. Oh, and I can process lava into sulfur? That's a new one. Anyway. You have cannon shells, and that's somewhat worrying. You can take Tesla ammo? That's pretty cool. Okay. Weird, but cool. Fuel. I don't even know what would qualify as fuel down here. I'll have to ship fuel in, I guess? Tungsten pipe. I do know there are gigantic tungsten pipes, yes. I haven't made any yet. Let's see, are they in here? Maybe not. Maybe I have to research them? Oh yeah, I just have to go there. That's why I can't find the chimney vent. It's not on the surface. It's gonna be down. That makes sense. Yeah, and the rocket. I've seen the rocket. The rocket's great. Yeah, I don't anticipate there being good sources of fuel on Maraxsis, so I will have to ship fuel down. So where do I get good fuel from? I guess I can just bring in solid fuel from Novice or something. Yeah, why not? Solid fuel, what's a rocket? Rocket capacity 1,000? 20 stacks. 20 stacks. Okay. That's gonna be enough fuel for a long, long time. I could just drop coal from Nautilus. Okay, well, anyway. Novice, import. Yeah, like 200, but the reason I'm setting the number low is that way it won't request new solid fuel until I drop below 200. And then the surface of Maraxsis will also request 200 solid fuel. But yeah, rocket fuel, okay. That makes more sense. I can make rocket fuel. That's true, okay. That makes too much sense. Oh, and I got the trigger tech for molten salt. Oh, and the molten salt reactor. Let's look for rocket fuel. Let's see. Oxygen and hydrogen, yes. And a hydro plant. Let's just go ahead and make that, and then I'm going to call it a day, I think. Coal-powered diesel engine. I mean, rocket-powered diesel engine. Let's just throw this up here. You're going to be rocket fuel, wherever you decide that is. There you are. And let's get you in there. There we go. Okay, inserter. Let's get you into a chest. There we go. You can blink at me, I guess. That's fine. Not logistics. I guess I'll do a circuit condition. So let's enable you only if rocket fuel. There you are. Is less than, like, 20 for now. I don't really want to keep much more than that. Let's see. Vehicle acceleration is a lot higher, actually, with uncommon rocket fuel. Like, a lot higher. Surprising. Okay. Anyway, I guess I should take the other rocket fuel as well, just so I don't accidentally strand myself somewhere. Ooh, and a rare. Well, in the sub it goes. Okay. So it says to travel orthogonal to the craters, which to me means go kind of straight this way, which was the plan originally. But yeah, I think I'm going to stop right here and call it a day. So thank you, yeah. Thank you everyone who came by, dropped by, gave me hints, tips, and everything else. We made it to Maraxsis. Yeah, there's a reason I'm stopping. I can no longer speak. So, it's been a blast. It's been a roller coaster too. And of course, always remember to save. If you don't save, you never made it to Maraxsis to begin with, did you? And thank you for dropping by. I'll see you in the next one. Later, guys.